Hey, everybody. Hi.
Aloha.
Am I coming in clear?
Hello, le internet.
Hey, folks. I'm assuming the audio quality and video quality is good because I checked it. But check my math on that. Check my privilege. Over 3 hours of bonus features.
Yes.
We could do an April Fool's Day gag where we just get a DVD that has a shit ton, like a disproportionate amount of EPK material, and just like we all go through the DVD together. It's like we're gonna watch the movie first, then we're gonna go to behind the scenes feature at 1. Here we go. Press play. Oh, look at that guy, his haircut. What were we thinking? All right, next, just one by one. Look at this trailer. That sucks.
You know, I bet there's only about 800 podcasts.
You know, I would download a car if I could. Pretty soon I'll be able to and 3D print it.
Self-driving car.
Self-driving car.
Hi, Anthony. How's life?
Life is well. What is the Wi-Fi?
Still getting set up.
Do you need... Okay.
It's Serenity.
Nothing I just heard from.
I don't have my phone.
Do you need it?
I have a laptop, so no.
What's the laptop for?
In case I don't have
I
an.
used to use instead of phones.
I don't have the iPad.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello, sir.
Okay. You should be playing. Why isn't he playing? Oh, it is playing.
We're going to marathon. Here we go. 9.5 hours of movies.
All right. First, let's talk about a 3-hour movie. Then,
Yeah.
just a palate cleanser. Let's talk about a 3-hour movie.
We'll talk about a Bible movie. Which one are we going first?
We're gonna do Jackie Brown first.
That's
Woo!
right. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
I got
I was
the...
gonna
I
say-
actually got the special edition,
this movie.
so...
Special edition of... There's a special edition
No, I'm fucking around.
of Noah?
Yeah, the
Uh,
extended cut of Jackie Brown
no,
is
Yeah. The special edition with the rock monsters. Yeah, exactly.
extended cut of Jackie Brown is longer than existence.
Have your dad caffeine.
Extended cut of Jackie Brown happens slower than real time. It's really quite something.
We're actually all just in the extended cut of Jackie Brown.
And then you see it again, and then you see it again, and then you see it again.
We've just been living it. All right. Let me set. Boat, boat. Boat, boat, boat.
Is it playing or is it?
I'm trying to figure that
Okay,
out.
there we go.
It's apparently it's a pretty hefty Blu-ray because my player is taking a second.
Jackie Brown.
All right.
I actually haven't watched most of the special features on this yet. We're just going to talk about the movie.
And okay, thank you.
I have read the book though. I have read Rum Punch.
I haven't. I read the book for the other one we're going to do today, though. It was really confusing. It's really repetitive passage.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into it, but apparently that's one of the lesser, like in terms of what originally was put out as the Bible, that was one of the lesser edited ones because they're collating a bunch of different texts together for the whole Bible. Some stuff's from here, some stuff's from there, and that same story was in 2 different versions or 2 different texts. And instead of like collating it and saying, all right, well, this is one story, I'm just going to take, the inspiration from both of these and write the best version of it, synthesizing the 2, they're just like, put both in. So it's just like one line that says how many animals there are, and then like the next line is another line about how many animals there are, and then they're kind of different. So there's no actual way to. It's one of the harder to translate what the hell they're talking about stories in
Yeah.
the Bible, apparently.
But as a in terms of biblical scholarship, that's one of the things that help people go back and reconstruct how the Bible was built. But
Rosetta Stone.
we'll talk about
It's
that
going to be.
in Noah.
We're doing Jackie Brown first, y'all, and it'll be when the Miramax presents title card fades to LAX.
Tile.
I guess.
Yeah.
When the title fades to tile.
Well, when it fades up to tile, I guess.
When you can't see the Miramax thing anymore.
No,
What's the Wi-Fi?
it's
Serenity.
Serenity.
And the password is Rivertown. All one word, all lowercase. One N. Just be careful to go light on the network because we're trying to stream an HD thing. My network might catch fire.
Yeah. Don't try to watch any videos while we're doing this. But
I'm not going to. Is there a way to keep this at the specific angle that I towards my face? It's good wherever it is.
you can try and tighten this.
In any case, let me know if you like. These are old. These are good to be replaced.
Blah 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 blah. Oh, good choice of shirt for a Tarantino movie. I didn't realize what you were wearing. He's wearing Christopher Walken in Pulp Fiction. The watch. This watch. He died.
Much better.
He died of dysentery. Gave me the watch.
Give me this watch.
2, 3. Hello, hello, hello.
Sultry tones. Michael?
Ooh.
Hello, ready to go. I like Jackie Brown. I like Noah. This is a good day for me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all. Oh, I thank you. That's sweet.
Am I loud enough?
He likes both of them too.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah. You're all
Sounds-
set.
Sounds quiet in my ear.
Everyone sounds quiet. Do this damn thing. Whoa, child.
Things are gonna get easy.
I've been listening to the Guardians of the Galaxy mixtape
Yeah, that'll do it.
over and over and over again.
So it's so weird. Yeah, you realize we listened to all those songs ironically at the time. I mean, those weren't actually.
See, fifth movie where it's like all in sync
Yeah.
and like Britney Spears and Marcy's Playground and shit. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
It's be like, you know,
Oh, the
I want it that way.
You can
Oh,
sit
damn,
it-
it's a good song.
Oh, you
guys.
can sit here and listen to classical music
I'm
all you
pumped.
want, Fry, but yeah, especially Ooga Shaka. It's like, even at the time, we're like, how is this a hit? I mean, it's catchy, but what the hell? Chicka Brown, let me rock you.
Chaka Khan.
Wow. We did the chicken dance for the first time.
Ladies
Oh
and
my
gentlemen,
God.
welcome to What Are You Doing movie.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to
Segue.
What Are You Doing movie.
Segue much? Okay.
Our movie this week is Jackie Brown. Go ahead and pop in your DVD or Blu-ray, press play, press pause. When the Miramax title card fades to tiles, basically when the movie starts, it just starts on that blue graduate shot of LAX with the blue tile. It says Miramax. When it fades down to just to tiles, press pause. In a second, I'll say 3, 2, 1, unpause. At which point I'll press moving in perfect sync. It'll be like any other commentary except with 4 friends in your head. Those friends, we spoke myself, was always Teague Christie, my friend Anthony Alba. Say hi.
Hello.
Michael Darkman Scott.
Hello.
And Trey the Amazing Stokes.
Hey.
Hey, so Jackie Brown.
Oh, yeah.
This was the Tarantino
Oh,
movie that
yeah.
I'm assuming a lot of people just managed not to see for 20 years.
This is why I'm curating it.
Mike is
Yes.
curating Jackie Brown for us. So because Mike's curating it, I finally sat down and watched it. Fucking slog this thing is. No, it was fine. It was good.
Well,
But
it's a Tarantino movie.
It is slow.
yeah, we
It
have
is a
the
very slow-paced movie.
the-
I gotta put that out there right up front.
Yeah.
I gotta agree with that.
Strap in.
Yeah.
As long as you know that going in, you should be okay.
Yeah.
We established that the person who curates a movie gets to talk about it first. So on that note, Mike,
Yeah.
We're
You're
doing.
up.
why
yeah,
Jackie
we're-
Brown, man?
Well, like you said, I think this is the movie that most people of Tarantino's, oeuvre. This is the one that most people have missed.
Oeuvre chaka.
Yeah. This is the one that most people have missed. This is the one that I think has a reputation for being a weak point, for being like, the way people talk about certain Spielberg movies, like, oh yeah, 1941 and Hook, like people talk about that with Tarantino, Jackie Brown, and so I had. And it is like you just look at the the cover and it's like running time 2.5 hours and like fucking I don't have time for that.
God damn it, Quentin.
And so I hadn't watched it for a while, and I don't remember why I wound up watching. I think I just finally had 2.5 hours, and I went, you know what, I'm gonna check this out. I think it was on Netflix at the time, which it is right now as well.
How long ago was this?
A couple years ago. Yeah, but literally only a couple of years ago. It wasn't like 10 years ago or anything. I only recently kind of finally discovered it, and I thought it was great. I loved it. I was really impressed by. I see what happened, sort of, or I think I see what happened. He comes out of the gate and he makes Reservoir Dogs and he makes Pulp Fiction. And everyone goes, "Who is this guy? It's crazy. It's amazing." And he comes out with this, which is an incredibly straightforward, very kind of mature way. You can still tell it's Tarantino, but he's just making a movie. He's adapting a book. He's adapting a book called Rum Punch, so it's a very straightforward plot and construction compared to his usual style. Aside from the three versions of the little kind of switcheroo at the end. But otherwise, it's a very straightforward film. It's a very straightforward narrative, and I can see how people would come into this and go, "Well, what's this?" Like we were excited because you were this new voice, and now you showed us just a movie. How dare you? And so
Look at this asshole. with
Yeah,
his
they were
movie.
like, "Just get back in your box, Quentin." And
Jeez,
so
Shyamalan, what the hell?
Yeah.
He's like, all right, fine.
And yeah, exactly. And so now
He didn't make a movie for several years. After
yeah, he
this.
didn't make a movie for quite some time until I think it was
Kill Bill.
It was Kill Bill.
Because
So he
the trailer was all like the fourth film.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it was 7 years before he had the he felt like making a movie again after the drubbing, I guess, he took from Jackie Brown, and ever since then he makes cartoons. Like, he stopped trying to make movies and he just makes straight up cartoons.
This
now.
is Tarantino's Jersey Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. I mean,
It's like the one time he's like trying. Like, no one liked that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I'll go back to my thing.
My favorite Kevin Smith film, by the way, Jersey Girl. I was like,
Yeah.
wow, he made a movie.
well, exactly.
But only one.
It's unlike talked about it, and we did Dogma, but
Dergmer.
unlike Kevin
Dermot.
Smith, where I think I matured, film didn't. It's like, as I get older, I appreciate this movie more.
Yeah. Well, it is a
And
movie
that-
about old people.
Yeah, that too. Well, there's that. Number one, what an incredibly unique thing nowadays.
I know. I
to-
think I can put my finger on another reason why this movie didn't
Yeah.
necessarily do well.
But I love it, and I really do. It's not because I have such an affinity for martial arts movies and stuff like that. Kill Bill still remains my favorite of his movies, but I honestly think this is probably his best movie.
Weird. I don't know if I go that far.
Trey looks like he disagrees.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I'm too old to be a Tarantino fan, so
Here's my thing. I like this movie. I don't love this movie, and the word that comes to mind when I was trying to figure out what is the difference, what's my thing about it, is that it's almost surreal. It's not a surreal movie. It's surreal to watch Tarantino's scene-by-scene direction. Like, every single scene, perfect Tarantino scene. But when you string them in order, it's kind of surreal. It's weird, because I'm not used to directed scene, and they have a flavor.
Just
Just
chill.
yeah, there's
like,
there's no
just-
doubt. It's like if you took the credits off this 3 minutes in, you go, "This is a Tarantino film."
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. But it's just weird to see that sort of scene construction and how he has characters behave in linear order. And it's not a bad thing. It's just
weird
surreal.
To,
It's weird
just
to
weird
see.
to see him make a normal movie.
Yeah, it's like
Normal
seeing
for him. Yeah, it's like, but you could still see him in it. So.
it's like seeing your wacky friend in normal clothes. You know, he's still fine. He's not a good guy. It's just, you know, you usually wear a suit. Phil, why?
It's like seeing your friend. It's more like seeing your friend at work in his Pizza Hut uniform. Like, wow, that's freaking me out.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Used to seeing you in your board shorts. And,
yes, there it is. Jackie Brown is seeing your teacher at the grocery store. That's what it is. But I like it. I love Pam Grier. Robert Forster kills it. And what's really interesting is Robert De Niro basically getting... On one hand, the first time I watched it, I was thinking that he has nothing to do. I can't believe how criminally underused De Niro is. The second time I watched this, I was like, holy shit, Robert De Niro is fantastic.
Yeah.
Because everything that he's doing, he's communicating it without talking, without being big or chewing the scenery, really.
That's probably the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, because he's like, the way he carries himself, and like I was watching a Charlie Rose interview with Tarantino, and he said it himself very well. He was talking about like the way that Robert De Niro picks up a drink, takes a drink, and puts the drink down in this movie says, I've been in prison for 4 years, and I'm still a little confused about what's going on in the world. Without just the way he drinks the coffee does that. I was really blown away by that. And Samuel L. Jackson is at 9.8 on this one, and usually works for me. Honestly, I think my favorite Samuel L. Jackson moment in this entire movie is when he gets real quiet in the car before the very end scene.
Yeah.
That's the part where it's like, oh shit, no one ever has Sam do this. They should have him do that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
scarier.
That's worse than the yelling.
Yeah,
That's scarier.
that's like beyond. You was real quiet.
Yeah. I'm going to get real quiet
Yeah.
now.
So you know, this I hope that I come to like this movie more and more over the course of this conversation and in the coming years. But as it stands, it's surreal. It's a weird, good movie, but I don't extra care about it, if that makes sense. You know, Anthony, how do you feel about Jackie
I love
Brown?
this movie.
What?
I loved it from the first time I saw it.
Oh.
It was different. I wasn't
Cool
what-
guy over here.
it's not what I was expecting, but I don't know. Nothing. The slowness is. I was expecting that because when I watched it, I think I saw an intro with Quentin Tarantino talking about it, and he was kind of making fun of himself a little bit. He's like, could it be any longer? And because he said that, it set me up. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a slow-paced movie, and I don't know. I ended up enjoying it a lot.
He makes long. I mean,
His
all
movies
of
are
Django's
movies are
forever.
long.
Inglourious Bastards is forever.
and Pulp Fiction is long too.
But he
Kill
knows
Bill is
he-
5 hours. He just
Yeah.
made two
Yeah.
movies.
Pulp
Yeah.
Fiction has so much going on, though, you don't feel the length.
But
as
he
much.
recognizes that it's slow-paced. It's deliberate. And I remember I saw a Charlie Rose interview also. I don't know if it was the same one you saw, but it was like a group of people.
No, this was just him
And
by himself talking about the movie.
He was there, and people were basically criticizing Jackie Brown in front of him. He's like, excuse me, there are critics who love this movie because of the pace.
Yeah.
They credit me because it's slower, because everything else is so fast-paced now.
yeah.
My
So-
problem. I don't have I don't have a problem with this movie, and the thing that I have about it isn't even
But
the pacing.
but he doesn't do that anymore. Now he comes at your face hard, whatever
yeah.
he's doing. So
His movies explode at you.
Yeah.
Well, the
you know,
opening of the what's the last one he did?
Django.
Yeah, no, right before that, the Nazi
Inglourious
one.
Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards. The
Yeah,
opening was
someone
really
forget
slow.
that that's... He actually made another movie. Is that
Yeah.
what-
That,
anyway,
that,
go ahead.
that opening was like 6 minutes long.
That's true. Yeah.
So-
That was a slow pace. Oh.
Trey.
Yeah, this movie's 2.5 hours long, and we haven't started it yet.
Yeah.
So press play, and then I'll start talking.
Yeah.
All right, for
'Cause
the
it
love
is-
of God.
Because it is just her on a moving sidewalk.
Yeah,
for
I
about
got
5
there's
minutes.
there'll be some time before anything happens.
You're at the point where the Miramax Presents or whatever yellow title card has faded just to tile, like we are here. Put your finger on the button. 3, 2, 1, on pause.
Yeah. So anyway,
A band apart.
and now me. Yeah, so I had managed to never see this movie, which is even less surprising because I'm not, a Tarantino fan. I don't hate Tarantino. It's like Tarantino is a guy who makes movies, and some of them I've seen, and some of them I enjoyed. So it's like there was no particular reason to see this. And it's a Tarantino movie. It's like Tarantino, calmed down a little bit from his normal standard that I've seen, and yeah, it's perfectly fine. There's not a moment of it I hate. It's a little long. I would go, yeah, you could have trimmed that, but every movie can be trimmed if it's 2.5 hours long, pretty much.
I think every Tarantino movie could be trimmed.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I mean, it depends on what you want from it. It's like if you like this, obviously if you like Tarantino, you like to see people capable of
I forgot
doing
about that.
Yeah, he's perfectly capable of making that, and as takes every individual scene is always like, oh, what a fun scene of good actors having fun with banter and dialogue and pop culture references, and that's all fine. This movie for me was like about a half hour in, I'm like, yep, this is Tarantino, but where are we going with this? Come on, I mean, let's get the show on the road. So I like I said, I don't hate it. I can see it's perfectly well. I'm really fascinated by Tarantino's directing style, which is, in this one is, again, as you said, is kind of calmed down from his normal sort of level of like, look how good I'm directing everybody, and sort of just becomes pretty good directing that doesn't necessarily yell in your face like, look at the things I'm doing here, everyone. I'm Tarantino. You can't see me, but I'm here. Hello. And I never like any kind of, Scorsese sometimes will do that too. Like, look how good I'm directing everybody. But
It's just like a superimposed version of him on the screen just waving, hey!
Yeah.
Are you referring more to the performances that he's directing, or to the
No,
camera
I'm talking
work?
the camera placement and the shot choices and the all that sort of stuff. Being tension, and there's several scenes of that in here that I really go, wow, that's so that's really beautifully done. So yeah, it's great all that. But overall, I think we're looking at Tarantino getting to build his sandbox and play with his toy soldiers. I'm going to take Pam Grier from those great 70 movies I loved, and I'm going to take Robert Forster from those great 70 movies I loved, and I'm going to, Robert De Niro's going to show up, and I can't get Peter Fonda, but I can get his daughter, and even though just not so overtly as he did later with Death Proof. And this is sort of an updated grindhousey movie with really nice production values, and that's great. But I'm not a grindhouse movie fan, so didn't really do it for me. But you would absolutely believe it, except for there'd be more film grain,
technology,
and the
stuff,
technology
yeah.
of it. And that's one of the things I really think is fun about Tarantino movies is they almost always, and surely people have done much more extensive, and I'm just making this up because I haven't paid that much attention to Tarantino, but they always exist in this weird kind of always the 70s universe. Even when it's clearly not the 70s, it still feels like the 70s. I mean...
Well, it doesn't feel like they age much.
Yeah.
Like, I watched Pulp Fiction, it doesn't feel like it's 20 years
Well,
old.
because he's making it...
They're sort of
he still makes movies the way they did in the 70s.
I mean, this movie could... I mean, other than the fact that Sam Jackson has a cell phone, you could almost go, is this supposed to be in the 70s?
No.
It's there's almost he almost never gives, and all the places, the restaurants and everything are just obviously have ancient decor that's been that way for now 40 years, but would have been what the restaurant you went to 40 years ago would have looked like that. So they live in this weird, they exist in this weird.
He still makes 70s movies, and I mean, like I say, they've amped up to cartoons at this point, but he's still going for that. Sorry, you were saying, Teague.
Well, one of the things Trey was saying is that there's great scenes of suspense in this movie, and I noticed that too. But what's interesting is if you watch it twice,
the body's not going to jump off the table.
Right.
It's blown for you. But the first time, it could be excruciating.
Right. But this is a movie where we watch like a guy it works with Sam Jackson walking to the house with a gun. That's good. And that scene is building suspense for a thing where it's like, whatever's happening, he's going to go into that house with a gun. Cool.
And
Payoff.
gloves.
But why are we following Robert Forster with his keys for like 3 minutes in the mall? We ask ourselves on the second viewing. Why do we need this shot that's 3 minutes long of him walking to his car?
Is Jackie
You
coming
notice
out?
his foot fetish? Just
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he has a foot fetish?
He's got a
Little bit.
major foot fetish.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious. Like, he's got that whole toe scene in Kill Bill. And
Yeah,
he's got the opening in Pulp Fiction with her feet.
Yeah, he'll always have bare feet walking.
That whole
or
scene
something.
about her
I was
feet in the
being
car.
sarcastic, by the way. It was like his foot fetish jumps off of this movie.
Yeah, really. Feet.
He's
Really jumped out to me.
That's another one too, where
Really?
it's like on second viewing, it's like, well, wait, why do we need this shot?
We'll
What is
talk-
this shot doing for the movie?
We'll talk about that when we get
Yeah,
there.
well,
I think I
an
figured
hour and a half
out,
when we get there.
Yeah, I think I figured out his reasoning.
Okay, so you're doing, of all things, to do an homage to The Graduate? And how does that work? I mean,
Just because he likes it.
I know. It's like, and it's no one. And there's another movie that just came out that also used that moving sidewalk. People go, well, of all things to homage The Graduate? But okay. What are you saying? What are you telling us, Quentin? What are you trying to tell us? He's just trying to tell us it's a cool shot, probably.
One of the things that Tarantino said regarding Robert De Niro and staying in character off of what you were saying, Teague, was that if a dog had walked up, like just entered set,
yeah.
and walked up to walked up to Robert De Niro would still be in that character when everyone else is broken.
He'd play with the dog.
He would play with the dog as that
Yeah.
character.
If the dog walks on set, he doesn't go, shit, I don't know what my next line is.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, there's a dog, everybody.
He's just whatever fucking the character De Niro is playing would do to that dog.
Right.
Robert De Niro will now do to that dog. So you better be careful with the character Bob's playing when the dog walks on set.
Right, exactly.
Yep, Danny Elfman's wife.
Is
it really?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because I was like, oh, Bridget Fonda, where the hell's Bridget Fonda been? She hasn't worked in 10 years. That's because she married Danny Elfman and had his kid. I was like, you go, Danny Elfman. Who knew? I was amazing. So, yeah, Bridget Fonda, a lot of things, but never, Point of No Return was one of her few lead roles, which I think she's great in. I know it's a remake of La Femme Nikita, which is going to be better because that was French. But I really think the Point of No Return is really good, especially because she's amazing in it. I think she's just amazing to watch, and it's just
I saw Point of No Return as a kid, and I saw La Femme Nikita as an adult, and
That's an interesting
my
way to go
fond
about it.
memory of Point of No Return was better than.
which I think is a very worthwhile movie. It's it's a remake, and so it's just doing. But I think it's really good. But I think she's really quite something in it. But then she up and stopped making movies about 10 years ago, and
Comes up.
No.
No, the thing.
It's the
I
MacGuffin.
mean, yeah. The thing is, that's where he's got his pile of money from.
That's his
the
business.
pile of money that is the central point of the movie, serving that plot function, but it's also doing a lot in terms of characters, spending a lot of time building these characters. It's building their relationship.
It's interesting you say that because this scene totally confused me. Jesse Pinkman,
He's got
or
a picture
this
of
is
himself.
fucking
Did you see
Tuco.
that? He's got a picture of himself on the fridge. I never noticed that.
Well, that's just how Sam Jackson.
Himself in the
That's
bathtub.
that's how he do. I have a picture of Sam Jackson. Fridges just come with those, Anthony. I have one on mine.
Yeah.
No, but like I didn't know based on Bridget Fonda's comment whether we saw on a tape.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, so he's not a real criminal. But then later he's a real criminal.
No, he's both. He's
Basically just that comment threw the character
Yeah.
for me for the whole movie.
It's it adds. I can see that. I think in a way it's supposed to, because he's not as slick as he thinks he is. That's kind of the point of his character all the way through. He thinks he's super slick. He thinks he's on top of it, and Jackie Brown is able to kind of run circles around him in the end as a result. And every time they kind of come across each other, he's always playing the slick role, when he's here with Max Cherry and with everyone else, and he always tries to do it with Jackie, and she always just blows
Shuts
it up.
him down, yeah.
It never works. He tries to do the scary assassin thing, and he can't do that. And every time he's talking to her about this heist he's doing, he tries to get on her like, well, this is my money, this is my plan, and blah blah blah. And he always ends up on the defensive with her. Like she always ends up coming at him way stronger. And he goes, okay, chill. I'm sorry.
The character that I had the hardest time hooking into in this movie is Jackie herself.
Why is that?
Well, because the first 45 minutes of the movie, I'm like, well, what's her deal? I mean, she's very neutral the first 45 minutes of the movie.
I know what you're saying,
It was
too.
like, is she mildly retarded? Is that what this character is about? Because I mean, she just sort of like, yeah, no, I'm in jail. No, I'm not in jail. No, I got caught. No, I'm not. No, I am.
The
No,
plot
I'm
is
not.
dragging her
And
around.
It's like, yeah, and it's like, and that's one thing that she takes a while to become proactive. Once she does the back half of the movie, then I'm like, oh, okay, she's actually smart. Okay, she's actually smart, and she actually has a plan. But the first half of the movie, I'm like,
But that's deliberate,
who is
right?
that? Well, I don't know if it's deliberate. I'm just saying that for not having the cue cards for the first 45 minutes, I'm like, I don't really like the lead character of this movie because I don't know who the fuck she is.
Who is this ineffectual person that things are
she's-
happening
I mean,
to?
what is her story? I mean, why is she involved in this stupid thing? And how did she get into it? It's like, again,
Right.
I don't need to. That's what they should have done. I'm just saying, for 45 minutes, I was like, everyone else, I get what they're doing, and I understand what the character is. I
Right.
didn't know what she was about. It's like, what is her thing? What is her deal?
Her soliloquy doesn't come until that little coffee morning scene with Robert Forster.
Exactly, when
Yeah.
she finally sort of says
At
who
the
she is,
apartment.
but she's so neutral up until then that I was just kind of like, boy, for a title character, I don't know who the hell you are,
Yeah.
lady, and what's your story. So again, that doesn't mean the movie sucks. I'm just saying that for the first 45 minutes, I was like, okay. Every time we see the title character, I get bored now. Everybody else is awesome and interesting, but the title character is not interesting to watch yet.
I didn't experience that. I thought she was really interesting to watch the whole time.
I had the same question as I was watching it the first time. I was certainly like, because not only does she not, like, as you said, there's a turning point, and it's an important turning point, and it gives us the reason that she is the title character, obviously. But there is a turning point between events around her pulling her around, and she goes, you know what? I am sick of this shit. I'm going to take charge of the world around me, and I'm going to, and there's probably you can make an argument for the symbolism. The first time we see her, she's on a moving sidewalk that's moving her. The last time we see her, she's driving a car. She's
I'll
actually
give you credit
in charge
for
of
I'll
her.
give you credit for pulling it out of your ass. When's the turning point?
I wonder if that was really his intention. I really don't think it is, but
But I mean, it's there. I could,
made for
I
a good
could
retcon.
write a fucking thesis about it, I'm sure, and get a master's degree.
No, I
Yeah,
read an analysis.
Whether
that
it's
says-
true or not, you can get points for pointing it out.
Yeah.
that's how film
I read an analysis that
criticism
said the
works.
point of that shot was to say, hey, everyone who remembers The Graduate, look at this exact same shot from The Graduate and just notice what's different about it. Black lady. It's about a black lady. Which I don't exactly understand why that's...
Wow.
I don't exactly understand why that's a meaningful...
That's a talk about a deep analysis.
I know.
although we should
What's different? Oh, black lady.
Hold on. Don't tell me.
Wait a second.
We should-
It's Pam Grier, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
what's
Yeah.
different.
We should point out for those who don't know, this is based on a novel called Rum Punch by Elmore Leonard, and
she was white.
and the character's name was Jackie Burke, and she was white in the novel. and he changed her race because he wanted to work with Pam Grier. Specifically, her. It wasn't just that he wanted to, make it a black character, although that would have been fine. But he specifically wanted to work with Pam Grier, but he didn't change any of the other races. So Ordell was always black, although he was in the book he's described as a
like a light-skinned black guy.
He's described as a light-skinned black man, and Lewis, his partner in this movie, is a dark-skinned white guy. So they're like a perfect complement to each other.
That's fairly Norton Juster.
Yeah. Well, it's Elmore Leonard. That's just the way he. But
the world's tallest short man.
Yeah. There's a whole. And there was a whole thing like Lewis actually worked for Max Cherry in the novel, and there was a bunch of stuff that I was. Oh, they have like a whole. They try and steal a bunch of guns. The gun thing is more prominent in the book, and they actually try and steal a bunch of guns from a neo-Nazi enclave. And It's like, and I read that as I'm reading the book, I'm like, holy shit! This is how much more mature this movie is than any of the other Tarantino movies.
He didn't make that scene.
He didn't make the neo-Nazi shootout scene.
Wow,
which totally feels like Tarantino.
Yeah,
just restraint there, yeah.
Or True Detective, if not that.
Yeah.
Shit.
One of the things he said he liked about the book a lot was just the fact that it had these mundane conversations that happened a lot throughout the book.
Yeah, as much as it feels like a Tarantino movie, as much as these characters talk like Tarantino characters, much of the dialogue is lifted straight out of the book. It's like
This is not improvised by Chris Tucker?
A little bit. I think a little bit was improvised by Chris Tucker,
really?
But mostly it's...
I can't imagine Tarantino as being the kind of guy that let you do that with his movies.
Well, Chris Tucker is pretty bad with scripts in general. Like, he'll just improvise to compensate because he's so good at that.
Huh.
Like, he always had issues with Jackie Chan on Rush Hour.
I feel like he's pretty on it though. And they keep him. I think
they kept a tight leash on him.
Yeah, but I think you kind of feel that he is improving a little bit. It's like, especially the shot that's coming up where Ordell's trying to get him in the trunk.
They can wing that scene.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's in all of two scenes. Practically 2 shots is all he's in this whole movie. So it's like
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Even if
it goes on for so long.
Yeah,
I mean,
Chris Tucker was there for a day. It looks like they had an insert of him with the call box. They got this shot here. They got the trunk shot, which could have been a shot anywhere because it's pointing up at the sky. This is how you do a cameo in a movie. This is just good filmmaking. Okay, how am I going to get Chris Tucker in here? He can only come in for one afternoon.
You don't even see his apartment, so they didn't have to dress that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They could have just shot this on an undressed motel.
Yeah, but making Jackie black actually changes a lot, and actually goes to the character that you're talking about, because there's even more of a sense of you add in the whole sense of the just being beat down by society and her position, and they make a point of that when she's picked up. They go, you're a middle-aged black woman, and they kind of emphasize that. It's like there's
with a record.
Yeah, with a record, and that is a completely different conversation than a middle-aged white woman who just got picked up, even with a record. And so there's more. It creates more tension.
You are at risk of the world writing you off forever.
Yes, exactly. And so you get a sense of her desperation and why she makes the turning point to go, you know what, I've got to do this. I've been keeping my head down. I've been just trying to go along to get along. I've been letting all these other people drag me around my whole life, and I'm fucking sick of it, and I'm not doing it anymore. And that's when she makes her move. And not only on the kind of racial level, but also on the gender level. It's like she likes Max, I think, the most because he's the only man in this movie who doesn't try to boss her around.
Yeah.
He just shows up and he's like, hey, what do you want to do? You want to get some coffee? Yes, let's do that. What are you doing? Oh, you stole my gun? Well, that sucks, but I'm not...
Yeah, really. He takes it rather well, I thought.
Yeah, he takes it pretty well, and he doesn't try to force her to do anything. He just talks to her. He's the only person in this movie who just talks to her and listens to her and treats her like an equal, and that's why... that's why she trusts him, and that's why their relationship works.
This whole scene here, this scene to me was a very suspenseful scene because it's like, dude, do not get in the trunk. Can you not see where this is going, my friend? Come on.
I'll say that it didn't occur to me until the end of the scene.
Yeah.
No kidding, because I was like, right from the get-go, I'm like, oh, don't.
I wish the scene had played that way for
me.
because then
I wish that scene to play the way for me because that would be an awesome scene.
because then it being a long scene, the
It's
longer
it's
the
unbearable.
scene goes,
Yeah,
the more
no, it was unbearable for me because I knew exactly where it's like I was gonna Tarantino might be so clever that that's not where this is gonna go, and I'm gonna and then he will have made me get all tensed up, and then next thing you know, Chris Tucker pops out, and then it goes on from there. But I was like, oh, don't even get in the car, man! Don't get in the car.
don't get in the trunk. Get in the back
don't get in the
seat if you
trunk.
gotta
Yeah,
get in
just
the car.
refuse to get in the car. Please refuse to get in the car.
Yeah, and like you said, this is probably improvised and probably with exactly that direction. It's like, okay, you say whatever you can not to get in the car. You say whatever you have
you don't
to
want
to
get
in.
in. He has to get in and go.
Yeah.
I can't imagine any of this is improvised. I really can't imagine Quentin Tarantino being Quentin Tarantino. Spending 5 years on his scripts and they're 400 pages long and shit, and he's in love with the sound of his voice. Would let people
he actually gets really loose when he gets on set. He changes his
Really?
He's okay with things changing on set because for him it's a constantly evolving process. No matter how much time he's spent on the script, when you get to set, he understands that it's going to change. It's like
Cool.
it's going to take on a life of its own.
I would have expected him to be more precious than
I
that.
think it's good. I mean, unless you're doing Shakespeare, I think it's important to always be open to playing the
And
text.
I think it also depends on like we said, there's certain scenes where like the diner scene in Pulp Fiction, you don't want to necessarily improvise that. You've got to hit all the beats and kind of get the back and forth and the banter going. That scene that just happened. There's literally, like we said, there's the one plot point.
Yeah.
There's the 2 points of conflict. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. Go.
Oh, I'm
And
not
you
saying
just-
I don't see the virtue of
Yeah.
improv. I certainly do. I'm saying I'm surprised that Tarantino, who is so precious about his writing, would let actors do writing for him. I would imagine him being more the guy who's like, just read what I wrote. What I wrote is genius.
I don't get the impression that he is precious.
pretty
about
humble
it.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
hearing from you guys. It's just surprising. I would have guessed that he would be that way.
Yeah, because he's very particular. When they say the words that he has written, they are very particular words. So I can see how you would probably assume that. But I think he's happy to let people riff, especially if you. I feel like if you get Chris Tucker, although Chris Tucker wasn't Chris Tucker at the time, he was just a dude. But
He's not
He
even
did
Chris
Friday,
Tucker
didn't
now. He's never been Chris
Yeah,
Tucker.
he was probably in Friday, yeah, and he probably got him specifically
Yeah, he
because
was-
he's like, I love seeing him just do that. You and Sam Jackson just do that for like an hour.
The Jackie Chan movies, he made him big. He made him very
Yeah,
big.
but those were later. Those
yeah,
were like.
but what he said was
1999,
he was never anything.
yes.
He's like, no, he is now. He actually is considered a thing now.
Maybe.
And shortly after
He's an
this
actor I know.
was The Fifth Element as well.
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah, it was Fifth Element and Money Talks
Money
and other
Talks.
stuff.
Yeah, Money Talks is what led to Rush Hour. Because that's when he worked with Brett Ratner.
yeah, and it's the whole gift of gab thing. I think people get Chris Tucker just to be like, okay, we're gonna turn the camera on him, and he's just gonna go.
Oh my God, call him.
Well, I think that's why. I mean, I assume that's why Tarantino works with Sam Jackson all the time. Because
Yeah.
Sam Jackson speaks Tarantino.
Yeah.
It's like I just point the camera at Sam, and he knows what I want, and I know I love what he does, and go Sam. I mean, you can't go wrong there. But
I was gonna say, isn't he like Tarantino's Jimmy Stewart, so to speak?
kind of is, yeah. I mean,
You know?
it's like again, what's the track record? Has he been in every Tarantino movie, or
Not
just most of
everyone,
them?
but it's like the way Tarantino talks about Sam Jackson and the way Sam Jackson reads his words. It's like it just sounds perfect to Tarantino's ears.
Well, it's the same as and vice versa. They've got kind of a
special
cinematic
relationship.
They've got a little bromance going on because and you see on the behind the scenes of
Django.
I think it was as far back as Pulp Fiction. Because he wasn't in Reservoir Dogs, but he read for Reservoir Dogs.
Okay.
And
Who did he read for?
I don't know
whatever.
probably, but Sam Jackson read for Reservoir Dogs, and he didn't quite get the part because it wasn't quite right for him. And then when they did Pulp Fiction, they actually the part was for him because he was like, oh my God, I have to make sure Sam Jackson can get in my movie next time. But yeah, Sam Jackson was like, listen, just any part, I will do it. And I think I think since then, with the exception of 4 Rooms, I think he's been in everything Tarantino's done, even if it's only a little cameo. Like he was you didn't even see his face, but he was like the smoking piano player at the bride's wedding.
He had a
in Kill Bill
voiceover.
2.
He had a voiceover in Inglourious Bastards.
And
Exactly. How do we get Sam Jackson into Inglourious Bastards? There must be a way.
You know how he first saw Sam Jackson, right?
Mm.
Or at least my impression is that he saw him in Goodfellas.
Oh yeah,
Sam
yeah,
Jackson
yeah.
was the only black guy that I can recall in Goodfellas, and because Tarantino has this weird thing where he likes to borrow actors from Scorsese,
Sure.
and he got my uncle that way for 4 Rooms.
Yeah.
The weird thing is
No, but that wasn't Tarantino's segment. That was Rodriguez's
But that's
segment.
he was like a
well,
producer
that
on
makes
that.
sense, though. Yeah.
still.
the weird thing is last night I just happened to not long after I'd watched this, I saw watching something on network and Sam Jackson, now he's the pitch man for Sprint or whatever the hell he's
Capital
doing.
One.
Capital One.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, he has turned into Jimmy Stewart. Now he looks like Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, because Sam Jackson's like pushing 70 or something. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's
he's
old
actually
now. Yeah.
shockingly older than you might think. But I was like, he's starting to show it. I was like, wow, hey, Sam, you're starting to look your age there. And
Well, he
he's
didn't
like-
he didn't hit big until he was like 40.
Yeah, he was like 41 when his first big turn happened.
So this
I think.
commercial really rocked me because I was like, wow, Sam's, when he plays himself, he's a elderly guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, the Robert De Niro doing so much, like we talked about, it's like he just opened the trunk. He didn't tell Lewis what's in the trunk. He
Yeah.
just opened the trunk with a kid's head blown off, and the way Lewis reacts, he's like,
Oh, look at
"Anybody?
that.
Yeah.
Huh? How about that?" And he looks around.
Well-
He's like, "Anybody likely to see that?" No.
So that
We're
happened.
good. So who is it?
Yeah, really. So, okay, what's the story?
So who was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I've heard it said about De Niro, it's generally true about many actors, but somebody said it specifically about De Niro that I recall, is De Niro is just as good, and just goes to what you were saying kind of earlier, is De Niro is just as good when he's listening to someone else acting.
Yeah.
If you watch De Niro watch another actor acting, and he's I think De Niro said that, really what I do is just listen to what the other actor is saying and try and, and because that's something that is a mark of acting anyway. You're supposed
Acting
to
is reacting,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're supposed to if you're just waiting for the person's mouth to stop moving so you can say your next line, you can have a career that way. But if you want to be really, really get there, you have to. If the person says a different line, you should be able to say what your character would say and not the line that was scripted.
Yeah.
If that's.
I think
I
I've
al-
heard
I
Tom
can-
Hanks say something similar about that, where people always compliment him on how he looks. Like Tom Hanks thinks well
Yeah,
on
that-
film, and
that's-
he's like, "Well, what I do is I just think."
Yeah,
I've always-
we've talked about that. That there
I
are
just-
actors that you can watch.
do a math
thinking.
problem in my head or something
You can,
like that.
you can see an actor thinking, and that kind of goes to my complaint about Pam Grier. The first half, I can't see her thinking.
Nothing there.
It's like, okay, yes, I understand that you're this woman entrapped in a situation, but I don't see
The calculation.
I want to see what you feel about that, and I'm not getting a vibe of what
Well, when
do you
was
feel
the-
about this situation.
When was the last time she worked before this movie?
She hadn't worked a lot. This was Tarantino going. Also, I'm going to
Escape
do a
from New York.
No, that was later. That when she was back, she did Escape from Los Angeles.
All right.
Because she was probably a little nervous in making this movie, right? At
I
least
would
a little
imagine.
bit?
I mean, this is
How
she
far
hadn't
in
carried
are
a
we
movie
right
since
now?
Black
Like a
Mama,
half
White
hour.
Mama, or
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm just curious as to because this is the first time we're seeing Jackie again.
Yeah, exactly.
For,
And this is really
you know.
where the plot get going.
Yeah.
We had a lot of intro. We've had a lot of exposition.
Half an hour.
Yeah,
But,
we're half an hour in
yeah.
before she actually
Do you guys
re-enters the plot.
Do you guys
so.
like Michael Keaton in this movie?
I love Michael.
I
Keaton in
love
this
Michael
movie.
Keaton in
yeah,
this movie.
he was my favorite character.
He
in the
is.
entire
And
film.
isn't it true that these two guys played the same guys in Out of Sight?
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
I know
'cause
Michael
Keaton
Keaton
did.
Yeah, Keaton did, but not this guy. But Keaton is the same guy because Out of Sight is also based on a Elmore Leonard
Yeah.
novel, and the character was in both novels.
Yes.
So
That's the Marvel universe that didn't happen.
yeah.
While we're on Michael Keaton, is it true that Beetlejuice 2 is coming?
I
they-
hope not.
They keep talking about it the same way they talk about Ghostbusters 3.
we'll
so.
see how Birdman does,
Yeah.
and then we'll see if Michael Keaton's back or not. But although Birdman looks fantastic, I
I'm
would-
weirdly
I would
excited
so-
for Birdman.
So ready for
I
that
don't
one.
even understand why I'm excited for
Yeah.
Birdman, but I
But see,
am.
like this scene especially is like, okay, she's being busted for a pretty serious crime, and I don't know how she feels about it.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree.
and
I totally agree with you.
Is she? This
I
is
think
all.
she's jaded. It's like she's just
Well, yeah.
over
Well,
it.
explanations for why her character is that way are all valid. I'm just saying, as an audience member,
Yeah.
I'm
Watching
more.
First time
I'm more.
through, I
I'm-
was just like,
I'm
what-
more bored in this scene than I could be.
She
Yeah.
had a
Just
little,
based on the context of what I know and what she knows.
Is she nervous? Is she hiding something else? Is this? I mean, later on they do the whole thing where this money's the decoy. I'm cool because you're supposed to find that. But I'm not getting
Well,
anything at
the-
this point.
the fact
I
that
see,
she- the
I
fact
see
that
a
she's
little
not
bit in her eyes. I see her going, fuck. She's,
Maybe.
she's trying not to show it, but
But
like,
you
as
also
soon
know
as-
her
as
better
soon as-
than we did. We
well,
just saw the movie for the first time.
I guess that's fair. I mean, when he pulls out, when she is doing stuff there, it's certainly very very little. But like when he's going through the he pulls out the envelope and starts going through it. You see this really brief look of fear in her eyes as she's taking a drag off the cigarette. So there's some stuff going on, but certainly she is deliberately playing it as she's just shutting down as much as possible because there is nothing she can do about this.
Right.
I love Michael Keaton.
I think the fact
Yeah.
that she wasn't they weren't emphasizing her being scared is something in itself. Because in any other film, this kind of scene, you'd see the character being nervous.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is
Yeah.
the lack of a response doesn't give me any context because
Yeah,
it could be
that's-
that she's unflappable. It could be that she's just shut down. It could be that
It could be that she's just not a good
she's
character.
just not a good
Yeah,
character.
again,
Like,
that's the thing. It's like
Without context, I don't
unfortunately,
know what the scene
Yeah,
is.
unfortunately, you can't tell if that's awesome acting or bad acting because there's just nothing to grab onto. It's like I was worried for the first half hour. It's like uh-oh, I'm not that familiar with the body of work of Pam Grier, but I know she mostly did exploitation films, So I'm like, oh, did they hang an entire movie on a woman who can't act?
Yeah.
I was a little concerned for the first 45 minutes until I was like, oh, okay, now I get where she's going. But
yeah, it's not a matter of the acting choice. It's a matter of something about the directing, I think, or at least context. I wasn't clued into what her underreacting meant.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it could have been anything from
So
me.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know who is this character. I don't get what
Right.
What is she showing us? What is I just I didn't get it. I didn't understand. And so again, the first half made sense after I saw the rest of the movie, but that made the first half pretty hard to get through in terms of I'm totally invested in this character.
Right. What's always interesting to me is hearing how Tarantino interacts with these people who aren't huge. Like he kept telling Pam Grier, "I got a script for you," and he finally showed it to her. He's like, "So, is it okay? Did you like? Are you interested?" She's like, "Are you fucking kidding
The
me?"
phone hasn't rung in a decade. Are you
right.
You
kidding
just
me?
made Pulp Fiction. I haven't done much in 25 years, and
Yeah.
you just made me the lead character.
And
in your
Robert
script.
Forster, the same thing.
Right.
Like I was looking at Robert Forster's credits because you sort of recognize him. I think we all mostly recognize him because he was in 2 episodes of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
But he hasn't. If you
No,
look at
he was also in Heroes.
Oh yeah,
which
yeah, yeah,
is
that's right.
okay. That was the TV show. Okay,
Yeah.
But but that's since obviously this is 1995. If you look at Robert Forster's credits, there's not a thing in there you've ever seen other than
Right.
something there. So
Right. This revitalized.
yeah,
his
but I
career.
think you could go farther than saying it revitalized his career
It
and
made
put
his
him in a
career.
whole new level, as it did with Pam Grier.
Right.
She went on to do many things and do TV shows and things like. I mean, there's no question that this put both of
Right.
them back on
And
the radar,
he
and that's great.
He did the same with Pulp Fiction. Did the same for Travolta.
Exactly, yeah.
So
It's like
Well, it also did that for David Carradine a little bit. I mean, it didn't
Yeah,
make David
also,
Carradine's career, but
But
there
it- yeah,
was
but
a-
it was-
but he gets these people who have kind of been out of the spotlight and
Yeah.
he brings them back
Right.
because he remembers them and he's like, everybody else should remember them. They're like, we totally should. You're right.
great. Yeah.
Let's keep doing it.
That-
But
I have
there
no
was a
problem with that at all.
Yeah, he-
there was a conversation between him and David Carradine, and he was checking in with David Carradine. He's like, "Are you liking this so far?" And David Carradine's like, "Are you kidding me? This is like the movie of my career right
Yeah.
now."
well, Pam Grier, there was there's a little anecdote that they tell in the behind the scenes of, because like you said, she hadn't really worked for a while and she figured that people didn't really know who she was or anything. So she gets called in to talk about Jackie Brown, and she goes into Tarantino's office, and there's a bunch of posters from like her exploitation movies up
Yeah.
on the wall. And it's a great line in the conversation that they had. She walks in and she looks around and she goes, "Did you put these up because I was coming over?" And he goes, "No, I was going to take them down because you were
yeah,
coming
because
over."
that's kind of embarrassing.
Wow.
Like for example, this part. I guess they're about to find the coke. Is that what's happening, or they already find the
yeah,
coke?
and she doesn't know it's there.
Yeah, and again, I didn't have it. I was like, well, I watched the whole movie. I still don't know where that coke came from or what the deal was.
I thought he planted it.
It was
It's
a gift.
no,
Yeah.
No,
it's
it was a gift from the.
It's a quiet. It's quietly explained, but basically, there's a quick reference to when he's on the phone. And I love that this is the first time she legitimately reacts in any way. What's that shit?
Right.
It's like the other times she's just chill. She's like,
Yeah.
I know
And
how
that's-
you deal with cops and blah blah blah. But it is his supplier or the guy who helps him traffic his money is also a drug supplier. So he was sending a gift for Melanie. He was sending her some cocaine, but they didn't tell Jackie about that, and so that's why she got busted. And that's another part of her turning point to be like, fuck these guys. They're just like, they don't care about me.
Yeah, they
I have to
made
be
me
the
a
one
drug
to-
mule. That
yeah.
wasn't part of the deal. I think one of the things I think about that is really the only. Everything would have been fine except for frickin' Melanie. Melanie
Yeah.
ruins everything in this movie, and so it's like it's funny how the person who doesn't seem like she would have any effect on anything is actually the instigator of just about everything that goes wrong. It's like, God damn it, Melanie!
That's that's true.
The stuff you
I
can
never thought about that.
The stuff you get away with just because you're hot. Golly. People put up with a lot of stuff from hot girls.
But then eventually they don't.
Yeah, that's the thing.
This
Well,
movie.
that's the whole thing. I mean, obviously we're still 8 light years away from that one, but the fact that, I mean, aren't we supposed to be triggered? Like, hey, they just gunned down a woman in a movie, and it was funny and misogyny, and yet I don't know if I felt that way.
Well,
How does it avoid that? How did they dance around that way?
Because it's true to the scene. It's true to the character.
and also the also
raping
the,
a woman is true to the scene too.
also
so,
the fact that the character is not the hero. It's like he is a bad guy. He has been, and we're told from the beginning.
I think that's the first time you see that, too.
Well, that's the interesting thing about it, and I was going to say it also in the scene where he was looking into the trunk. It's like you're kind of surprised by that because there were during the kind of heist segment, like Lewis is getting very, very nervous, and he's getting progressively more agitated until he finally snaps. Right?
Yeah.
But that scene is the first time that you really see him. That side of him, and yet again going back to how he's underplaying it, it's like the fact that he is so chill is the clue that he is a dangerous man. You know, the fact that he is so chill when they're talking about this guy in my trunk, I just murdered this guy, and he's like, okay, that's cool. And
You should be worried by the lack of flaps.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that he just takes everything, all this violence so much in stride, and the fact that he's been in prison for 4 or 5 years. That's very underplayed, and you don't really think about it much because he seems like a sad sack and all that stuff. But then that moment happens, and you go, oh no, this is a dangerous man, and he has been the entire time. And I think that's another thing that's really brilliant about that particular construction, and it is mostly Tarantino's construction. That's not the way that Lewis is in the novel. That was kind of the way he was reimagined for this film. So Tarantino deserves the credit for that.
It's kind of interesting how all this jibber jabber with Sam Jackson is just chess for him. Because he's got the money that he can pay him right there on the table the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
And when he finally gives up, he just opens up the purse like, fuck it, here.
No,
Well,
and
he didn't get to where he is by just putting the money on the table first.
Yeah.
He always negotiate first.
My favorite bit.
But it feels
is-
like he's begging. It's like he's begging, but it's his tactic for negotiation.
Well, my
If I
favorite.
wanted to hang on to 10,000, I'd try all the tactics too.
My favorite bit of his tactic is literally, and Max calls him out on it. He's like, is white guilt supposed to make me forget I'm running a
Yeah.
business? And Ordell acts.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Ordell acts offended, but at the same time, he's like, that was the last
it.
card.
Yeah, that's
And so here comes
all right.
the money.
God damn it! All
Gets
right.
to get paid, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Can't say I didn't try. Shit. Here you go.
I mean, of all people, I mean, possibly even more than cops. I would imagine bail bondsmen have heard every story there is.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
yeah,
You know,
I agree with that.
Because it's like, so how's your boy in prison? Well, you see, it only looks like he was carrying 18 tons of cocaine in a semi truck, because what really happened was.
Yeah, and you get that from him. He doesn't talk about it that much. I mean, it gets much more into it in the book. Like you actually see Max going out and doing the bail bondsman thing, and picking people up and tracking them down a little bit and stuff like that. And there's just sort of a reference here to. He talks about I was sitting in somebody's living room.
I was about
"How
to
is
talk
this
about
my
it.
life?"
I was like, wow, that's.
But that's actually like a scene in the book. Like, is him
Yeah.
doing that? He's thinking about Jackie, but that's like an action he's doing, and then so you're actually there in that scene when he is going, "What am I doing?"
Yeah.
But I like that it's put to here, and you just get a sense of it, and you get a sense of it from how he interacts with Ordell. Every time Ordell comes in, he's like, "No, it wasn't like that." And he's like, "I don't care. Just do you have the money or not? I don't really care what it was like. Like, just let's get down to business."
I actually really like that monologue he has about explaining why he doesn't want to be in this business anymore.
Yeah.
I was going to ask.
That's the inverse of what we were talking about as well. It's like he's the only person that Jackie can trust, and she opens up to, and he does the reverse with her.
He opens up to her too. Do you think that scene would have been helped at all by making it a bit more visual, showing that scene while he was talking about it? Because it's like it's
maybe.
totally breaking the rule. It's like they're talking about it
Yeah.
instead of showing it. It's a visual medium, and
Yeah.
it's all like on his face while I talk, and you see like what's going on in
Yeah,
his
but
eyes.
Tarantino doesn't really embody show don't tell.
Yeah, he likes to go the
Tarantino's
other way
more tell,
when
don't show.
possible.
Quentin,
I
Quentin
agree with you.
Tarantino
It's
show.
like, yeah, that's the normal thing. You would go, yeah, any sane filmmaker would have shown us that because that's a great scene. Although, as it plays out, there's no payoff to that scene. What you would get is a guy sitting on a couch and then not sitting on a couch anymore.
Yeah.
So visually, if you did it as written, you would kind of like, well, okay, what am I supposed to get from that?
Well, I think
The
you could have
thing
shown
is-
it over his monologue.
Sure, you could have, but the thing is, the more the point of that scene, yes, I think show don't tell is an important kind of maxim.
Philosophy, sure.
However, I think it's worth pointing out that
It's one of the rules Tarantino knows how to break.
well, no, but it's not just that. The point I'm trying to articulate is that show don't tell applies to what you are trying to accomplish in the scene, and you're not trying. What is being shown in that
Yeah.
scene is not
It's-
him going in and sitting on a
It's
couch.
true, it's a-
What's being shown in that scene
Is
is their
Sam explaining
connection.
it.
it's what he feels about this story he's telling.
It's
And
what
so-
it's what he feels and how that's affecting
Yeah.
their relationship.
And
so
it's
it's
yeah.
show it's and it's he's not talking about that. He's not saying I feel very close to you. I feel like I can trust you. They are showing that
when you order,
by
you,
having
if
him tell her
the
this
scene
story.
of you ordering food at McDonald's isn't a scene about the hamburger. It's a scene about what you want.
Right. And so, and I'd never really thought about approaching the show don't tell maxim that way until articulating that just now, and I think that's a
I
very,
think you're right.
very
The-
important.
You're advancing the form, man.
The important information isn't how he sat on the couch and had the gun. The
Yeah.
important information is that I just realized my life is bullshit and I don't want to do this
Right.
anymore.
This is the one moment where I'm like, I'm not on board with, because I know what's supposed to be happening here. I get it, but I'm like, I can't even see her. I don't
Yeah.
understand why he's attracted to her in this moment. Because there are moments in the film where I thought, wow, she's really pretty, and she's very attractive. But this isn't one of those scenes. She
Can't even
spends-
see her yet.
She's in the shadow
Yeah, I
most
see
of
what
the
you're
time. I'm
saying.
like, how is that? Why did you fall in love with her in that moment?
I fell in love with the back of a woman's head once. I totally get it.
And then she turned around, and it was a dude.
No, and then she turned around and became my girlfriend for 3 years. But it was the back of the head. I was like, there she is, and I swear to God,
she's got a good frequency.
it was like a superpower.
I like her signal,
It was-
whatever
it
that
was
is.
It was
But-
the craziest thing.
But
that had happened.
I think there's something to be said for that. It's possible that the whole point is he's not. It's not that he was attracted to her because of how she looked. He was attracted. He saw
There was
how
just
she was
something
walking.
about
He
her.
saw how she
So-
was kind
yeah.
of broken down by the world, and he felt some kind of connection to her there. And that was,
Yeah.
he saw, because he couldn't see really her body, he saw her spirit or whatever, however you want to put it. It's like, I think that's what the idea is there that he fell in love with.
Something about Bob Forster looks like a cartoon in a book for very young children. Just his facial proportions. He's got that like sort of sweet
He does.
old man face.
He-
Just something about the size of his eyebrows, the size of like the space between his nose and his lips.
20 more years.
size of
He's
his
gonna be,
eyes.
20 more years. He's going to be the guy from Up.
Yeah, he's just got like he just looks like he's the goodly neighbor old guy in a book for 2-year-olds that your mom
Yeah.
reads, and there's no words, just pictures.
Go next
Like,
door to Mr. Johnson if there's problems.
I can imagine him being created very, very vividly in pastel. Is what I'm saying. I could.
He also appeared in the movie.
A lot of going out on a limb on this episode.
Yeah, really. What the hell?
He also appeared in the movie D Wars or Dragon Wars. I don't know.
I
don't know
did
if
not-
anybody-
You could be making that movie up. As
No,
far as
it's-
I know.
yeah. How did this crowd not see that?
What did
movie?
he do in Breaking
It
Bad?
was so bad.
He was a
the
gun runner guy.
He was
No.
he was the guy who
Vacuum shop, right?
He was the guy who
Vacuum shop, yes, but
He was the guy who makes you disappear.
Oh,
Yes, that's
that's right. Oh, he was awesome in that.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
He's
You don't even-
playing this guy.
Right.
That's what this guy did. After this is clearly
say-
what Robert Forster's character did once he got out of the bail bond business.
Who better to teach you how to disappear than Robert
Then
Forster?
Robert Forster, because he's the guy who used to have to find you when you disappeared. So, and I think somewhere in there that's the logic of it. It's like, yeah, it's the same guy. Let's just get Robert Forster. That'd be perfect.
But yeah, he played the Obi-Wan kind of character because there was something magical about the fucking dragons and stuff, of course. And he meets this kid, and he's in a kimono and shit. It's crazy. It's hilarious.
Robert Forster in a kimono in a dragon movie. I'm trying to get my head around that.
It is amazing. That movie is so bad. I like it.
It's called D Wars.
It's called
I've heard the
Dragon
title.
War D War or something.
Yeah, I've heard the
It's
title.
So bizarre, and it's like because they're really just giant snakes, and it's like there's this disaster movie, and it's a disaster movie, and it's kind of like an asylum movie. The most amazing thing is every time it goes back to the police who are trying to deal with the situation, it's like they know less about the situation than they did in the previous.
Sounds like we need to do that movie.
Yeah.
No, I think I would have almost liked the sort of how this plays out between him and Jackie better if we didn't have the scene, the slow walking song scene where he falls in love when she's walking at him. If he just says, you want to get a drink because he's a nice guy, and over the course of this conversation he falls in love with her, I would buy more, because I kind of Anthony's same thing with that shot where it's like, okay, so we're just sort of arbitrating that he fell in love with her because she's walking in a way that he likes.
I don't know if I would say fall in love with her. I mean, obviously,
Whatever, smitten.
But yeah, well, just
Yeah,
he's
smitten's a good
interested. There's something about her. So he says, I want to get, I want to know more.
He doesn't ask all the people he picks up to
Yeah.
go for a drink. You know, there's got to be something there.
Yeah, I feel like that revelation should have happened after he had talked to her.
The well, I guess it's throwing back to,
Or at least was
what
closer
you
than 70 feet
classically
away.
see in old romance. But I fell out of. Oh, when he was talking about when he decided to give up being a bail bondsman, the only flashback moment that they show is that moment when Jackie Brown and him meet for the first time, and after that they go back to the.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm starting to wonder if all that other shit he said really had anything to do with him wanting to give up.
Right. Oh, that's a good point too. You know, it's
I thought that was the point of the scene, was that he's lying. The reason is he wants to quit is because Jackie. That's what I got from it first read.
Right. I think that that's certainly in there as well. There's certainly that aspect of because I get that out of it as well. But I think that really did happen. You know, the bit of him sitting alone in the living room with a gun or whatever. I think that is something that really happened. Especially now, having read the book, it's like, oh well, that scene really happened in the book. Although Tarantino could have just used it as inspiration. But I think, yeah, Jackie is the reason, and he can't bring himself to say that, so he's talking about this other
Right.
thing that happened recently. He had already decided he didn't want to do it, and then he went and did the living room thing, and he's like, okay, for sure though, I do
Right.
not want to do this.
Right. Going back to the whole thing about how Tarantino's like super humble with people, it was interesting. I vaguely remember him approaching the writer and talking about how he wanted to make her black, and I think he was nervous about it.
Oh yeah.
And the writer's like, "You can do whatever you want. You're Tarantino."
Yeah. Oh, Elmore Leonard loved this.
Yeah, I would
He thought
imagine
this was
so.
great.
Yeah.
Because he apparently, as an author, and you know, not every author is like this. Certainly, a lot of authors are very precious about their writing. But he was totally like, I don't care. I wrote the book. It's there.
Yeah.
People can read it if they want. You do your thing with it. Have fun.
This is I just read that about John Scalzi. He wrote the book Red Shirts, which is being turned into a TV show. He said that one of the studio or production people called him to go, hey, so I want to talk to you a little bit about we were adapting the thing. He's like, oh yeah. She says, so we're gonna make some changes for the show, different from the book. And he was like, well, yeah, I mean, duh.
I figured.
Yeah, and she was like, and she said, he quoted her as response. She goes, "Oh, good, I can talk to you." Because it was kind of that thing, like, yes, we paid you a huge lump sum of money to turn your thing into a TV show, and we're gonna do things with it. And apparently, some people lose their shit, but this Scalzi wasn't one of them, and Elmore Leonard wasn't one either. He's like, jeez.
What else did he write?
Old Man's War?
Get Shorty was in Elmore Leonard, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're talking
Wait,
about Elmore
Or
Leonard.
Scalzi or who?
Yeah,
We're talking about
no,
Scalzi or Elmore Leonard. Scalzi is a non sequitur.
Yeah,
back to Elmore Leonard.
I think you're referring to Elmore Leonard.
Elmore
Yeah,
Leonard,
Elmore Leonard.
Get
Didn't he
Shorty.
write Get Shorty?
He
Wasn't
did.
that another one? And also
Elmore Leonard
whatever
Old Man's
Out
War.
of Sight was based on, whether
Yeah.
it was called Out of Sight or whatever else, that was an Elmore Leonard.
I don't think I finished that movie.
Get Shorty.
No, Out of Sight.
Out of Sight. After the booty scene, it's there's nothing really to hang on to.
And then
He wrote Twister?
No, he didn't.
I
Really?
assume. I mean,
Did he really?
No.
No.
Be Cool is a sequel to Get Shorty, so I assume there was a book that was based on as well.
Big
Was there a
Fat Liar?
movie called Be Cool?
There was a movie called Be Cool.
Okay,
yeah,
that
so.
makes sense.
Get Shorty feels totally different than this movie.
Well, it was a different, crew and
different
stuff
different
as well.
setting, but it's again, check me on this. I'm not an Elmore Leonard expert.
No,
but in my
I'm
brain,
fairly
I
certain you're
think he
correct.
wrote.
That
Yeah, he's
sounds right to me.
he's a very he's a very specific kind of novelist. People, as a novelist, people admire him. People who love his stuff love his stuff. Apparently, he's dialogue, especially.
Yeah.
Which is why probably Tarantino. The only time Tarantino ever adapted anything is this, and it makes sense that, as you said,
People with a voice.
as you said, some of this dialogue is from the book, and yet it feels very Tarantino-esque. Well, that's not probably a coincidence. That's probably why
Why he did it.
Tarantino. Like the story goes about Kubrick when he was trying to figure out what movie he was going to make next. He's sitting in his office with a huge stack of books, and his assistant talked about how hearing every 10 minutes it would be this thud.
Yeah.
And that's that's Kubrick throwing reading 20 pages of the book and throwing it against the wall and picking up the next one, and she knew he was onto something when the thud stopped, and that was the Shining, but so it's just like you're going, okay, I can adapt anything I want because I'm famous and hot right now. No. Hey, this feels like me already. I think I'll look at this one.
In the chat, Herc says apparently Elmore Leonard wrote the short story that was turned into 3:10 to Yuma. Which okay,
that means he'd be around a long time. Back to because 3:10 to Yuma was 50s, I believe.
All right, so
I didn't understand the point of the light thing. Like I knew what Sam Jackson was trying to do, but it wasn't slick. At all.
Well, again, that's the whole point. It's like he thinks he's slick and he's not.
Yeah, and she's like, this
but he was
going to shoot me. I know it.
It's like it was established that he was slick when he was with Chris Tucker. He managed to like twist his arm to get into the trunk.
That's just because
I think that to me that more indicated that Chris Tucker is so not slick. Because again, I was like, dude, whatever you do, don't get in the trunk, man.
Right.
This is right here.
I agree with you though, Anthony.
Right
I get mixed signals on Ordell the whole movie.
Right here, you're supposed to. I think. Right here, you're seeing the Tarantino come in and kind of beat Tarantino. And the 70s feel again, because who does split screens? Nobody since the 1970s.
That's one of the things, and it's a mystery that we may never know the answer to, but it's true of any movie. Is I see stuff like that, and that's when I go, "Hello, Sally Menke." Mm-hmm. Because I see her like taking these mounds of footage and kind of going, okay, but when do we get the piece of information in that she has the bounty hunter's gun? It's like, there's no way. If we cut to him, it's just no, that didn't work. Fuck it, just do a split screen. And I think there are times when Tarantino gets credit for like, oh, look at the amazing artful way he suddenly
went to
this, this kind of style choice. And it's more like, this is just the easiest way. I kind of shot myself into a corner there, and I had to get that information in. So I just said, what the hell? Why don't we just burn it in the corner and in a cloud or something like that? And but those are, and it happens many times.
I have the script here. I'll check it.
Yeah, and it happens.
But I mean, certainly he is, and he is acknowledged. He is like, oh man, she has saved my ass.
Because I see that to me, and
she passed away, right?
She did.
Yeah, unfortunately, tragically, just a couple years ago. So Django is the first movie that she didn't edit for him. I see that several times because there'll be like. The movie doesn't have a style as far as like, here's what the title card looks like. But every so often there'll be a random title card, and every so often there'll be a random "what time is it" card. But that's not a style that's carried through the whole movie. It seems like
they need
it
to
literally
say
just shows up like, look, okay, we just need to tell people this right now, and so put it on the screen. And it's not a motif. It's just, by the way, it's 4:15.
It's literally an editor's note.
Yeah, really.
Well, why do you need to know that
the split screen is in the script?
It's written in.
It's written in.
But why do you need to know?
Okay, so
but it's not all the time. Certainly, Sally
well,
Menke
so the idea. Okay, so that's then it's not Sally Menke. Okay, fine. It is Quentin. Quentin recognizing like. Okay, I need to I don't want to tip that she's got his gun because that kills all my suspense in the scene. But I don't want to go. I don't want people to be wondering, well, where did she get the gun? If she had a gun all along, what the hell? And be thinking about it. So literally, all right, I'll just do a fucking split screen.
Yeah,
and just do it. Just arbitrarily,
which is fantastic because you're not losing the tension of the scene by cutting away from it. Like you said, you're not diffusing it entirely by showing her steal the gun in the first place, and you're not distracting the audience going, where the hell did this come from for the rest of this scene by only explaining
Also, what's
it
the
later.
provenance of that script? Because is that a production draft, or is that this is the published draft after the movie? Because those are always fishy.
It's like the novelization.
Yeah,
of the
it's like the novelization.
Oh,
of the
no.
script.
This is a production draft from...
All right, good enough.
Yeah. But, well...
You go, Quint?
Got all Pawn Stars there for a second.
And
you got provenance on this?
Yeah. And but to be fair, Tarantino is and again, this is something that you can read the scripts and see it. He doesn't give a fuck. Like if he wants to put in a title card, he just will.
And that's what I'm
he'll
saying.
have written those in.
And I think somewhere, probably there's somewhere in those between there's a crossover.
Yeah,
Sally Menke often would, I would suspect at time, knowing that that's fair.
Yeah.
Knowing it's like, hey, so I tried to make sense of that, that scene, and it's like, you know what? I think we need to kind of keep telling people what time it is. Like, sure, put that in. Again, the fact that. Oh, well, see, if we do it one time, it'll be this weird sore thumb. Yeah. Clearly, that does not bother Quentin.
No.
Quentin will go, I'll just do that. Sure. It's all about just getting through this moment and making the audience go, okay, I get what's going on. That's fine. Just like, surely someone has asked him, okay, when Uma Thurman does the square, what the fuck was that, man? But it's a thing he did.
And
for
his
some
answer
reason.
is, I thought it was fucking cool.
I thought it was kind of cool. It was like, I thought,
it occurred to me that I could.
normal people don't do that because there's a reason for it, but you just freaking did it.
It's
And
ADD. It's just
it's
it's
crazy that you
directorial
got away
ADD.
with that. But
I
okay.
wanted to make sure you saw a square.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
I wanted to see
Get it?
it.
No, and let me just draw the square. There's a square.
Yeah.
It's just like, I think they should see a square there.
To this day, that's the thing that makes me go, Pulp Fiction's okay, but did you see when she drew a square in space? I mean, just what the hell? That movie? No, fuck that movie. No, it's over for me. But
No.
I thought
So, okay, so
I
I'll give-
associated that square with them being on drugs for some reason. I don't
That
know
too.
why.
That's certainly the case.
Oh,
But
I didn't
again,
have that, but I
again,
get it.
you could. It's like if he really wanted to play that up, he
Well, it's
would
just
kind of make those things happen constantly. But he just did it once.
Which he
'cause
just did
thought
it once, and
he
it's
was
a
fun.
total fucking aside. Like, it's
Yeah.
not like this is a scene where she talks about the square. She's just like, she says something. She's like, that'd be about square, and like she just said like that's how I feel about it. Or it's just like a tossed away side note where it's like what. We just introduced this whole graphical element
Yeah.
for a thing, like a line that could, like in other takes, that line wasn't there.
Yeah.
She said it in that take. It's just a random fucking line. Why did you drop the box?
why is the square there? Yeah, I know. It's like
People have puzzled over this.
that's I Pulp Fiction loses 15 points of its total because of that shot for me, and I'm not the only one because I saw it on a list the other day of like, it was all about, movies that have like one weird thing and someone went right to that, like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, okay, so it's not just me. That's fine.
No,
I
that's
always thought it was fun as a weird affectation.
Oh yeah. Well,
But I'm not a fan of weird affectations.
Yeah.
So
But that's
I had roommates in college.
I mean, yeah. Pulp Fiction. That's the thing. It's either to your flavor or not, because Pulp Fiction is just a mountain of weird affectation, and that's
here's the
why
thing.
people love it.
Well, and meanwhile,
The people who love it, that's
about
why they love
that
it.
that same kind of shit happens about 18 times in Kill Bill, but I buy it in that context
Sure.
because Kill Bill is just a blender of like whatever the hell I thought of that day all
Yeah.
thrown into the movie. It's 18 different styles.
There's
and
a
18
black and
different
white scene in
genres.
that movie, isn't there?
There's a cartoon
scene.
There's an anime scene.
Yeah,
I mean,
all right.
again, Kill Bill, anything goes. I mean, if in Kill Bill, if Uma Thurman had drawn a square in space and then stood on it to cut someone's head off, I would have been. That's fine.
She draws the stair
'Cause
steps.
it's that kind of movie.
She just draws these stair steps on the
Exactly.
screen and then
You're-
walks up them.
You're absolutely right. I'm thinking of that. I'm like, yep, fits.
Yeah.
Totally would.
There's
yeah.
a scene in Kill Bill where she's standing on the tip of a guy's freaking
Yeah. Sword,
So
yeah.
it's a that
Yeah.
movie
He
is
makes
that
cartoons.
movie is that movie.
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction didn't strike me as being that kind of movie. So
Why is Kill Bill your favorite? I don't understand.
Just because I like the kung fu.
That's it.
That's really and because of
I like how simple and direct it is. It's very easy to under. It's
I
a,
haven't-
it's a Tarantino movie with an obvious saleable premise, which most of them don't have.
Yeah.
Inglourious Bastards has one, and Kill Bill has one.
yeah.
Everything else is sort of like just watch these characters be really cool for a while.
So again, by the way, we're kind of talking over this whole the coffee scene conversation. The moment I think that it was actually the last night. It was when she held the gun on Ordell that it was like, oh, she's a character now. She's not gonna let. She's
that's-
no longer.
Finally,
gonna
I'm
be
like,
pushed around.
okay, well now I finally get a point of view from this character.
Yeah.
So from here on out, like I said, I if I was gonna be Sally Minky Jr., I would kind of go, okay, so how much of this first 45 minutes can we lose now and still make the back half make sense?
But their conversations are the only time that she is not trying to play some kind of game. She's not playing him.
Yeah.
He's not playing her. They're both on equal footing, and that's the only case that exists between two characters in this movie, and that's where. It's fascinating because they're building a romance between these characters without ever doing
Forster
anything
doesn't play games with
romantic.
anyone
That's
else.
what they're doing.
He's not playing a game with like Samuel L. Jackson.
But he's not sweet
Well,
to anybody else.
he's a little bit because he's got to kind of keep some emotional distance, because he's got to watch for whatever Jackson's play is.
Yeah.
He's- like I said, he's a bail. With everyone else, he's a bail bondsman. I'm
Maybe-
running a business, so I'm always on the lookout for somebody's bullshit.
maybe the better way
And
to
I'm
put
not
it
gonna
is-
give you away all my information either.
The pair of them is the only pair of any characters in this movie that is an unguarded pairing.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
Sure, I can see it.
That they're just like, oh, this is like a person I can just talk to. That's so awesome.
Yeah, where do I get that?
Yeah.
Now,
Nowhere.
here's another thing, and this
Because everyone's got their affectations. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about. It's like Sam Jackson is putting up a front in that opening scene.
Yeah.
Lewis is putting up this huge chill front when he's this extraordinarily
He's actually a
violent guy.
seething maniac.
Yeah,
inside.
exactly. Everybody is putting up a front, and this is the only time their fronts get to come down, and that's how their relationship kind of blooms. And I think
Did it bother-
that's a fascinating way to do it.
Did it bother either of you that this was all done in profile.
It
little weird, but it's all right.
took me out a little bit, but
It
Well,
was-
when he enters, the first shot when he walks into her house is this dead-on, like, elevation shot of the side of Forrester's head. And I remember thinking, whoa,
Well-
Wes Anderson, how you doing?
Well, it just came off of that
Yeah.
shot when Sam Jackson left. It was the same exact shot.
I
When-
forgot about that, but you might be right.
But it's distracting me that she's got this moment where she's opening up and explaining why she's the way she is.
We can't see her face.
And we can't see her. Yeah, it's all from the side of her face. It's like, why did you do that?
I was it's not so much that they're cutting from profile to profile. It's just like I wanted to see faces a little more. I would have, I wasn't there 15 years ago when this was shot, but it's like she's good. She's doing some good work there. I would
Get
have.
close to
I'd
the
like,
eye line, yeah.
I'd like to see like both eyes if that's possible.
Now, here's a...
But then you never again. I guess we'll
He's got his
never know.
reasons.
But it's like sometimes you get an editorial and you go, where she really landed it was in that full-on weird side
Profile,
shot.
yeah.
Like, well, if we're gonna go with that, then we're kind of stuck with Bob doing the same. Otherwise, it's gonna cut funny. So let's make that the scene. It's parallel.
I love how Michael Keaton just behaves.
Yeah.
He's like
Like,
Bill
but-
Blazejowski became a cop.
Yeah.
Which is so great. And if you don't know that reference, then rent Night Shift immediately because
He's just jittery.
yeah.
The profile thing could you could also make the argument maybe his thing was creatively is like this isn't about them opening up to us, it's about them opening up to each other.
You're good at... You give good Tarantino.
Yeah.
That's such a fucking Tarantino thing for you to say.
Yeah, that's such a film school. Yeah, your dissertation on this movie is half written.
I can
already.
imagine him saying that, like, and he's
Yeah.
waving his hands while he's saying
Yeah.
it, man.
Yeah. See what I was trying to go
They're
for.
not trying to open it. They're talking
What
to
Sally-
each other.
what
It's
Sally
not about
told
you.
me-
It's not about you, man.
What Sally told me I had been doing
All
in
right.
that scene when we
Yeah,
got it
all right.
together.
Well, that is part of it too. It's entirely possible that that's what he was feeling in
It's
the
such a
moment,
good
and he could
Tarantino
not
thing to
have.
say.
He
Yeah.
could not have. He might not have been able to articulate it, but he might have just been like, "This feels right. It doesn't feel
Yeah.
right being here. It feels
Yeah.
right being
and
here."
that's perfectly fine. It's again this is the guy who Uma Thurman drew a square in space, so obviously he's like that's how I felt it, and that's fine. And I got no problem with that. It's just Anthony was the one to raise the question, like, isn't it kind of weird that we're,
Yeah.
how,
Yeah, yeah.
how do
Yeah,
you
yeah.
feel about that? And it's like my answer, yes. It's I see what you're doing. I don't hate you, but I just
I found
it's
it
not-
distracting.
Yeah, it's not working for me.
I didn't buy into him her opening up to him at
Yeah.
all. It's like I would have felt that more if it was.
If you
on
were
her
like
face.
Spielberg, he would have started to shift. It starts parallel, and then
Yeah.
starts
Sure.
to move together and start to cross. I mean, again, that's like film school 101 stuff, but it's not like it's bad if you do it. Back to the Keaton here, it's like I was really struck because Keaton's been also talking about someone who's been off the radar for a good long time,
Yeah.
and this obviously was a long time ago, relatively speaking. But it made me realize like I just Michael Keaton is good. He's so good, and to see him play this kind of character, this character's just got this energy that's just so pent up that just gets he can't even like walk down a hall without his exploding in all directions. And I love that character, and he spent most of his career being that character. Like I said, his big debut was in Night Shift, where he enters the movie Night Shift just like Jack Black enters the record store movie, the
High Fidelity.
High Fidelity.
Bow, 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 hey, guys.
Literally the same way. He comes bursting in through a door and just like,
It's like
blows
Kramer.
the doors off a scene, and everyone just watches him do it. That's how he enters Night Shift too. That was like, hello, this is a new actor named Michael Keaton. You might enjoy him. And he just comes in and just. Wow, who is this guy? And he was that guy in Beetlejuice and everything else. And it was very interesting. And one of the main reasons why people were like, Batman, oh, it's a tragedy, is because he went exactly the opposite direction
The
for
more
Batman.
things change.
Yeah, exactly. When he played Batman, it was all about stillness, and suddenly he wasn't moving anymore. He would just stand there, and when he was Batman, he would stand there. But as Bruce Wayne, he would just stand there and look and react, and we'd never seen him do that before. So
We're used to him being the electric guy.
yeah, exactly. So seeing this was so
So
refreshing.
it's kind
It's
of like people saying it was kind of like if they had announced Jim Carrey being Batman.
that's
it's like,
absolutely
what?
yeah. It's exactly what that was.
And then he does the Majestic with a mask on.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just like, why? What? What?
So
Did you like Batman when it first came out?
yeah, but I had nothing invested in. I was like, a movie about Batman, which is about a guy who dresses as a bat, I guess, which is a thing some people like.
That'll never catch on.
Yeah, it's like it was fine. It was it was pretty, and Jack Nicholson was fun, and it was a thing. It was like the law. You had to see that movie. So
Robert
it was
De
no big
Niro, he's
deal.
amazing.
But I was one of the things I really liked about this movie and made me, go, oh yeah, it's like I love frenetic Michael Keaton. I just love that he's that thing where he just can't sit still. I like him when he's in that mode.
Like he keeps shifting, like crossing his legs in different ways and shit.
Yeah.
He's leaning over. It's
What's the TV show he did? He did recently. Not recently, but it was a few years ago.
Keaton.
Yeah, Keaton.
He was the lead guy on Breaking Bad.
Yes,
Heisenberg.
yes, that's right.
No,
That's
you
who
had
he
a
is.
huge show.
Oh, it was him the whole time.
I don't remember.
I don't
Keaton
remember
being
him
on
being
TV
in a
recently.
TV show.
I'll
I
look
think it was a
up real
cable
quick.
show.
I want to watch it now. 'Cause, yeah, I like watching.
Michael Gita.
I was just going to
Michael
ask
Gita.
if it was like if he behaved the same way in that show.
I think he's been. We'll see. I'll see what it is. But if it was a drama, I would imagine not. Probably.
Yeah. So there's a lot of what's weird is it looks like at the time because when I watch movies these days for the show, I'll go back and read the contemporary reviews in addition to
At the
everything
time,
else,
yeah.
just to get the sense of like how did this hit? Like at the time, like people like it was weird to go back and do that for like Return of the Jedi or even Empire, where it's like people like. Nowadays, people talk about Empire like everyone thought it was The Godfather when it came out. There was it's like an 80-20 split on Empire if you go back and read it. Some people are like, fuck this movie.
Oh well, because especially because of how the how it just
It's just totally
ended.
different tone and everything, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I was reading the some of the contemporary articles about this, in addition to more recent analyses that say things like, you see, it's just like the shot in The Graduate, but you're supposed to notice that she's black. Thanks, guys.
Stop
That's
it.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Um,
really. Yeah.
You know,
Dig deeper.
one of the contemporary things that showed
Just a
up
little.
Yeah.
in a lot
Look
of
closer.
one of the contemporary things that showed up in a lot of those reviews at the time was the word blaxploitation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I don't see exactly how this. Like, I don't see even the argument of how this could be considered a blaxploitation movie. There are black people in it. Pam Grier was in a lot of blaxploitation movies, I guess, but this isn't.
It's
There's
got
nothing
this-
blaxploitation about the
No,
movie.
it's got this-
qua movie for me.
Well, it's got the it's got the kind of 70s vibe. It's not fully blaxploitation, and granted, I'm certainly no expert on it. I've seen a
Yeah.
couple of things. I've seen Sweet Sweetback's Badass Song and a couple of other blaxploitation movies from the time. But
like,
I think mostly the connection.
I think it's just Pam Grier.
Yeah, I think it's
a
if
little
there's-
more than
if-
that.
If there's a thematic connection because he's recast Jackie as a black character and stuff like that, blaxploitation is very much about the black man, or in this case, woman, getting it over on the man.
Yeah.
You
It's
know?
very
and
very
so it's not as kind of
Well,
raw.
well,
and,
that's
and
black
messy.
empowerment. That's not
blaxploitation is a movie for a black audience. It's like
Yeah.
we're going to make There's movies we make for normal people, and then there's the movies we make for the black
I think
people.
Django Unchained is closer to being a black
I'm
exploitation.
with you
I
on that
would-
one.
yes,
Yeah, it very much is. I mean,
The
but a
Company,
black,
by the way, is
but
the name of it.
it's you can be fooled a little bit because only in blaxploitation movies and Quentin Tarantino movies do you have a scene where two black guys will go, "Shit, nigga, chill out. I got to get paid." There's only two kinds of movies, and
no one
that'll
else would
be
make that fucking scene.
is blaxploitation, and then Tarantino made it mainstream in his movies. But you don't see it in a lot of other movies. I haven't seen one of those scenes in a Spielberg movie. So it's got a vibe, that vibe, that Tarantino vibe. Blaxploitation informs all of Tarantino's
It's
movies.
just shitty 70s movies, really.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's more his thing, and there's
Oh,
overlap.
yes. Oh well,
Yeah.
yes.
But
I mean,
it's just,
that's how-
I was
he's-
struck by
he's
how
never
weird it was.
made any bones
'cause
about that.
I feel like if Tarantino was like trying, as he does, to do like his blaxploitation movie, you'd know it.
Well,
there
that's-
would be
That's-
no
that- I
argument.
would agree that's
That's
Django.
Django.
I would
Yeah,
agree that
like,
Django.
you'd fucking
because
know.
there were because there was about 8 blaxploitation movies that were about a slave who
Yeah.
killed his white masters. So there's about including
the
one called
quint-
Django, as
that's
I
like
recall.
that's like
but it was
archetypical.
yeah, that's what all of them were about. So that's very much. So.
Going back to what you were talking about contemporary reviews, if you go back and watch the reviews of Siskel and Ebert doing Reservoir Dogs, they hated it. They shit
I'm not
all
surprised.
over it.
I'm not
And then they
surprised.
watch Pulp Fiction, they're like, okay,
We
this
sorta
guy's
get it.
improving. This guy's actually pretty decent.
You
Then
got to
they-
get used to Tarantino, I guess, in
Yeah,
their
but
defense.
then they watched Jackie Brown and they talked about it for like 20 minutes. They loved the shit
That's
out
right,
of this movie.
because this was it looked like he was improving, and
Yeah,
then
it's a growth,
and then
yeah.
most people
You
didn't
can see
like
the progression.
yeah, and then most people didn't like that it progressed to this. They're like, go back to the cartoon thing with squares in the air, and so he was like, fine, the whole next movie is going to be all fucking squares in the air all the time. Yeah.
Now this is his Zach Braff moment. The Delphonics, they'll change your life, man.
Yeah.
Listen to this song; it'll
Yeah.
change your life.
Yeah.
One of the things that Tarantino said was that
Well, it starts with
when,
it, you know.
when he was young, he wanted to make like 1 million fucking movies. He wanted to make as many movies as possible.
Yeah.
And then he finished Reservoir Dogs. He's like, you know what? Life is short.
Yeah. That's how you feel until you try and do one. You're like, Jesus
So
Christ.
every movie I make is just going to be 1 million movies. That's how I'm going to do it.
He fit the 1 million movies
Yeah.
into 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's great.
See, just as far as the locations, they just find these places that haven't changed a bit in 50 years.
Yeah,
So it just looks like the 70s.
A lot of them still
One of
feel
them-
that because this is Hermosa Beach and the Del Amo Mall and all that stuff. That's where I grew up. The
Ooh, what kind of music were you listening to? I can make it a Tarantino scene in my head.
yeah the food court. I'm like, that's my food court.
Yeah,
that's the food court I went to
hey.
every weekend. There's you can't see it, but if they turn around, there's a Chick-fil-A over there and a Sbarro over there. It's like
Sparrow went bankrupt. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
crazy.
Sparrow's gone.
Why did,
Or
why did
unless
he,
someone buys them.
Why did he feel compelled to mention that it's the biggest indoor mall in the world? Like,
Especially
why is
'cause
that
is
so
it?
important?
I think
Mall of America was done.
How is
by
that
then,
not the
wasn't
Mall
it?
of America? Guess it depends on your definition.
Someone in
Yeah.
the chat room, can
Maybe
someone
at
do
the time.
research?
I
think it was at the time.
At the time,
What's
when
that
it
mall
opened,
called?
it was
The
Del Amo.
Del Amo.
Faye told me that
Del
they
Amo
tore that
Mall.
mall down.
No,
Yeah.
well, the Del Amo Mall, you've been there, but now it's no longer an indoor mall; it's an outdoor mall, and they've completely
They
revamped
blew the
it.
roof off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And they probably took out the Sbarro.
yeah, it's a completely. Actually, I think
I was just saying.
Way to bring it back.
This is my most
no.
important thing.
Actually, I think that
For 5 years, we've been doing this
the
podcast,
food
so I
court
could
is
make
still
that
there.
clear to you.
I think the food court is still there, and a bunch of the same franchises in this movie are still there, almost 20 years later,
Except
as
for-
I recall.
Except for
Is that where
For
the,
Sbarro.
is that where
Sbarro.
the AMC and BJ's is? Is that what you're
Yes,
talking about?
yes,
Okay.
that one. That's the back end that no longer exists.
We just said that we just degenerated into a scene from a Tarantino film. Okay, I want you guys to do 10 minutes on what used to be in the Del Amo Mall and go.
Is that where he grew up? Was Torrance?
Yes, he used to be a he used to work at a video store. I think it might have been a Blockbuster, but it might have been a mom and pop.
No, I think it was a mom and pop
He used to
place.
work at a video store in Hermosa Beach.
When did he
or
when did he
Redondo
hit big?
Beach.
Like how old is he when he hit big? Because he was older, right?
He was in his late 20s, I think. I'd have to look it up. I could totally be wrong about that, but he was the guy that you go in. He was nuts about movies and stuff like that, and he'd recommend shit that you'd never heard of, and everyone's like, "I just came here for Dumbo, okay?" And
I just came here for Dumbo.
and
You got to see Black Mama, White
Yeah,
Mama
exactly.
with Pam Grier. Like, yeah, I think my kids would rather have maybe the Dumbo movie.
But I recall I've known some people. I think my dad may have even gone in there for rentals. But there are people there
and came back going, there's this one
Yeah.
guy. You do not want to get that guy.
there are people around who would be like, I remember when Quentin Tarantino would rent me movies. Like I
Wow.
fucking remember that kid, and he was nuts.
Yeah, really.
but they look at it now and they go, I totally see. Looking back, I'm like, totally see it.
There was
Totally see how
only
this
two
happened.
ways that was going to play
Yeah.
out: movie director or serial killer. It was
Yeah.
going to be one of the two.
You ever hear him talk about making his very, very first his first attempt at making a feature?
Mm-mm.
It was over the course of like 3 years or something like
Yeah,
that.
that'll happen.
And he kept shooting these rolls of film, and he would stick it in the fridge because he didn't have the money to develop it.
Mhm.
And it was all shit. He
Sure.
could it wasn't developing properly when he finally
It was
did.
Coven.
But he said he could still see his style. He could see the Tarantino in there. Like, it was weird to see him refer to himself that way.
Mhm.
It's like you could still see Tarantino in there,
Mhm.
but it wouldn't cobble together. So
Just to bring it back in the chat, Herc says Del Amo was the 5th largest mall in the United States
at the time,
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the /was really means.
Well,
Like,
who says? Here's the question:
Yeah.
Who says that?
Well,
About
the
Del
movie
Amo
does.
Mall?
It's a title card.
fucking Sally Menke, sir.
Yeah,
That's the answer to your
Sally
question.
Menke or somebody.
Sally Menke just doesn't know about the Mall of
This is
America.
one thing, but
It was a pretty damn big mall. I gotta tell you that. You could walk around there.
I would
for
I would not have any trouble believing that at the time it opened, it would have been the largest
Oh,
indoor.
okay. Maybe.
That would make sense. And the fact
Would
that
be
people
hilarious.
So
is
they
if
kept
the
still-
idea that people would still continue to call it that 20 years after that was no longer true. They're like, the Del Amo Mall is the 20th largest and the biggest largest in the world.
It would be
Actually, no,
hilarious.
there's 5 in China that are larger than that.
is if in
love
1997 there's a bigger mall, but in 1971 it was the
Yeah,
biggest.
exactly. So
So,
there's-
it's just like
everyone's
just in this
still in the
title card.
70s.
It's 1971 in this title card.
Yeah.
is all we're saying.
There's Jimmy Carter, who was president of the United States, by the way.
Jimmy Carter, the president.
the more the. again, just rewatching this, and now that we've talked about De Niro, because I've watched it and I've enjoyed everyone's performances, but now that you guys are talking about it, I'm watching De Niro, and
He's
every
awesome.
time he's on screen, I'm like, oh my god, like he's
Because you know what De Niro's like, and he's not doing that. He's doing something else.
But not only that, just
It's
all
awesome.
all the stuff his character is doing. It's like he's chilling with her, and they just had sex, and so now they're kind of doing a thing. But already you see, like, she's just yammering in his ear, and he's like sucking so hard on that bong.
Yeah,
he's like,
like,
please just chill me out. I need
boy.
something
Oh, boy.
to get me out of this. She's
I would
driving
really
me
like
up
to
the
kill
wall-
her now.
Up the wall, yeah.
Boy, would I like to kill her.
he's like just like dripping Clorox into his bong.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
just-
He's trying so
Say
hard. It's
something.
like, be cool, be cool, be cool. Like, you just see him telling himself that over and
That's
over
the thing.
again.
It's like you don't have to know what he's thinking, but he's thinking, man. There's something going on behind his eyes. And
Yeah.
it's like, wow.
He just, I just love the. It says this is a guy who's kind of fuzzy from his last 5 years being spent in prison. It's just perfect. It's really subtle. It's just perfect. And as soon as it was pointed out to me, I was like, oh my god, he's really amazing.
Yeah.
Now that you say that, I'm blown away by how much he's pulling this off. And I usually don't actually care much.
Look at the
about
body
De Niro.
language. Look, he's a
Yeah.
coiled spring there. It's like
Mhm.
he's making you think like he's going to reach over and strangle her right now. It might happen.
Yeah, I usually don't actually particularly care for De Niro. Like I didn't really like Taxi Driver that much, for instance. Godfather. I can just
I liked him in Godfather.
yeah, and like Untouchables. It's fun to watch him be Al Capone, mostly because I like the way his face squinches when he says enthusiasm.
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 But I don't think I've ever liked Robert De Niro more than I like him in this movie, and he's not even being himself. Maybe Casino. I liked him in Casino a lot.
I liked him in
Yeah.
Goodfellas.
I haven't seen Goodfellas.
Oh my
Goodfellas
god!
is okay. If you've seen
Oh.
Casino, you've kind of seen Goodfellas.
yeah, I
but-
figured I've shot all around the mark
No,
of
no,
Scorsese
no.
and
No, they're not in the same
just this
realm.
the space of what I haven't seen in a Scorsese movie, the outline of that shape is what Goodfellas is in my head right now.
Yeah.
It's just
There's a gap in the middle.
yeah, yeah. When you clump together all of Scorsese's movies, there's a hole in the
It's
center
how we
like a
knew.
donut.
It's how we knew Pluto was there because there
yeah,
was a
exactly.
gravitational.
You use
pull
orbital
on the
mechanics on
planets.
Scorsese, and you can find Goodfellas in the interference
Yeah.
pattern. It's like there's a 3-body problem here.
We
It's
have a
like
good mental picture of what Goodfellas has to be like when we finally discover
on a
it.
spectrograph. It glows blue. That means this movie is made out of nickel. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
De Niro.
Yeah,
we were talking
yeah.
about De Niro, and now they're talking.
Oh, that would be a good GIF.
Have you seen
Just the
Ra-
GIF of them laughing.
Yeah, just Sam Jackson and.
Have you seen Raging Bull?
Fuck. I think I've
Oh,
seen Raging
man.
Bull. Maybe I haven't.
You would know if you saw Raging Bull. There's
Yeah,
no
I think you
like.
probably remember
Then
that.
I guess not. There's a whole like list of '70s movies that I wanted to see that I still haven't seen.
That's from the
French
80s,
Connection.
I think, right?
It's tough to
late
it's-
70s.
It's another thing that it's tough to get around to. You're like, I could sit down and watch Taxi Driver right now,
Yeah.
but
Like I have that for like fucking Serpico and shit. Like one of these
I wanna
days I'm
see
going to see that
Serpico,
movie.
Dog Day Afternoon, a bunch.
I
of
like
other
Dog
ones
Day
I
Afternoon. I
didn't
saw
see.
that one in that same jumping on. Dude, there's like 25 movies from the '70s that I need to see that I
Yeah.
haven't seen yet, and I just started like
Well,
checking them off.
we
the
got
list.
Paper Moon out
You
of the way
see
for
Dog Day
you, so-
Afternoon? You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen Dog Day Afternoon yet.
I like Dog Day Afternoon.
There's what threw me off was that when I realized that there was no music in that movie.
I didn't realize that either.
The
That's cool.
credits roll and it's silent. And I'm like, oh yeah,
Saul.
there hasn't been music at all during this entire film. It-
Lumet talks about that movie in his book.
Oh, such a good book, by the way.
Yeah.
So
Who? Which
amazing. On
Whatever
making
it's called.
movies. It's
Making
called
movies.
Making movies.
And he talks about extensively about making that.
Yeah.
The one I thought was fascinating was about covering that extended take.
Yeah.
With the how the way he had to do that so Pacino could just go and the scene was longer than a camera magazine. He said, "How do I, Pacino wants to do this all in one run, but I can't cover it because the cameras will run out. How do I deal with that?" And I thought that was pretty interesting stuff.
You gotta. I've got it. I'll loan it to you.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. Even if you haven't seen the movies, which a bunch of his movies I hadn't seen. The ones I have,
Yeah.
I love. Sidney Lumet. He did Network and the Wiz,
Yeah.
which I
12
think
Angry Men.
12. And so you just man.
12 Angry Men.
There's a little bit in the book where it's like, here's how film works, and here's how we
yeah,
cut on
you
moviola.
can
and
skip
it's like,
over unless
you can skip
unless
over.
you're interested in film history because he's talking
Yeah.
about a process that no longer happens.
Yeah. So you don't
But,
have to read the bits about specifically
Yeah.
how you go about
How-
processing and cutting film, but everything else is totally like still valid to this day. That's how you make a movie.
Yeah.
The title of the book, Making Movies, is exactly right.
In the chat, Morgan mentioned on the subject of De Niro performances, Stardust, which I haven't seen in a long time. But
Stardust
I remember
is
he went big. I don't
him
remember what he
being
did.
campy and big.
He's
and,
like a
the gay pirate.
right.
I think that's when he started to cross over into not giving.
Yeah,
a
now
shit.
he's like more doing like, hey, you remember me? I used to be Robert De Niro, but now I'm going to be wacky and I'm going to do
You're not talking about
Meet
me
the
anymore.
Parents,
You're not talking about me
analyze
anymore.
this and meet the parents and I'm just
Yeah.
going to be wacky De Niro. which is
Did you watch him do?
good for him
Did you
because
watch
niggas got to get paid.
Oh, he's in that fight movie just a second ago with Stallone.
Did you watch Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
Oh, when Robert De Niro was on.
Yeah, I've watched it for
When Robert
40
De Niro-
years, but
when
you
Robert
might
De Niro did it.
narrow it down.
I can't
don't
imagine he did a good
remember him
job.
when he was
It
on.
was pretty bad.
Oh, God.
It was so
It
bad.
was like, so my instinct was right. Why did
It
they?
was like you see him looking at the cue cards off camera, and it's like
Yeah.
I've never noticed actors doing that before.
Yeah, so not his element to do that kind of thing. See, this is
There you go. Largest indoor mall.
Which-
Lies.
Yeah. But see, again, I wouldn't
Oh,
put
I
it.
remember those fucking kiosks.
I wouldn't put it past Tarantino to say that, like, even the movie is an unreliable narrator. Like,
No.
Del Amo Mall, site of the greatest mass murder of all time. Like, that did never
Okay,
actually
that whole
happen.
monologue in True Romance, where he's talking about how Italians got dark hair and became darker skin. Is that true?
I
like Sicily.
haven't seen True
I haven't
Romance.
seen
He
it
said the
either.
Moors invaded Sicily.
I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Is,
He was
is
doing it
Robert
to-
De Niro in True Romance?
No. This is Tarantino written script.
Oh, okay. It's cool. That's what I like. I know it has happened in many ways because characters in Tarantino movies and other movies will go off on a rant that's completely bullshit, but that's appropriate for the character.
Yeah.
It's like it's like
Well,
that's-
it was Dennis.
None of that
Hopper-
is true.
It,
but
it was
makes
Dennis
perfect
Hopper.
sense.
It was Dennis Hopper trying to fuck with Christopher Walken.
That-
Oh, I have seen that scene. But I've seen it by itself. Just because I
That
watched.
sounds like a scene that either there's a Sbarro, see, right over his shoulder.
Oh, the way it were.
There's a. Yeah, that is, and that's a Chick-fil-A right to his side. You can't see the sign, but
Let's
that's
not.
Chick-fil-A.
Let's not.
I have
let's
never
not
seen Mike
endorse-
this excited.
Let's not endorse Chick-fil-A.
No, fuck Chick-fil-A. I'm just saying that's where it is.
Although
It's okay to point at one and say
yeah.
it exists.
Speaking of endorsements,
And
different.
across the way now, that's a GameStop.
this movie
Wow,
is
yeah.
full of
is that a
candles.
is that
There you
a
go.
record store?
Okay,
or
what were you
something
gonna
like
say?
That is the kind of Sbarro. That's the kind of thing that could. And there was an Orange Julius at the very far end. That is exactly the kind of thing that and this knockoff like noodle place is still there.
It's okay. It's a food court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get it.
It's so exciting. It's
But it's his food
It's
court.
my food court. It's in a movie.
Mike,
The,
see, this is it's about Mike opening up to the food court. It's not really about the viewer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See Orange
it's
Julius.
just-
Oh my god.
There's a hot dog on a stick.
Oh, those costumes suck.
We're not gonna get through this.
Hey,
No.
this is the only way we're gonna get.
Yeah,
through
we
this.
still
happened
got
on the-
we still got 3 hours
This
to
has
go.
happened on every Tarantino movie. We just end up talking about like some location that we all know.
That's how it is. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to jump in. Look at how many damn extras there are.
Yeah.
How do they even shoot this? This entire sequence and the times they do this more time. There's 1,000 people in this mall.
No.
And they run through it with Steadicams and everything else. I get all bogged down in the logistics. Like, this dialogue scene, there's 50 extras in the background of this thing. It's like this is one of those things where you go, yeah, it's a low budget movie. It actually isn't.
Yeah.
Because you see scenes like this. and
That
you go,
feling I had when
It
monstrously
may well have
huge.
been
it was-
that behind them was normally Banana Republic. It may well have been the kind of thing where they just set up signs at the
Yo, eat
outside
quiet.
the food court and being like, look, we're filming a movie, you can come get your lunch, but shut up, and you may end up in the
See,
movie.
that's
and
so
you're just
hard.
gonna
Like,
deal
unless
with
you
it.
want to loop everything, you
Yeah.
got to control that shit. Like maybe a wide shot of Robert Forster walking through a mall of 1,000 people. Yes, you may be able to
Without sound.
grab that with without sound, but I don't know. There's the one where she Steadicams all the way through and ends up yelling for Keaton, and they all come running out. I mean, that's you can't not at
you
this
can't fuck
level.
around with
You
that,
can't
yeah.
guerrilla that.
I just like the idea of that they maybe did guerrilla that, and people are like, "Oh, they're filming a movie."
Well, they
they're not
are.
even going to get they're not even going to get recognized,
Yeah.
much less
Oh, no,
swamped.
I'm not saying I don't think they
No, I
did
know, I
it
know.
guerrilla style, but I think instead of like trying to shut them all down and get extras, they were just like, just let people come through and tell them there's a movie right there,
Yeah.
and be chill.
There's Kangals all over this movie, by the way. Just
No,
saying.
you know
Because
what? Those
because
people-
everyone in LA likes to act like they're cool about movies and stars, so they try not to get starstruck, and they're like, "Oh no, I know how to be cool around a movie. Yeah, we're not going to look at the camera. It's fine." So,
No, I think they'd have to pay people because otherwise they'd look directly into the camera if they were right behind the.
And
actors.
also, you can't let. I mean, obviously, the people in the near background have to be paid extras because otherwise they'd come and go, and your continuity would go to shit.
Oh,
so,
right, yeah.
So it's a yeah. I think there's probably a zone of okay, we control this, and everything 1,000 yards out is all those people are like. There's barricades you can't see that are keeping them from walking into our half of the mall. But again, I just started thinking about the logistics of it. Going, however that gets done, there's a lot of that happening to get this scenes done. And I'm like, wow, look at how much. What are they? That must have been so tough to do.
I had that feeling when I watched Speed Racer.
I haven't seen that movie yet. I still need to see that.
I was
one.
like,
And
how do you make this movie?
He literally said that actually as we were watching towards the end of the movie. See, hot dog on a stick right behind his head. We were literally. I told you.
so excited.
I'm not making this up. I know this mall.
I'm getting that.
But yeah, literally, we were watching Speed Racer, and towards the end of the last race, like it goes totally psychedelic and fucked up, and he just goes, "How do you direct a movie like this? Like literally, how? This doesn't. I can't wrap my head around it."
It's like Gravity.
Like,
Yeah.
you got to communicate all these fucking crazy ideas to people.
Yeah.
At least this is just a normal scene with extras. I don't know. See, that's a great shot of her. I think she's pretty there. I'd like that opening shot we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Her eyes are almost photoreal. They're getting good at this.
Yeah, really, she's well out of the uncanny valley.
Yeah, so we get the occasional.
Yeah, see, now I see her thinking. I didn't
Yeah.
see thinking.
That font
in
looked
the first
exactly
half.
like the font in Goodfellas, by the way.
That
Helvetica.
might have been.
I'm pretty sure.
It's
Tarantino
Helvetica,
specified.
exactly. They're just like, yeah, it's
Same as the
you know.
font. The elevator signs on.
Yeah, now it would be Verdana because that's the first one that pops up in Final Cut, and everyone was using it a long time.
Text on our website is Tahoma.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Except for the actual graphics. The graphics are, let's see, the big blocky one is Lubalin, and the main one that I use for everything now is Burial in different weights.
This is going well.
Thanks for.
The main titles is Whoop Ass.
How's everybody enjoying the commentary so far?
Yeah.
I'm enjoying that guy's mustache very well.
Yeah, that's a great mustache.
I like her. Now,
Isn't that the same guy who showed up in Kill Bill? She's pretty dry, so you better use some lube.
Oh, I think
Oh,
it is.
he's
You're
Buck,
right.
and he's here to fuck.
Yeah.
I think that is
That's
Buck.
not
You're
him,
right.
is it?
Yeah,
Find out.
I
I'll
think
find
that's
out.
Buck.
No,
Or no,
Anthony-
not Buck,
Anthony will
but
find out.
the
The nurse guy that
the nurse. Yeah.
gives him.
The,
Yeah, who owns the pussy wagon?
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't? I mean, you know.
I like
Like
that
a Jackson
now.
Pollock
Now that
painting.
she's, it's the turn, like you said, and now she's thinking. Now she's almost overselling it. Like she's so concerned, and she's so like she's putting on this show for them to be. Oh no, I'm totally. You guys are totally in control, and I'm just worried. I'm just afraid that it's out of my control and stuff like that. And she's totally putting on a thing for them, and mostly for Pussy Wagon Guy, I think, because I feel awkward calling him that when he's got a mustache like that.
Like, I feel like we should have a better nickname for that
Yeah.
guy, but unfortunately,
It could be
Pussy Wagon
wrong.
Guy
It
is
could
it's
be-
like the snitch of nicknames.
Might not be
I
the
love
same guy.
this little argument about the bag.
Yeah, it's pink.
I
It's a
love the
white
fact
bag.
that this was written in the script, and then the art department had to figure out. Okay,
Yeah.
so what am I?
So what does it
What am
look
I
like?
literally making though, you guys?
Yeah.
Because if they're going to be
you
confused,
guys are, Michael Brown.
Well, I
he
wonder
was,
if-
he was in both.
He was okay.
Yeah.
I
that's Buck. Hey,
I almost
Buck.
wonder if the that's the kind of thing where the
Hey, Sparrow.
I told you.
You can't unsee it.
Mike, was there a J.C. Penney there?
I'm sure there
There's
was
a J.C.
somewhere.
Sears?
Oh, is it
Is there
J.C.
Sears?
Penney?
Wow.
Gotta be something.
But
Can you be the directory for this mall in this podcast?
Yeah.
I
sorry.
probably could. They used to have a little touchscreen directory, and it was such a crock of shit. Like you couldn't.
Oh wow,
you
really?
couldn't make it work.
Like Nakatomi Plaza, like beep.
Yeah,
beep,
you
beep,
had to-
beep, beep.
You had to press it till your finger almost broke to get
Yeah.
the like. You kids today.
No,
with
I just
your
had that exact same
touchscreens.
experience with the little touchscreen on the seat in front of me on the airplane with
Yeah,
the games. And it's like,
exactly.
you guys,
Yeah.
you just made a thing where the touchscreen goes shitty, and now I'm just punching the guy's head,
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
fucking play my Sudoku puzzle.
Genius idea there. Way to go, Aaron.
And I'll tie it back in, by the way. On that flight, I was sitting next to Robert Forster, who reminds me rather of his role in this film.
Well played.
Oh yeah, no, the character's name was Buck. It was the other guy who was
Michael
someone else.
Bowen was the actor's name, I think.
Okay.
Thank you, Herc, or whoever said that.
I almost
Herc.
wonder if it was. I mean, I could check, I suppose, but I wonder if it was written in the script where the bag was purple, but they gave him a white one,
Yeah.
and then everyone just rolled with it. They're like, "It's clearly white. Why are you
It's
saying
clearly
that?"
white. Why you keep saying purple? It's a white bag. The bag is white.
The bag is there's purple. Okay, look,
Yeah.
take-
You know it's this. Okay, you know the bag I'm talking about.
I'll take a picture with my smartphone in the movie.
Yeah, like it's just so we'll know. It's the bag.
I love Sharonda. She shows up for like 1 minute.
Yeah.
I just like her.
Yeah.
She's one of. She had a bigger role in the book. She was one of Ordell's, ladies that he keeps around. He's got Melanie in the beach house, and he's got the one who does the Supremes numbers. She's one of his, and Sharonda is.
There's like
is one
no
of his.
consistency.
Oh, fuck. The Supremes girl was in this movie for a second.
Yeah.
There was no consistency between his women at all.
No.
Well, he needs one. He needs a different
See,
kind
now
of
it's a
women for
Banana
like different
Republic.
jobs.
Wow,
Like,
they shot this. They shot this over such a period of time that
store changed.
store changed. that was that was something else, and I pointed out I was like, that's usually Banana
It was a
Republic,
Dolce
and now
and
it's
Gabbana.
and now it's a Banana Republic. That's how long. Wow, it took a while to shoot this, or maybe that was
Maybe
like
they
a
covered
pickup.
it for some reason
Yeah.
for the other shot.
Maybe that was a pickup or something.
It was some Dolce or it was.
it
the
occurs to me
sign
then-
symbol.
Just, yeah.
because there's two. We only ever see the girl who sings like the soul songs or whatever. The other old black lady that Ordell has for like one scene, one shot basically, and it's basically just her singing the song and Lewis sitting there just, all right, I guess this is my life. And it'd be funny if there was a third. If we just keep seeing Lewis,
Yeah, like,
just
what's
like
the third
in living rooms across
Well,
Los
there's
Angeles.
the one now. Sharonda there is not the druggie that they end up in the final scene. That's
I don't think so.
I thought it was.
yeah.
Okay.
I kind of thought it was, but
I don't know.
But she doesn't strike me as that kind of character.
But we don't
I'm
see
not
the
sure.
singing lady again, do we?
She's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
I don't believe so. No. Oh, yes, we do. Actually, we just saw her.
Man.
She
Well, that's what I
was.
think. Is she this
She is the one.
character?
She's the one.
No,
Yeah.
she's not.
It's not. It's not clear, but she's the one who actually. They just made a double switcheroo because Sharonda got the bag from Jackie, and then Sharonda switches the bag with
Other lady.
the Supremes girl. With the other lady, but the other lady is supposed to be the Supremes girl. But you never see her. Oh no, they're two separate stores. Okay, there's the Dolces there, and then the Banana Republic was over.
You
to the
folded
side.
that so beautifully to the point you were making that I didn't
Yeah,
notice you were
that was
talking about the
great.
store until
The,
like
Wow.
2
Talk
seconds.
about a double switcheroo.
But the
No, because
th-
Sharonda does a
that's
double
her.
switcheroo, and now there's a Barnes
So,
and Noble.
so
there.
she is the one who does the Supremes numbers.
Oh.
It's maybe not clear because that's not necessarily made clear. But I think
Yeah, I
later
did
on,
not get that
No,
at
that's
all.
definitely her.
I never
Yeah.
understood what this character was about. It was like,
Yeah.
wait, did she switch now?
Yes,
Is that what happened?
she switched
Okay.
because Ordell was suspicious or whatever, and that's why Jackie reads him the riot act at the beach house in a minute because she's like that was not part of the plan. I got fucked the first time because you didn't tell me you were doing something,
Yeah.
and you sent coke and you got me in trouble. You cannot keep doing that. It's got to go off or we're going to get caught. We're going to get hosed.
Ah, I get that now.
Yeah.
This is why I listen to What Are You Doing movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
helps explain movies we're talking about.
Michael explains movies. So what's the deal with Pocahontas?
Well, I mean, you know,
What?
that was a magic raccoon, and
Oh, but the trees don't talk anymore. But
you
they
know,
used to.
'cause-
They used to.
Well, they won't talk to the white man.
Oh,
Not without
They
a
s-
representative.
They saw what
yeah,
we
really.
did.
Not without their lawyer present.
Yeah.
without counsel.
I'm not talking. I'm not saying shit in front of these guys.
On the
Give me-
advice
give
of
me a
counsel,
Native American right
on
this
the
minute.
advice of my counsel, I don't speak to white people.
Look how beat up his car
Sup,
is.
tree?
That's a nice little detail in there.
Someone,
Yeah, I'm just looking at the script because I was curious about the bag thing, and it's just like the subject will be delivering the currency in a Broadway shopping bag. She hands him a Broadway shopping bag, large bag with handles and brown lettering, and so it's like clearly that was something
Yeah,
that just kind of happened
on
on the
set.
set.
Pink and purple. No,
Right.
it's pink. Yeah.
Yeah.
see. And again, that's great. You know, you're supposed to be ready for that. You're supposed to be open
Yeah.
to that.
That was a beautiful rack focus that just happened.
Mhm.
Like totally
And a beautiful
invisible.
rack. Waha.
Beautiful focus on the rack.
Beautiful rack that was in focus.
This
what I'm
is the
saying.
only. By the way, this is what I was watching. This is the only outfit where Pam Grier suddenly you go, "Damn, Pam!" I mean, she looks kind of, she's got the jackets all the time and the bathrobe and everything. You see her in this outfit, you go, "She is still got it going on. Look at her; she's in amazing shape." But she never looks like this in any of her other outfits. She looks kind of frumpy in the rest of her outfits.
Mm.
I was like, "Wait a minute." So wait, did they break for 8 months so she could? Does she actually look like that all the time? And she's just been dressed so frumpily that you just can't tell.
I,
Yeah, there
I
we
just
go.
love how let's go somewhere private. It's
Yeah,
just
really.
Slide the door shut. It's like there's not glass in that, you
Yeah.
guys. Like it's, yeah.
This glass is not soundproof.
And there's just De Niro.
There
There's
we
Robert
go.
De
Yeah,
Niro.
Robert De Niro. Yeah,
Robert De Niro is in this shot.
he's the one in the foreground. He's got nothing to do.
He's just watching the TV.
But listen,
He's
Simone.
atmosphere.
There we go. Simone is the one who does the dancing.
I believe it's
So.
pronounced Sim One.
yeah,
Anyway, I just think it'd be funny if they're going to establish that Lewis's plight is he just has to hang out in living rooms with various Ordell's
Yeah.
girls. He's already done it twice. I would have had the third one where he's like
Right.
hanging out, like he doesn't have a scene with Sharonda, like just at her living room while
Yeah.
she's being whoever
that
the
would
fuck
be
she
hysterical. It's like, wow, I would talk about a tense scene. I would just like to see however
Just like
De Niro's
Lewis-
character and Sharonda would interact.
What was the point of him being with that Supremes girl?
I don't understand. Like,
It was-
I don't know either.
It was literally just that was one of
Ordell's.
that's one of Ordell's girls, and he was like, you know what, I gotta get some stuff done. Why don't you go hang out with her? It's a good time. You know, you guys will probably bone, and
Yeah,
you
really.
can enjoy it.
Oh, they'll all sleep with you.
Yeah, He's like, you like this one? No? Okay,
Yeah,
well, how
I
about
do.
Melanie?
Blonde
Yeah,
chick.
oh, you like that one? Okay, you can go ahead.
All
You
right,
can stay at her place instead.
Keep that one then.
I love this bit. He's so
Yeah.
high.
Yeah,
He's
he can't even-
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah.
What is
I
it?
totally got it. Sure. Yeah.
It's like he's trying. It's curled up, and he thinks, "Oh, I gotta
I
straighten it."
gotta untwirl the
Well,
cord here. The
before I-
cord's a spiral. Shit. I was really tangled now. So, how do you guys feel about Sam in this movie?
I think it's awesome.
He Sam's it.
Yeah, I think he's doing a great job, and I think again he's doing this is a different character. Maybe part of why it's tricky is we're so used to seeing him playing
Jules?
the same character now, all the time. But in this case, he's in every other case he's always in control. You know, he's that kind of character. He's the badass, and
He's organizing it.
in control of the situation. And in this one, he's the guy who thinks he's in control, but he's not. And I think he's doing a brilliant job of playing that of kind of undermining himself by both playing. He thinks he's in control, but he's also kind of incompetent, and so he's got this weird insecurity at the same time as he's got the confidence to think, I can get one up on everybody. I think he's great.
The only scene I didn't like of him was actually the intro scene with him when he's ordering Bridget Fonda around.
Uh-huh.
It for some reason it called attention to itself. Him being upset with her for not listening to him was
Right.
the only time I was like, okay, we're
Yeah.
watching him do a scene.
Upon reflection, my only read of that scene has to be that just fucking Bridget Fonda, Melanie, annoys everybody. That's
Yeah.
the only thing
Yeah.
she, like, that's the...
Seriously, if you didn't look like that, you you would have nothing.
Like, trying to explain his behavior in that scene, that's all I can come up
Well,
with.
that's it. Yeah, that's exactly it. He's like, he doesn't like her, but she's hot. So he's like,
she
all right.
has uses.
Yeah. And and I think she's probably, I think there's implications that she's just kind of been getting worse. Like she wasn't as big of a
Yeah,
pain
that's what he
in the
says.
ass,
He
and
says
she's-
she didn't used to bitch so much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now she
yeah.
just gets high all the time, and she's just what's in it for me, and so on. I think it's one of those bizarre, and probably strangely more realistic than most of us would expect. That here's this character, Pam Grier's character, Jackie Brown. Over the course of this movie, she has drinks with her bail bondsman, the guy, the DEA agent or whoever was running her case, and the guy that they're chasing, and everyone knows that she's having lunch with
Yeah.
all these people. Like, so you had lunch with that guy, and then he's okay, and he knows that we're tracking him, and he knows everyone knows everything, and yet everyone's
Yeah.
still doing what they're doing.
That's
But the fact that she gets like 4 free meals out of it, good for her. Go Jackie. You're talking about working the system.
that was the most astonishing thing for me watching it. That was the right word is not suspense, but I was just so intrigued by it because I'm watching and she's having these meals with her, and these conversations, and it's like she meets Ordell and she has one conversation with him, and I'm like, okay, now she's meeting with the ATF guy. She's gonna put some spin on it. She's gonna put some twist. No, she tells him everything.
Yeah. So
and then
he says this, and he says that.
and then she turns around and tells Ordell everything that
Yeah.
not only everything the ATF guy said, but everything she told the ATF guy about Ordell. And I'm like, everything is on the table. What is
Yeah.
like?
Is this how it really works?
Yeah. And I'm going. What is her play?
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing.
Well,
like,
I think that makes sense in retrospect because like the only way that she can get away with it is if everything played out. No one can say afterwards that is not what my plan was ever.
Yeah.
It's like she's everyone's plan has their plan, and she's trying to work her plan underneath that without anyone noticing that happened.
And that is the only plan that the audience is not privy to
Yeah.
until it's already underway.
It's
as
like
well.
it's like the Sting. It's like you can't just take him. They can't know you took them.
Yeah.
That's how this works. Otherwise, it's just as bad. So.
And then she happens to luck out with Melanie taking some money and it looking like so.
Why do you... Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, why is it at the end she doesn't stay with... he doesn't go off with her into the sunset? Like,
he doesn't. He just doesn't have the courage to do it. Ultimately,
is that it?
I got the impression more like she didn't necessarily invite him.
no, she did. She definitely
Okay,
did.
I didn't get that, but it's a choice. It's maybe somewhere on the cutting room floor there's the other version where he's in the car next to her, but it's a choice. I mean, it's something that's very rare, and it's one of the things I admire about this movie is sometimes you can be in a situation where you can acknowledge like, boy, if things weren't exactly how they are, we would absolutely have a thing.
Yeah.
but we can't. But let's at least acknowledge that we would, and we'd like it.
Yeah.
But we can't actually do it the way things are stacked up right now. And I think maybe the answer is what you were just talking about. Maybe part of the answer is like, if you and I go off together, everyone's going to know what the hell happened. Everyone's going to be, know exactly what happened at that point. I kind of had
I like to believe that, like,
I had
he waited.
I had a
couple years.
Shawshank thing that
Yeah.
and I kind of was half expecting the Shawshank shot of like,
Yeah.
and then 6 months later on the beach, hey, finally you came. That's kind of implied to me that maybe that's not,
But
that's not ruled out.
Yeah, it's not ruled out, but at the same time, the fact that he has to, he has to go off and cry for a little while. It's kind of like, nah, he's letting her go.
Yeah.
He's
Just
he's
not quite right.
He's not going to go.
Is there any
after her.
implication in there that he doesn't follow through and he sticks to the bail bond business?
Well, that in the fact that
Well, he answers the phone and she walks out while
Yeah.
she's taking a deal.
yeah, he could go with her, but instead he falls back and just decides to stay where he is.
Gotcha.
Because he goes through all this and it's like he's like, I thought I wanted excitement, but actually I don't. That
Yeah.
was really scary, and I don't want to
This
do
is
that anymore.
more exciting than the bail bond
Yeah.
business.
But in the in the novel, it's actually left open. She basically says, "Hey, do you want to?" It's not exactly this, but it's like, you want to come with me? He's like, "Where do we go?" And she's like, "I don't know." It just kind of ends there. It's like, are they going to go off together? Are they not? It's left ambiguous. So he actually made it less ambiguous by specifically saying no. He chooses not to go off with her.
I'm watching Michael Keaton's face jiggle.
I am. He's just
His face is jiggling?
he's
Just
amazing.
when he talks, like thoughts go across his face like ripples. Like you can see it like start in the top right corner at that eyebrow, and then like
Yeah.
his cheek jiggles and his nose jiggles and his lips jiggles and the other cheek jiggles, and it's just like, and you can see it like splashing across his face. He's
He
so
has-
weirdly
he
expressive.
has fluid dynamic
Yeah.
procedural face.
His face is real flow.
What they're doing is actually, even for the time, it's quite it was quite novel. It's actually rod removal. Quentin
Oh,
Tarantino
wow.
is literally poking him in the side of the face, and you see the flesh ripple
like- yeah,
across,
it's like
and then just
acupuncture.
remove the rod
Yeah,
afterwards.
sure.
That's how that's actually being done.
No, it's-
It's the way they used to make Mr. Ed talk.
oh yeah, and that's 2 words: Beetlejuice.
Yeah,
He's got the same eyebrows that Jack Nicholson has.
yeah, those are some serious eyebrows.
It's also a serious
Where
forehead.
he like is able to angle it inward
Yeah,
like
look
that.
at that. Like, yeah, there's a right angle in those eyebrows.
Robert Forster looks sad that he can't do that with his eyebrows. My eyebrows are just big and they don't move.
Well, not with that attitude.
See, Robert Forster, not with that attitude.
But I do like
That
that
was
little
the president from Fifth Element.
Yep.
It's Tiny Lister.
And
He's
the
also
guy
the
in
guy
the
from Dark Knight.
Dark Knight, yeah.
Yep.
Who
Gonna
throws
do
the
what you
bo-
should have did 5
A
minutes
bunch
ago.
of other things.
Who throws the bomb out the window because he's
Yeah.
such a good bad guy.
He
Because
defenestrates the bomb.
You can
He
always
what, the
find
bomb?
He defenestrates the bomb.
Yeah.
There's actually a word for throwing something out of a window, and it's defenestration.
defenestration.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have a
It sounds like a
word
joke
for
word.
that, and yet we have to borrow from German for Schadenfreude and all that.
Yeah.
These other
Well,
things.
defenestration
It's
is
French, I think,
fenster
yeah.
is window in German.
Yeah.
So defenestration is German root anyway.
Look, he hasn't had his hair done like that since Godfather 2.
And
No
well,
one has.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go out and be a normal person, and this
Yeah.
is what he thinks. This is how he thinks he's gonna chill. Although he actually kind of looks like my
This is-
grandpa.
yeah,
in this
it's
scene.
it's interesting. Like he seems like such a chill guy, but you kind of see the reason why he was in jail.
Yeah.
Because when when it's time to do the operation, he just falls apart.
Yeah.
And he just gets nervous and tense and overreacts and gets just can't make any decisions and can't do anything right and forgets where the car is parked and. He's, he's actually not good at this. He's not a good criminal, and that's why he was in jail.
Right. It's strange that it reminds me of my dad in so many ways. It's like,
Oh, go on. I'm fascinated.
my
now.
dad wasn't a criminal, but like the hair slicked back.
Your
the
dad
shirt.
would do that, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, your dad did look like that a lot.
So, like my
Now that
dad's
you say
my dad's
that.
in situations where he's like he doesn't know how to do what he's doing, but he's doing it anyway, and he's very upset about it.
Someone will stop me if I keep doing this wrong, right?
Surely.
Surely it's someone's job to notice that I don't know what I'm doing.
Although, if I was it's like the time traveler thing. This can't be that bad a decision because no one's coming back in time to stop me, so
Yeah.
it can't be that big a deal. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I must be maintaining, otherwise people would be going, "Don't do what you're doing right now."
Now I don't understand.
That's the problem that all adults have.
Yeah.
Is we all go in going, surely somebody's going to stop me.
Surely an adult will supervise me if I'm doing this wrong.
Now I have a kind of a weird
And then
problem.
you realize, oh wait, I'm the supervisor. Oh crap.
Oh no.
I have kind of a weird problem with Melanie in this movie, where when she starts being like annoying, when the point of her character being annoying becomes evident in these scenes, I don't buy the sincere. I think she's being annoying on purpose. I think the character Melanie is being annoying on purpose in the scene for some reason. Like she's trying.
Definitely
to
that.
I think
yeah.
that,
Like
I
she's
think
trying
that's
to piss
true.
off
I think
De
once.
Niro?
That shot again.
Yep, we're getting the side shot.
Yeah.
I think once, but
she's walking this
but
time.
She's walking.
She's motivating
exactly.
herself, and she has a plan this time.
Exactly.
You
She's
son of a
not
bitch.
being
You
moved.
son of a bitch.
She's moving
It's
herself.
another bag of money,
All right,
but
all right,
now she's
all
in control.
But look at
There's the
it's a
touchscreen.
Beautiful moment. Yeah, I'm telling you.
wow.
You can see that it sucks from here.
Sam Goody.
Sam Goody.
Oh my God.
The
Hello, 90s.
Melanie annoying.
What was I saying? Yeah. Well, I think there comes a point where she is. Yes, she sees that she sees that Lewis is freaking out, and she thinks it's funny, and she's just trolling Lewis at that
Yeah,
point for her own
absolutely.
amusement.
Yeah. Okay.
It is become it.
Oh, does he
is-
amuse you?
It is
Yeah.
becoming deliberate. Well, that's exactly
yeah.
it. It's like no, don't do that, Melanie. Like,
And she's,
It seems so. I guess I can buy that she's dumb enough to do that. It's like
well, she doesn't know what we don't know either. Is that Lewis will
fucking cap you.
Will cap a bitch
Yeah.
if he if he just gets too rattled. So that's new information for both of us, the viewer and for Melanie at that point.
Mike, are those the same as the fitting rooms that they used to be?
yes, although it was a Billingsley.
Oh my god, I was kidding.
It was a Billingsley. She
Well-
walked into a Billingsley, but it's actually a Macy's. So
You spent a
dude,
lot of
get
time
on
in this
IMDb
mall.
right now.
yeah,
That's amazing.
Damn,
it was.
She does look good in that suit.
that is a good suit.
That's a suit with like the like delta wing collar.
Yeah, she could go back to being a flight attendant in that suit.
Although it wasn't just. It was like Macy's. It was two things back then.
Bloomingdale's?
Now it's just Macy's, but it was like Macy's
Still talking
Broadway
about
or
the mall?
something like that.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what this movie's about.
Oh, I love.
movie about it
I
all.
actually love this moment here where she's like, "Okay, point of no return. Am I going to go through with the plan and just be out of it, or am I going to go through with my plan?" But yeah, and she decides to go through with her
Hey,
plan.
feet, by the way.
Yeah.
Melanie's feet.
Do you think Tarantino liked happy feet?
Oh my God.
They're dancing. But there's
Yeah,
feet.
but they're penguins.
You don't know how specific or generic his feet thing is.
I actually don't.
What if he likes hooves?
Me personally, I don't understand. I don't understand the foot fetish.
I don't get the foot fetish
personally.
You don't understand having one, or you don't understand.
I don't
putting it in a
understand.
movie.
The mechanics of it. Just
I don't understand. I don't understand having one, which I guess is kind of by definition a fetish. It's like, well, yeah, people
if
are
it made
attracted.
sense, we wouldn't call it a fetish.
yeah,
I have a woman fetish.
if
Yeah.
if everybody did
You know,
it,
I have
that's
this
not a
fetish where I like to. Never mind, but you'd freak out if you heard about it. But it involves like having sex with a woman and
We have a forum
in
for
a,
it
in a
It's
completely
it's
standard
a little,
way.
It's a little like a weird.
It's a real. It's a.
you'll
Fan,
find-
it's,
you'll-
it's a real quirk with me.
it's a weird message board on the internet that I hide out with other people who have the same thing.
Yeah.
It's called.
They talk about
Facebook.
it on, actually they talk about it on 30 Rock. It's called normaling.
Ooh, that's kinky.
Yeah, no, it's these characters who have all these weird kinks. And
Oh,
but then,
so
but
so
then
to
they-
get off, they do it
well,
the
then,
normal way.
Then
quote
they,
unquote.
but then they slowly like lose their interest in kinks and just start having normal sex. But they don't want to feel like they're losing like their edge.
Their
so
coolness?
they start convincing themselves that
Yeah.
it's actually a kink.
yeah, we're getting really
Those
wild.
fitting rooms are very large, by the way.
Yeah.
What
That's
did what
big
did
enough
Pam
for a
Grier do
camera.
after this?
Okay. Here's
Bunch of other
this
stuff.
shot is
This is the scene that, and I was like, well, no, actually, it's not the shot. Yet,
yes,
is it?
yeah.
Oh, it
it's
is.
a-
We're
it's a
still
one
in it
shot
already. That's
where
right.
She's gonna walk through.
It's
the entire-
huge. Yeah, it's huge and crazy. And I didn't. Again, it's like ultimately it all made sense. And while I don't dislike a movie that lets me spend a little time going, okay, I didn't, and then connects the dots for me a little later, which this movie does.
Yeah.
But I was watching this, I'm like, I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's
I-
happening for a really long
yeah,
time.
Me
yeah.
too.
I agree. I think trying to figure out what it is. My understanding. First of all, we're seeing her giving a performance. Like
that's the
literally
point.
the character.
That's the point. I don't.
It's more like I don't know what her.
Oh, here.
I didn't get what
This
happened because
is
she
long.
left. I was confused because I'm not in on the plan.
Yeah.
She left the bag of money in the dressing room,
Yeah.
and I was like, "What?" And then she starts acting all nervous about something, and we watch her be nervous. So I'm like, I don't.
Right.
Again,
It was just
I
a
don't
miscalculation
understand right now.
It's a miscalculation of what information the audience has.
No,
Like, oh,
it's very.
well.
No,
it's-
he
that's
knows
it.
that we
No,
don't know what's happening.
That's totally deliberate. I'm just saying I didn't like that he did that.
No,
because
me too.
I spent
Right.
much too much time going, I genuinely don't understand
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
I'm watching this.
She doesn't know at what point she's being watched, so she has to do this performance all the way out. And yeah, the when she leaves the bag in the thing, the first time I watched it, I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
You just what? You left the money? I don't understand what's happening at all. And then
Bitch, you left the money in the dressing room.
Yeah. And then,
Who leave the
of-
money in the dressing room?
Of course, it all comes together when you see the other, two perspectives of the
Yeah.
scene. But
It's
I
just
think,
a risky
I don't know, I
thing.
still don't quite understand.
It's
think-
risky, but for me, it didn't work. But
the
you know,
length of I think the length of it is literally going. He's showing this is what she's doing this whole time. Now I'm going to cut back to Robert Forster, and this is what he's doing during this exact time period, and this is what
It might have-
Lewis and Melanie are doing.
might have been
during
better
this
in
whole
a
time
different
period.
order, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
But
Well,
I
this-
think
this makes
he
you ask
wanted
more
the
questions,
yeah
right?
he wanted the disorientation. He wanted the confusion. The camera alone, the way it's moving, is meant to disorient us, and it's spinning around her and all over the place. By the way, the DP Guillermo Navarro, we were talking about how much we like the way this one is shot, and he was the DP of Pan's Labyrinth, among other things. Won an Oscar for that.
The movie was riddled with Guillermo's.
yeah, that was. I mean, he also done some stuff that he hasn't necessarily won Oscars for, but are still beautiful. Like he did Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim was beautiful, and a bunch of other stuff.
No,
But,
he just
yeah.
likes Guillermo del Toro.
Oh yeah, well now of course they
They're
work together
Guillermo's.
'cause- Yeah.
Aha! You can listen to every episode of this podcast.
Guillermo del Toro is doing a video game. Did you hear?
I did not know that.
He's doing it with
Right, little Robert Forster. Whoop.
I'll bet
Right
you.
into
I'll bet you it's
the
really.
foreground
It's going to have a great atmosphere.
he's doing
Yeah.
it with Hideo Kojima. He's doing Silent Hill.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right. That's
weird.
with the Walking Dead guy. That's the one, right?
Maybe.
Oof.
Yeah.
The guy who made Metal Gear Solid is going to be on that game.
Yeah. Lewis is just. He's not
not
holding
slick.
it together.
Yeah. He doesn't do well under pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think what you were saying is precisely it. It's like this is why he went to jail.
Yeah.
Well,
'Cause he
also,
cannot handle
I mean,
it.
I remember. I'm still not sure. Like, now I'm assuming that what we've been talking about is right, but I recall being confused also about. I was on Lewis's side. I thought he was behaving the way he's supposed to, and the thing was that
Sure,
Melanie.
sure.
Melanie is like just distracted by everything.
You're
Wants to go. It's
absolutely
like we're in the
right.
middle of a heist. Come back. Stop it. Stay here.
Yeah.
We're doing this now.
Yeah.
So I was more on like his side of things.
It's true,
as
it's true.
opposed to. Yeah, it's just.
I am too. I mean, they're both douchebags.
I feel
mean,
like his
it's-
frustration is because Melanie is flighty, not because he's
Well,
scared
it's
about
both.
the heist.
She's not helping. She's not recognizing like this guy's going to snap, and we are involved in a what's probably several felony offenses right now, and maybe I should not push his buttons so hard.
Yeah.
So,
But if he could chill just a little bit, it probably wouldn't be as bad as
Yeah.
he thinks it is. This was a mistake.
yes,
acknowledge
everything happens because of this.
Yes.
That's the trigger.
But the and
Okay.
even more so because he that we're talking about Max giving him he looks
doing
over
The Office, basically.
Yeah, he looks over and he sees Max Cherry and he
He
gives
points
him
and
a
he
little
goes,
salute.
"Hey, this guy."
Yeah, this guy right here.
Something's up. It's all broken now.
It was a little worse because he again Lewis worked for Max in the novel, so it was they didn't even acknowledge each other. He's like, you know who was there and it was really weird? It's Max Cherry, and Ordell's like, how the
Yeah.
fuck is
Oh,
that not the first thing?
Was that weird?
Yeah.
You thought that was weird?
And that's how it all falls into place. And
Why
it
did
still
Max
does.
acknowledge him?
Because he just had been seen, so he's like, "Hey, what's up?" I think he forgot that Lewis knew who he was, because Lewis was kind of in the
Here we go.
background
I think
when
we're
Ordell
in
came
the shot. This is also another oneer.
Well,
as
here's
I-
the
as I
thing. Here's the
recall,
thing. It's
isn't it?
very clever. He does this whole long thing as a oneer, and then just before the shot, he cuts to an over the shoulder.
Oh, okay.
It's basically
set
him
up-
snapping.
to set up the. Well, he cuts to an over the shoulder because
To set up the charge.
to put him on a pull rig, to put her on a pull rig to yank her out when she gets.
Okay,
but
that makes sense.
but because he's done this whole one long shot and an over the shoulder cut feels so natural there in your mind, it feels like it all takes place in one long shot and it's shocking.
Well,
that way.
and trying to answer my own question. Maybe one of the reasons that this doesn't seem to be pushing anyone's misogyny, killing a woman.
Yeah. Here we go. There's the cut.
Yeah, there's the cut
See?
around.
But you don't feel that cut.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it feels like it's still in the water.
Is because it doesn't sensationalize it. You don't really see it. I mean,
Yeah.
you barely you get she's been shot, but we don't see like, oh, she's covered with blood. No, and she's falling
Yeah.
on the ground. And I mean, it's so downplayed that
But-
it's not blood exploitation.
Yeah, but it's also supposed to be like, holy shit, this guy's insane. Like
Yeah.
it's not making it like this. He's the good guy.
Well, do we always have to kill the girl to show that the guy's insane?
That's fair. That's true.
that was my imitation of Twitter.
That's a fair point,
But,
though. It is a
yeah,
fair
that's what I'm
point.
saying. Why didn't it trip the trigger? You know, is it because does it get grandfathered in because it's 95 and we weren't so concerned
No,
about
Well,
I
they're
mean,
both shitty
the
characters.
patriarchy yet, or what?
I don't. He didn't kill her because she's a woman. He killed her because she's annoying. But my problem. my problem
And that's always my answer too. Replace that with rape, and it's still my answer. But you can't do that anymore. But I love the little.
Wait, what?
No, I
It's just one of those things where it's like, why did you rape a woman? Well, because we don't usually
'Cause
rape
she was
men
annoying?
most of the time. All
right, whatever.
No, it's about what's exploitation versus what's
you can choose-
normal for the show.
Yeah, you can choose what to put into a movie.
Well, my problem-
Exactly.
my problem with that
and I
scene-
think, and I'm going to the point of this. I think some of it is how you do it.
Right.
I mean, the fact that Melanie isn't like, and then her shirt flew open and her tits came out. I
Yeah.
mean, it's not that. It's not even exploiting the blood. There isn't a drop of blood in the scene. It plays out exactly like it's supposed to,
Yeah.
which is like, holy shit, he shot her.
Yeah.
and
it's
that's
also,
fine.
It's also not the thing is it's also not just used as she's not just we're not just killing her for the to spice up the scene and have some shock value. It's like that
Aren't
actually
we?
has an effect on the plot. No, that has an effect on what's going on. It's like, oh shit, did she and is this and it complicates the plot and it complicates the plan and stuff like that. It has ramifications.
Not really.
Um,
Not really at all.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
no,
the thing is,
it's-
Ordell is kill-
this is where-
Ordell doesn't
sorry,
kill
and
him
I
'cause
don't
he-
want to get into this, get into our dissertation again. But it's always a sliding scale. It's like, well, that compared to other example where we go, that was just purely for the shock value and titillation, and that's not really what you want to do. Well, it's a spectrum, and it's going to land in different places.
Oh, I'm just saying that she dies. She dies because she doesn't have anything else to do with the rest of the movie, and it's fine to kill her. Like that, she dies. Doesn't it only comes up again in the van? And Ordell's like, "You shot her, really?"
Well,
but
it's-
that's not why Ordell ends up shooting Lewis. That's just like a thing that Ordell's like, "Wow, why'd you shoot her?" Weird, and moves on. That's
Well, no, Mike is absolutely right. The fact that now there's a corpse of a woman in the Del Amo Mall parking lot has definitely upped the ante of their little heist. That's made a big difference because that's going to be, hey,
maybe.
let's find her address. She lives with, guess who she lives with? That Ordell guy. I mean, it's all bad that
Yeah.
he killed. It's
That's
not,
why- that's
it's
why-
not just a titillating moment. It is a major plot point
Yeah.
that he just whacked Melanie and left her laying in the Del Amo Mall parking lot.
Yeah.
That's very important to the plot.
I mean, my larger problem with the scene is just that I don't buy either of them in it. I mean, I wouldn't have been the second level, like should the scene have been here or not, sort of stuff wouldn't have occurred to me because I don't understand why Melanie thinks it's okay to be this way, and I
That's-
don't
but that's how she
understand
is the
why he
whole
thinks
movie.
it's okay to kill her. Like I don't have a latchkey on the human behavior in this moment
That was-
at
I-
all.
the-
Like,
on the
it-
other
it
hand,
struck me
I
so
buy
much like
both
she
of
was
them.
trying to get shot.
Well, that's interesting because on that like I said, I didn't understand Jackie Brown for the first half of her own movie, but those two characters I totally got because it's like, yeah, she's an idiot bitch and he's a lunatic, and you don't want to have those two be the cornerstone of your grand scheme
Yeah.
because that's a bad way to go. But again, that goes back to Ordell thinking he's on top of stuff, but look at his crew.
Yeah.
This is his crew.
This
is the
was his
best he's
plan.
got. This is his best and brightest, pulling off the key part of the operation. so maybe it's like maybe we don't need to be so happy for Jackie Brown because it's like she outwitted our gang, or
Yeah.
the Little Rascals. She pulled a heist off the Little Rascals, as it turns
and
out.
Spanky didn't see it coming.
Yeah, Spanky was totally
You
perplexed.
should have seen Alfalfa's face.
And when Buckwheat shot Darla, no one saw that coming.
Yeah, so I mean, his long walk in here is like, I wonder if you, I haven't tried, but I wonder if you can time it out. And it's like, yeah, his walk is as long as Jackie's walk, and their whole scene in the parking lot is the same length and stuff like that. Because it feels like that's what they're kind of doing here is he's going, this is what these characters are doing during this same time period.
Yeah.
It's a big dressing room.
And as it happens,
really
Jackie
huge.
is doing the least.
It's like a
In the
hotel
scene.
room.
She's
That is a
definitely-
massive dressing room.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
or maybe Robert Forster's tiny.
I mean, I like
With the lens,
and
too,
Pam Grier.
but-
this sort of thing goes to what I was saying about building tension is And I think it's a cool thing. And now that they're, once they were like, oh, I see, we're going to rush them on this, and we're going to see it from multiple perspectives. Okay, and then once you've seen the rest of the pieces, you understand what Jackie was doing, and fine. So it all comes together at the end. But it's very cool that he's showing you everyone's not just giving you the information, but he's giving it to you. Their experience of it.
Yeah.
So the idea of Robert Forster going, I hope that damn money's in this dressing room or this is all screwed up, and his relief of like, and it is. Okay, good. And he's showing you everyone as if everyone's in their own movie. He's showing you 3 different movies of this is how they experienced it, and this is what was tense for them, and this is when they knew they were okay, and this is when they knew they weren't okay.
No.
Yep, because
It is-
now
it
he's
is- it is
now he's
tense.
doing the long walk out. Yeah, exactly.
And you're waiting to like, is Keaton gonna come running in? No, because Keaton's over there. We know that Keaton's in the food court with Jackie. So,
But it's still nerve-wracking carrying a bunch of money around.
yeah, you just know. I mean, well, we just had a movie. Someone just got popped and we never saw it coming. And that's what these kind of scenes are about. You're just waiting. A sniper's going to blow his head off. I mean, Tarantino would anything can happen. It's Tarantino. Like I was so expecting because I was like, oh, Tarantino, you son of a bitch, because it's exactly what you would do. We'd watch all of this. And either, for some reason, he'll explain later, either Porsche's car is going to explode.
closes the door and the
he's
car
going to do a
blows.
full-on casino. Or, as the scene that comes up next where he drives out, he's going to get like 8 miles away and we're going to see him just get sideswiped by a semi or something like that. Like, because life is random in a Tarantino world.
I like even that moment where it cuts to the mall exit and it cuts just as the door is opening and it's like, oh shit. It doesn't play it up.
Yeah.
But Robinson May, that's what I was talking about. Not Macy's. But the just as the door's opening, you see it moving, you're like, oh shit. But then it doesn't play it up, it doesn't make a thing, and then it's nobody coming out. It's just a couple of women who've gone across about their business, and it's like, oh sweet.
So why didn't this movie do as well?
Well,
That's
there's
Pulp
been
Fiction.
2 guys
I was
the
saying.
whole movie talking about how they were confused at various parts throughout it.
I
but
was saying it's not.
That only happens after you get in the door.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It didn't have the it didn't have the word of mouth.
Well, it did pretty well. I mean, it made its money back. It was only 12 minutes
no,
to make it.
it did okay,
But,
but
like,
it didn't do.
It wasn't like from the maker of Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, because I think the reason it didn't do as well is when you come out of Pulp Fiction, you go, holy shit, grab your whole family, come back, we're going to go see
Yeah.
this movie. And then each one of them does that.
Yeah,
and they just keep,
you watch Pulp Fiction and you go,
Yeah.
you've never seen anything like this. Oh my god! And you watch Jackie Brown, and you go, well, that was a
you've
movie.
seen things like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
It was cool.
I
but
liked it, but
and it's not an inconsiderable factor that 2.5 hours. You probably
Yeah.
one less showing per day.
I like
So-
the way he tries, and now he's this character again. Like he was the lunatic for a while, and now he's the chill guy, and he's like,
Yeah.
it's like he's talking about how he lost a book or something.
Yeah,
he's like,
really.
look,
I don't have your $20.
I'm sorry, I put it down.
Get you a new white girl.
I walked
Sorry.
away. He's it's just the way he's playing it so understated.
indignant.
Like, yeah, he
Yeah.
doesn't understand. It's not a human life. It's just a thing.
Yeah.
He's like, I
Yeah.
was under pressure.
You weren't there, man. It was
Yeah.
it was tough. She was just nagging me.
And even the little bit. And again, it's such, it's possible people like, I don't get it, but I'm like, oh my god, it's such a human thing where it's like, yeah, I think she's dead. Like he softens
Yeah.
it just because that's a compulsion. I think
Yeah.
she's dead. It's
Well,
like, you
I
think?
went the
Oh,
other
I
way
know
with
she's
it.
dead.
I went the other way with it, especially because they hadn't shown us the aftermath. It's like maybe she's not dead. Maybe we're gonna go with Melanie in the hospital.
Yeah.
And she's still being a bitch and fucking everyone's. After all that, she isn't
Yeah.
even dead. She can still mess with everybody.
Well, even dead, she's fucking.
Yeah, if she was pissed before, imagine how pissed she's gonna be now. It's funny. It happened. It passed right by. But I wanted to. One of the things I just, oh Tarantino, look at you go. Is the scene when she's laying on the couch and kind of poking him with the foot, and he's already getting tense and going, get away from me. Is they're watching Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry, starring her dad. That's Peter Fonda. They cut to Peter Fonda on the screen. It's like, yes, Tarantino. We know. Yes, a 70s exploitation movie. You couldn't get Peter, so you got his daughter. We get it. But she's out of the movie now. But I was expecting. Since it was so downplayed, and this whole idea of like, well, if she's dead or not is also critical information.
Yeah.
I was kind of halfway thinking she's not so much dead, but that was just a red herring in my brain. It wasn't the movie.
I almost feel like here, Lewis, the way he played that line just then, Lewis knows he's about to get shot. Lewis knows he's about to get killed, and just the fact his last almost his last words, his last indignant thing is like, "Can't believe you thought I pulled." He's like, "How dare you? I can't believe you asked me that." That's the thing. He's like, "I just want you to understand. I'm really hurt you said
that was
that."
shooting me I get, but
Yeah.
that question was insulting.
No,
Yeah.
I love this shot. The shot where he kind of like, all right, Sam Jackson takes all the information, assimilates it,
Yeah.
and just it's a 10-second shot of him thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
Or actually more like 20 or 30 seconds.
And
now,
talk about
but
tension. It's like because you don't know. It's like
it's Jackie.
either he's gonna do it or he's not gonna do it.
Mhm.
You know.
And when again, this is kind of a surprise because as soon as he says it's Jackie Brown, as soon as you're like, oh,
he's
Lewis
in
is
the clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's okay. Like no, he's not okay.
No, he's still mad.
Yeah. No. See, you're also a problem. Now I
Yeah.
just got to clean the whole thing out. Get rid of everybody.
Man, that ponytail.
And Lewis thinks he's
Something about that
okay too,
ponytail's
just
so
the way
gross.
he's playing it.
Yeah. The ponytail's amazing from here afterwards when he lets it down
Yeah.
for the rest of the movie.
It's all teased out and just
Yeah.
straight and like ironed and
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
gross looking.
The
Well,
wig,
that's
the wig gets its own credit in the credits, and rightly so.
Does it?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
That's as I think maybe he is. I think maybe Lewis was going to be okay until he said, "Oh,
Yeah.
I saw Max Cherry," and he's like,
yeah,
"Oh,
that's
and you
yeah,
didn't
that's the thing.
think?"
Oh,
All right, that's
man.
3 you fucking idiots
Yeah.
for one conversation. You're out.
Yeah. I could have cleaned it up, but now it's just too much of a mess.
Yeah,
But why did Ordell ever trust him in the first place? Why?
That's exactly what I'm
obviously
talking about.
obviously
Yeah.
he's fucking dumb.
because that's all he's. Because
Yeah, here's where you're like, okay, now I'm shooting you.
Yeah.
Now I'm shooting you.
Man, that was a great reaction. Yeah. Just the okay, all right. Nope, I'm gonna say it. You know what? Like I'm gonna calm down. No, I'm not. Fuck this. I love. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Do they know each other?
Yeah. And I will strike down upon thee with furious anger. Here he goes.
Yeah. And this is another great shock because again in a similar way to the Oneer, it's like we've been in this setup for quite some time. You know, we've been cutting back and forth to this setup.
Yeah.
So the fact that there's a squib loaded,
Hey there.
you're not going to see that coming. And I love the
The
bird
birds.
action.
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed that when he fires the gun, the birds in the background fly
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
I'm sure that
As
was
they would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it was just what happened.
It was just what happened when this squib bang went off.
Tarantino was like, oh my God, that was awesome.
That was the greatest thing.
It's one of those moments you talk about where it's like when something like spectacular happens in a take, everyone's just like, no one lose their
Yeah,
mind.
that's right.
We know for a
Oh.
fact if we just stick the landing on this take is
this
in the movie.
so in the movie
It's
if
like
we use it.
it's like the guy in fucking Cowboys. When he throws
Yeah.
the hat across the room and it lands.
Yeah, it
It's
lands
like,
right where it's
anything I say right now is going to be in the movie.
Just get to the end of the scene.
So you kept saying the running time. Who was it saying? Who's saying the running time?
We've talked about it. Oh, this movie?
That this is too long, and that's part of why it didn't do as well.
Maybe.
It has the exact same running time as Pulp Fiction.
No.
Yes. So it lost because Pulp Fiction was a phenomenon.
Right.
This was an okay movie,
But if-
that had that.
I
I'm
guess
just saying,
like-
this would have been better if it, could have been better if it had an extra showing per day.
Sure,
Because
it might have been more successful than it was if it had been shorter, because people
Yeah.
could have gone, well, it's not crazy like Pulp Fiction, but it's a good.
I mean,
90 minutes.
why
of
wasn't
movies.
Zodiac huge and Fight Club was? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's definitely a running time thing because I think Zodiac's about twice as long as
3
Fight
hours,
Club
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Well, whatever would be the better one.
No, I know, but I get what you're
Dragon
saying,
Tattoo,
for sure.
maybe? Where it's like Fight Club's just flashy as shit and it's fun to watch. You tell your friends you got to go see Fight Club. That's a fun movie. Zodiac is like, yeah, it's a good think piece. It's tone poem, 9 hours long. You'll enjoy it.
yeah, right.
Just like Pulp Fiction, it's like no one had ever seen that before, right?
Well, Fight
Yeah.
Club.
Fight Club.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
that's why that's the comparison
Well,
in my
the
head.
que-
Where one of them is you tell people to go
But-
fucking see Fight Club.
but
Go
the question
fucking
of
see Pulp
why
Fiction.
any movie is successful or not. I mean, there's people, entire floors of office buildings that don't know the answer, but it's their job. So we're not going to sort it out here. But
What if we
there's
did?
there's no stars in the lead. 2.2. I mean, we'll go with the easy ones.
Or Robert De Niro and
Well, he's not in the lead, and
Oh.
you wouldn't know he was in the movie for the most part. Someone tried to tell me the other day the reason I saw it online. Someone said, hey, good job, Guardians of the Galaxy, for not having stars. And someone said it's got Vin Diesel and Bradley Cooper and Glenn Close. I was like, okay, you are so out of touch that
Yeah.
you think two people who aren't in the advertising or on screen, and a woman who hasn't carried a movie for 25 years. count as stars. That's
Yeah.
your definition is
That's
kind of
definitely
off.
that's definitely why people went to see Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
for
because
Glenn Close.
Holy
man.
shit, Glenn Close, you guys, and Bradley Cooper's voice. So yeah, so that, again, so that's the alchemy. It's like, well, why is Guardians of the Galaxy a big hit? No one really fucking knows. Just make it a good movie and count your blessings that you didn't have to work in a bank, but the or be a stewardess and steal money. It's there's rougher ways to make a living.
I don't know where Michael Keaton is right now, but wherever he is, he's figuring something out.
Yeah.
He's thinking.
Just like he's figuring something. He's like
And he's
pacing.
twitching.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is, it's this is kind of amazing for her because like she's legitimately scared. It's like, okay, the plan is still kind of working, but it's kind of not.
Yeah.
Melanie getting killed works for me, so I'm folding it in.
Yeah.
But I'm still freaked out because Melanie got killed and I don't know what's going on.
Exactly. And of course, regardless of what anyone did or didn't do, Michael Keaton is perfectly capable of ruining the rest of her life just
Yeah.
because he can do it.
Yeah.
So the the idea is, how do I play this? Because he kind of likes me and he kind of wants to trust me. How do I do this? So she plays back, with anger, like, get out of my face, get out of my face, as opposed to like playing the other card, like, I don't know, but to be mad, like, I did everything you told me to.
Yeah.
To come back at him with anger is
Try to get him on the defensive instead.
a risky choice, but
Yeah.
There you go.
But
And,
she's scared. She's
see,
playing
now
it
she's
great.
bringing it. She's like, now I just got to wait. I just got to wait for them to come back in the room and tell me what the rest of my life's going to be like.
Yeah.
So that I get. And again, all this is great. And so now I'm going, oh, okay, so Pam Grier can act. It's just for some reason, she wasn't this at the first half of the movie for too long for my personal taste. She was too much of a blank schmoo until she started to take control.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Why do you like this movie? What's the take home for you?
For me again, it's the movie.
Is it character stuff, or is it plot stuff?
Just it all comes together. It's a really solid, really for me entertaining movie. I kind of see a little bit more each time I watch it, and more than anything, more than the main reason.
It's the
that I
mall.
wanted to curate
You
it.
like the mall.
It was
He
for
likes the mall.
because I remember all of those places I've eaten at, all of them except Orange Julius. I never really cared for them.
Never actually had an Orange Julius. Sorry, go on.
The
Cut to the 5-minute conversation about it. Orange Julius is
Yeah.
the best Julius.
the
You don't know what you're
It's really
talking about.
fascinating, I think.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating to watch this,
Yeah.
and I think you making a comparison to Fight Club is great. It's like if all David Fincher did was like movies like Fight Club. After a while, it's kind of like, okay, well, come on, and especially if he'd done Fight Club and Zodiac, and nobody liked Zodiac, so he went back to just doing Fight Club all the time. It's like, oh, but you could have done like. Fincher actually took the path of I'm going to make real movies.
I'm gonna go make
now.
some movies.
Yeah. And Tarantino went, I'm going to continue making cartoons. And so
Your Michael Bay's, your Tarantino's, your
so
Kevin Smith's.
That's a weird list.
I watched this
Yeah.
movie. And I go, I wish. I love Kill Bill, and I've enjoyed the movies that he's made since then. Not Inglourious Basterds. Now he's hiding out of Sharonda. So there she is again.
And the only reason Louis
That's what I'm
Ramirez
saying.
is
Is that
dead.
Sharonda?
Yeah, that's Sharonda.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sharonda isn't just
How do you live like this?
a dumb hick.
Yeah.
She's also a druggie.
Yes.
Or she's become one. I kind of read it like, just being around this horrible people.
Yeah.
She's been corrupted and now she's just a druggie.
Mhm.
Banging 70-gram rocks.
But
Anyway,
Winning-
just as a matter of watching it and going, I wish Tarantino took the path where he made films like this. I'd like to see him make another movie like this.
Everyone else makes movies like this.
But making them his way.
I'm worried about
Yeah.
losing Tarantino movies that only Tarantino would make in that process. If he got about,
I'm glad no one else could have made Kill Bill.
Yeah, exactly,
I'm glad
sure.
that he did that. That's
I wouldn't mind if he did both. I would trade Inglourious Basterds for another one of these.
yeah. That one I still haven't seen
I
because
think of Inglourious Basterds as another one of these.
I haven't heard in however long since that movie came out. I haven't heard anyone say a single thing that made me interested in ever seeing that movie.
Yeah.
Inglourious Basterds?
Yeah,
Ugh.
but
So you haven't seen it.
That's right.
Okay.
No one has ever convinced me why I should bother to see that movie.
I don't like that movie.
I've seen a funny clip of Brad Pitt yelling at people, and I was like,
Yeah.
sound good. I do like Brad Pitt, but
That clip is a lie because
Yeah.
that's not the movie.
So
That's
there you go.
exactly.
So exactly. So anyway, so Tarantino can make whatever he wants. I like this movie a lot. I
don't
think it's
love it.
It's
You don't-
perfect. Yeah, it's perfectly. I would trim 20 minutes out of
Yeah.
it. If I was a studio exec, but there's your Pulp Fiction fallout. It's like, oh, you're the guy that made Pulp Fiction? Yeah, make it as long as you want to. You're a genius.
Right, you
and
have
again,
complete freedom.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. It's, again, I think we can't help but put ourselves in the blockbuster mentality. It's like, oh, so a small film for all of $12 million, which even in 95 is not an expensive film. $12 million, and it kind of more or less made its money back. That's what movies are supposed to be.
Yeah.
Movies aren't all supposed to be Star Wars. They're just supposed to be things that you make and entertain people for 2 to 2.5 hours, if you like, at a time, and make a mild profit.
Yeah.
That's what movies have been for
Yeah.
70 years and stopped being 20 years ago. And so, yeah, there's no reason to object to this movie's existence, and no reason not to go, yeah, a perfectly acceptable movie that I watched, that I enjoyed, and had interesting director, and it was full of interesting performances. And so that's the baseline of what a movie should be. And it's perfectly great at that.
It's occurring to me, like, I'm trying to figure out what the thing is, because I like this movie fine. It's just, I don't, like I said, I don't care hard. And I wonder if it's just because it's
I think. Well,
it's
I
a
think
smaller
I'm-
it's a smaller story. It's
I think I'm. I
it's
mean,
characters having problems with each other. It's not the big thing you imagine Tarantino doing with, Crazy 88 and shit.
Yeah.
It's a movie about characters that have a
Yeah.
problem with each other and deal with it in a largely linear fashion.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not this movie's fault that Pulp Fiction is really memorable.
Right.
Well, you
Yeah,
don't get,
I
you
mean,
don't get these kinds of characters in every single movie that's linear and
Yeah,
straightforward.
they are big in Tarantino drippy characters. It's got that going
I think
for it.
that's the thing that Tarantino and Scorsese have going for them is that even their bad stuff sometimes it's like, well, that's still interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
still fun to watch a character do that.
This
There's
is
still
more like
there's still scenes and
well,
moments in any Scorsese film. You go, this is a really cool scene, though.
Yeah, we've kept. I mean, we keep making comparisons, but I think this movie in particular is valid. This is very much like a Scorsese movie. In a lot of ways, it's very
Certainly is,
character driven.
Yeah.
It's
very
about a
big
heist
characters.
that,
Yeah.
with
10 years long.
characters and it's 11 years long. You put a kid through college while
fuck
watching
you. I
it.
like Scorsese.
Yeah.
I like this movie about as much as like an average Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
This isn't, I really like Wolf of Wall Street, I like The Aviator, I like Casino, and then the other one's like, well, I'd watch that movie again, but I don't care. It's not one that I think of. That's this for me.
I think this is the main reason I wanted to curate this and
It's your movie.
make sure people see
It's a
it.
free country. It's a free podcast.
Justify yourself, Mike.
is because there's an image in your head when you say Tarantino movie. There's an image in your head of this big thing, and it's like
Tim Roth bleeding in a back seat.
I would just like people to see that there is this other thing he did once, and isn't it fascinating?
Yeah.
And you can kind of expand your horizon of what Tarantino is capable of, and imagine if he maybe did this again. He's actually said before he decided to move on Hateful Eight, or maybe Hateful Eight is what he considers to be this. He was saying he wanted to do another small movie, like a Jackie Brown type of movie, and I was like, oh hell yes,
Yeah.
please do one of
Do
those.
it.
I would love to see another one of these.
I'm thinking now about what would make me like this movie more.
It's called Death Proof.
Oh, fucking Death Proof. I forgot about Death Proof. Anyway, what I would like about this movie, if they had done this, I would like the movie more. And I think the answer is simply, I'd like it more if I understood it better the first time I watched it. He's playing fast and loose, as a directors want to do, with what the audience knows and what they don't, and building suspense, and there's a bomb under the table, who knows, and all these pieces of information that he'll drip them out at one part or another, and that's the craft of tone and revealing fun
Yeah,
beats and storytelling. Basically at no point during this movie did I understand anything that was going on in the entire heist plot. Like, even at the end of the movie, I can't tell you right now what happened in the heist plot. Now, I'm an idiot, but I'm also like the audience surrogate in that I'm an idiot. Maybe I'd like it more if it was a little bit more clear. If someone had said out loud what the thing was. I didn't realize that there was a double cross happening. I didn't realize that the other black lady, the Supreme's black lady, did a bag thing.
Yeah,
I thought Forrester was getting confused.
I was unclear on that, and I was especially unclear that was the Supreme's lady. I
That
never
one,
put
yeah.
that together until Mike
Now,
said
bear in
so.
mind, my last little thing on this.
That is unclear.
I'm
but
never
that-
going to make an argument for a movie to be dumber. I'll just not make the argument as opposed to making that argument.
Would have helped if she had the Supreme's dress on.
It would have helped, but
It's more like I just had trouble tracking
probably
what's happening and
not
who knows
still
what.
the right choice.
And then when she goes off and she tells like the firearms guy everything that's exactly the truth, and tells Ordell everything that's actually the truth, at that point I just get confused where it's like I think that she's telling the truth.
Yeah.
Maybe I just don't get what she's saying. It just
So
it was
Misha
never
doesn't even have a plan.
I
Maybe
was
she just
very-
misunderstood what was supposed to happen.
Exactly. I was just never very clear on what everyone knew and what their intentions were. And as a result of that, as opposed to sort of tracking with the movie and being engaged with it, I was more just sort of watching it and being surprised when
What's
shots would change.
What's funny is besides what she's doing, all of that is on the table but it's like counterintuitive because movies like this don't put everything on the table normally. And so the fact that everything is on the table, you almost go like, well, okay, so there's
Yeah.
got to be more that
What
I'm
am I
not being
missing?
told.
You're not missing anything. It's happening in front of your eyes.
Yeah. There's got to be more I'm not being told because that's not how movies work.
She
Like,
and
no,
he
but
are
this
going
one
to
is
try and
actually.
steal the money from those other guys, and you're going to watch.
Yeah. And this is something like these things all have answers. The things that I was confused about all have answers. It's not that there aren't answers. It's that the first time I watched the movie, I wasn't able to track with it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I think I would like the movie more if that. Now, whether or not that'd be a better movie,
Now, if you
probably fucking not.
If you have lots of, because we've already referenced it before, so if you have lots of more sound and light and color and action and visual effects and talking raccoons, an entire movie that is incomprehensible can be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Hello, Guardians of the Galaxy, because I can't tell you the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy. There was a glowy purple thing, and everyone wanted the thing. And there were a lot of people who wanted that thing, and I don't know what half those people were doing in that movie.
And the raccoon was punching.
And the raccoon was punching, the horse were punching,
my
and the
God.
tree was smiling, and I was like, I literally like a half hour in, I was like, okay, the part of my brain that's trying to understand what in the fuck is happening in this movie needs to just sit down and
Take a break.
chill.
Yeah, take a
and
nap.
and the color and light cotton candy part of my brain just needs to go. We're just gonna take it from here, and the movie's fine because it doesn't matter what the fuck is going on in Guardians of the Galaxy. It's not that kind of movie. This kind of movie is kind of maybe a little more reliant on the audience being engaged in the heist, since that's what the movie's about. So and I'm maybe not as extreme as you are, and but we're on the same track here.
Yeah.
It's like certainly for the first half, I was like,
Yeah.
but seriously, what's happening,
Yeah.
and why are we watching it,
Once-
and why is it happening so slowly? But
Once you've seen all the pieces, I think
yeah,
it's
it all
clear
pays off in
to
the
me.
end.
Real
but-
projection here, I think.
but I had to watch the whole movie
Yeah,
before
but
I liked the movie.
and goes to why
Yeah.
isn't this such
Yeah.
a success? It's
Well,
like
that's-
it's like the word of mouth is kind of like well, the first hour is kind of, it's okay after that, but the first hour is kind of a slag. I don't think we would be the first humans to say that about this movie.
Over the last few years, I've been hatching this overall theory that, and it's a crazy fucking theory. It's probably not right. It's
insane.
But I think
Whatever it is.
I think 50% of why Star Wars happened is because everyone understands the moment of Han coming back at the end at the Death Star.
Oh, yeah.
When he shows up
Absolutely.
and says Yahoo, everyone is elated at that moment because they
Yeah.
understand everything that's happening in a
My
really
dad
complex,
didn't.
emotional
My
way.
dad didn't actually.
Really? No shit?
Specifically, my
Oh,
dad.
my theory sucks.
I had to. No. Well, he's one person of
Oh, okay.
all the millions that I'm aware of.
But your dad was like, I thought he left. He came back?
Yeah, so he's
Oh.
like, he'd understand that was Han Solo coming back, but
In any case, well, at that point, you don't. Yeah, I guess it may be.
But
easier now.
your point is perfectly
But
valid.
my point is that
all the pieces have
emotional
been-
payoff of that happening
Yes.
is entirely the result of everyone understanding the relevance of it happening.
Yes.
And
I
when you
agree.
can understand the relevance of it happening, the moment it happens, it's this huge moment in your heart and in your head and in your movie space in your head that you're watching this film in, and that just blows everyone away. It's like, that's so much what I wanted to have. He showed up and he helped save the day. Kind of that level of engagement, I think, is like what pushed Star Wars over the edge, because it's not that moment, that the movie is that engaging that everyone understands the relevance of that moment. The clarity of everyone's purpose as they're intersecting with each other in that movie allows for things like that to happen, and I think that's the X factor that Star Wars had over, I don't know, fucking Logan's Run.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why when people say Guardians of the Galaxy is the new Star Wars, I say absolutely not, because Star Wars had such a clear and linear plot, and that's the thing that Guardians of the Galaxy absolutely does not. That yes, you don't have to be you don't have to be a comic book reader to understand Star Wars.
Right.
Not because there wasn't one to read. But yes, a 3-year-old can understand the plot of Star Wars.
Yeah.
These guys are the bad guys. These guys are the good guys. Bad guys are trying to kill the good guys. Good guys don't want to get killed. And go. This guy in the middle
Kind of goes
doesn't
both
know which
ways.
side he wants to be on.
Yeah, exactly.
Surprise, he's on the good guy's side. Oh, and that's how the good guys win.
And
cool.
It's peekaboo.
Thank you, movie. I get it.
I liked him. I hoped he would do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's nice. That reaffirms what I like to think about humanity.
Whereas
as
with this
opposed
movie-
to Guardians of the Galaxy, which is like, who
Well.
the fuck cares and what's going on? So
Yeah.
that's why it can't be. It's not the new Star Wars.
Whereas in this movie, like, nothing a character can do in this movie would surprise me, because I don't have any expectation of what anyone in this movie is going to do.
Anyone might do anything.
Like, I don't have a model of the character in my head. Like that's why
Yeah.
I get kind of weirded out by the fact that Ordell. I just get different. Like every single scene, I think a different thing about him, and it doesn't add up. It doesn't accumulate into what a complex character. It accumulates into I have no idea what the fucking character is. When I can't model the people and their intentions and what they want, it's just I'm not even like really engaged with the movie. I'm just sort of like watching it. I can't be surprised when he shoots her because I thought either he would have or didn't. You know, it's just weird.
When she shoots
it's,
him.
It's hard to keep. Well, I mean,
And that's-
Melanie.
And it's
It's just hard to keep the movie in your head if you don't have the pieces that are. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
I agree with you,
I
but
didn't
the-
have the problem with that.
I agree with you,
personally.
and I agree with you. But the character I had that problem the most with is the title character.
Oh, I did too.
She
did too.
she was the one I just didn't have a handle on. Like, what do you want? You know, again, it sort of grew out organically, but it's just that for whatever combination of factors, that first, the first third of the movie, I just wasn't getting the information that I needed anyway about, like, well, okay, so why are you the star of this movie, and what is your thing, and what do I want? What do I want? What do you want, and what do I want for you? And I just had no idea. It's like I guess I don't want you to be arrested for a crime that you may have committed. I don't know if you're a good person or a bad person yet. So yeah, it just.
Oh, that's what it is. It's the significant. It's the context. You can't be surprised by a character if you don't have a starting point for them. Like it's when at the end of Kill Bill, when you meet Bill, and he's sweet and he's adorable and he's being great with the kid and everything. That is really surprising and engaging because you have a sense of like Bill is this fucking psychopath. He's an evil, dickish guy. You have that in your head. So when you meet him and he's not that, or at least not ostensibly,
He
you're
can
like,
be both,
You're
is
like,
the- is
you're like,
what it means.
holy shit, this is really fascinating. I didn't expect
Yeah.
that. But if you didn't really know the significance of Bill's a psychopath, he's killing people. Maybe he has regrets. Maybe he doesn't. When you see this nice guy at the end of the movie, it doesn't have the impact of holy shit. I had no, So when there's not this. I don't have a particular understanding of who Jackie is at the beginning of the movie. So what should be surprising things that her character does that you didn't see that coming, did you? Don't actually surprise me because I don't know where to start from. Like the surprise would be the thing that isn't what's expected. I don't have an expectation yet.
I just.
I'm-
I would
I'm-
say the thing to do is just take her at face value, frankly, because I mean, with Bill, again, it's a heightened story. These are heightened characters. You have to explain who Bill is. You have to explain who Darth Vader is. You don't have to explain who a cop is. It's like he's a cop.
But you do have to explain who a person who I've seen the entire movie. Is she a stewardess or does she just work the desk or both?
She's a stewardess.
Okay, thank you. I wish the movie had told me that. I
She
guess
says it.
I gather she works. Show don't tell. I gather she works on such a small airline that she does both. That she checks you in and then gets on the plane
Yeah.
with you and whatever. I kind of got that. But anyways, it's,
Well, they mentioned in the
it's the-
film that she works
well,
at the
but
shittiest
it's,
airline.
to
in
my
the world.
larger point is I had to work that out. It's like I had to like kind of by the end. I think I know what her job is, and that's part of I'm going to be on Teague's side of this. That it's not just that, and I think I kind of stumbled into it myself. Is the real thing is like she walks off the plane the first time we meet her. She's got a bag full of money. She gets pulled over by DEA agents or whatever, the ATF or whatever these guys are, and lights a cigarette. And the whole time, I don't know, is she a mule? Is this her heist? Is she in trouble? Is she this part of her plan? Is
Is
she
she
upset? Is
being
she
framed?
sad? Is she sorry? Is she pissed?
Yeah.
I wasn't getting any information about that. And I'm like, I like the DEA guys.
Yeah.
Maybe the movie's about them, and it's about this woman who is implacable and might be from an off-world kick murder squad. I don't know.
That scene is where they explain all the stuff you're asking about, though. That's
What
literally
scene?
where they say where she's having a cigarette, and they're like, "Oh, your name is Jackie Brown. You're a stewardess on this airline because you were."
That's
you were
right,
indicted
and I
for
don't
this
know
other
if
thing."
any of that's true, and I don't know how she feels about any of it because she's her eyes are a shiny mirror, and that's what I'm saying is the first half of the movie I thought, oh, that's a shame that Pam Grier can't act anymore or never could, but then she starts, then
yeah.
it all starts to work, and I can't tell you, doctor. I can only tell you that it hurt for 45 minutes.
Old people
and
kissing.
and I'm telling you as best I can where it hurt. So it's like for the first 45 minutes, and I'm glad that I'm not the only one with the symptoms. So it's not just a syndrome; it might be a real disease. That the back half of this movie is a lot stronger than the front half of the movie, and I think the movie would have been better for me and maybe better at the box office, but no one can know for sure. If there had been less front half of the movie and gotten to the back half a little faster and a little more efficiently, where the good stuff is.
Full
Yeah.
frontal.
I think here's the moment where she's basically saying, when she says I'll send you a postcard, it's like I'm going to tell you where I am. If you change your mind,
That's why I thought it was open ended.
yeah.
you know, it's not like the door is closed and
Yeah.
we'll never see each other again. It's like if you know, you're not ready to close the office today.
Yeah.
You've probably got a lease and stuff like that, but you know, the door's open.
Yeah.
Forrester's got a face that wants a mustache. He's got like that, like,
And also that she's like, don't say goodbye.
He's got like that 9-foot cliff between his nose and his lip that you just want to put a mustache there.
Oh, and by the way, I remembered where we all have seen, presumably Forster most recently, is the Descendants. I'm gonna hit you.
Oh, fucking
Yeah.
that's him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the what?
He was
He's the grandfather.
grandfather, yeah. The dad of the...
And it has that great
dog
moment,
dog.
like where he just walks up to the
towards the end of the movie?
kid and goes,
Yeah.
"I'm gonna hit you."
Oh. And then socks him.
And then just punches him. You expect this is going to be like a scene, but no, he walks up and says, "I'm going to hit you,"
gotcha,
and then he hits him,
Right.
and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, because he's going to...
He's got a 2-head
A what?
instead of a 4-head.
Oh.
He's
He's
got
got the
a
lipstick on his
Two-head.
mouth.
I get you.
Yeah, he's still got the lipstick on.
I didn't notice
Nice
that.
touch.
before.
J. Edgar Hoover over here.
You've cracked the case, Moriarty. So yeah, and I thought this was a kind of interesting directorial style because this
He walks out of the
of
focus.
focus and
Doesn't follow him.
Because he was only truly in focus and focused when
That's
Jackie
right.
Brown was in
Well,
his
it's
He's
life.
just
lost his
giving,
focus.
It's just...
What'd be amazing is if he starts the movie by walking
Yeah.
walking into focus. Does he do that? I don't think he does.
No.
You just see him at the
He's
desk,
just at
right?
the desk. But he's going somewhere kind of private. The movie is basically like, okay, he's going over there now. We're not going to share this space with him to kind of have his little breakdown.
And this is such a Tarantino. In fact, another movie, at least one other movie of his ends exactly like this.
Yeah. Kill Bill ends like this.
All is well in the jungle.
I like this movie fine. The more I think about it, I sound more intense about it than I feel just because I'm trying to articulate weird thoughts. But yeah, it's okay. It's not one that I'll go back to that often. I'm glad I saw it. I was
That's
ultimately
the point.
yeah.
That's the point.
If for no other reason than it expands the context of who Tarantino is.
Yeah.
And I like Pam Grier. I haven't seen much of her, I guess, since this. But high five, Pam Grier. And yeah. Anthony, do your wrap up on Jackie Brown. Jackie Brown!
Jackie Brown.
Jackie Brown.
Let me rock you, Jackie Brown.
I hope he makes more movies like this. I hope he does more of the simple stuff instead of continuing to make cartoons like Mike was saying. I like the characters a lot. I don't know why. I just like
I think this is amazing that this is still like it was on her for like that hit entire song,
Yeah,
just singing
yeah.
along with it.
Pretty much covered the whole thing.
And she had this whole range of emotions. She's like, I got away and I'm happy, but now I'm sad. And it's fantastic. Sorry, go ahead.
hearing everything you guys are saying, it's like I should not. There's no reason I should like the first half as much as I do. But I like it
the
still.
characters are great.
Yeah, I like the characters a lot. I mean, that for me is like going back to what I said earlier about Tarantino and Scorsese. It's like I just get engrossed in it because there's something interesting and fascinating about it that I don't get. That quality I don't get in a lot of other movies. So even Tarantino's worst film, Death Proof, it's like it's still more fascinating to watch than a lot of mainstream stuff you see. For me, it's not a good movie,
It does rub you in.
but there's
Yeah, when you think something might happen, it
Right.
keeps your attention.
right. So there's still really cool stuff in that film, and I think that he just brings that kind of quality to every film he does. So
He can't not do that.
No.
right,
Yeah.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, and
It's true.
so that I guess that's what reels me in, and
Yeah.
I enjoyed all the actors in the film. So
I enjoyed De Niro a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a film that comes up in conversation a lot, though. I'll admit.
Yeah.
People don't mention it.
It's
a whole
funny how
lot.
some films just completely disappear off the radar, and even films that were big at the time suddenly don't get talked about 10 years
Yeah.
later.
Hotel for Dogs. Anyway, Trey.
Well,
What was your-
is Michael going?
'Cause he
Michael
curated
gets the
it, he
closing
can-
argument. Okay, fair enough. It's well, at least I've seen it. Michael can't tell me I need to see Jackie Brown anymore. Get that out of the way. I have to all be very careful. I'd have to be very careful that not everything has to be the Avengers. It's like
Yeah.
this is a movie that I watched. I didn't thoroughly love, but I admired many aspects of it. And I see that Tarantino is a very gifted director with a very unique vision and a certain set of gifts. Had I been there, I would have said maybe lose about 20 minutes out of the first act, Quentin, and I personally would like this movie even more. But that didn't happen, never will happen, and didn't need to happen. But we got 2.5 hours to talk about stuff, so we have to say things like that. Not every movie has to be the greatest movie ever made. Some movies just need to be a movie you watch and go, that was fun. And this one is.
I think it's very Japanese in the way he does things. It's like Japanese movies are kind of long. They have long takes.
Well, they do that. There's basically everyone but America does that, and I would say his model is probably more French than Japanese. But this
podcast had that sentence on it.
Yeah, wow.
Dig us.
Well, I see when a movie like that. I think we talked about it when we were around. We didn't.
No, that was just really cultured and erudite.
We never actually did. We didn't do Death Proof, but we did Planet Terror.
Yeah, we did Planet Terror.
Talked about contrasting that with Death Proof, in which we talked about Death Proof is where he went all the way towards aping a style of bad movie that he actually made a bad movie. I think yes. Well, Tarantino's style is informed by everything.
Yeah, certainly he's so aware of the Japanese style that
there's a little bit of Kill Bill is when he went, see, and now I'm doing Japanese style. But when I see a movie like this, especially when you put Pam Grier and Forster at the head of it and do a story about small-time hoods doing a small-time deal that goes drastically wrong, this too is a grindhouse movie.
Right.
With a little gloss to it.
In the 70s, movies just took their time.
Yeah, because grindhouse movies especially is a point we made in Death Proof. Grindhouse movies especially because you had a budget of 97 cents. So all you could do was get a room and have your actors talk at length about whatever you could think of them to talk about.
Right.
So that's how you made up your running time, and then you crashed the one car that you could afford to crash, and that was your movie. So he's already heading in that direction that he went full bore with when he did Death Proof a little sometime later. So this is very much a slicker. I think blaxploitation is appropriate given the subject matter and the way it's presented. Just a much slicker version of that. And yes, as in Death Proof, it's like, okay, but see, stylistically you
nailed the boring thing.
You nailed the way a bad movie used to get made. And I don't know if that's an achievement or not, but you did do it. So this movie, but for the same reason, is like, well, he doesn't, Tarantino cares not for your American modern sensibilities of fast cutting. He'll let characters talk in a room for 20 minutes and so on. And again, that's fine. He can make that movie, and I don't have to love it. And the world keeps right on spinning.
Right.
That's fine.
Mike?
Yeah. Just the reason, just so people don't think, aren't wondering what's the difference between, because both of them do, take their time and have long takes. I would say that the Japanese style is more about kind of stillness and kind of just being, and that's not really what this movie is. And the French is more about the realism and the existence and the being in the moment and
texture.
The texture and so the long takes of walking through and just being like, this is her walking through the mall freaking out, like that's more that kind of vibe than like the stillness which comes in Kill Bill and stuff like that. Like you said, that's more him doing that kind of thing. But of course he is very informed by everything, and more than anything it's a 70s grindhouse movie. 100% absolutely.
Look at the menu.
But
the menu is flashier than anything in the movie.
Yeah.
Interesting. Just talking about Scorsese, is on that note. There's a shot in Taxi Driver when they talk about some documentary they were talking about. There's a shot of Taxi Driver where there's Alka-Seltzer in the glass, and the shot of the Alka-Seltzer in the glass goes on forever, and that's a statement that they talk about very specifically. Like, there's the length that you would normally have a shot of the Alka-Seltzer. And then clearly, as an experienced moviegoer, the Alka-Seltzer shot is clearly going on longer than it would have normally and should be.
Right.
Now you're thinking, why are we looking at this shot of the Alka-Seltzer? Now the Alka-Seltzer means more than just Alka-Seltzer. Something else is happening. And it keeps on going to make you go, seriously, what's going on with this Alka-Seltzer? I'm completely invested in this glass of Alka-Seltzer now. I'm fascinated by it. So that sensibility is very much at play here. And in the French movies that you're talking about, is like, we're just going to walk with her the whole way through the shopping mall. Just to make you ask yourself why I'm making you watch it, if nothing else. That is a directorial thing that can be done.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mike.
I mean, we talked about it, as I said at the beginning. I wouldn't necessarily even say this is my favorite Tarantino movie, although I like it quite a bit. I just think that it was a movie
Earlier you said it was his best movie.
I still think it is in terms of
It's his favorite.
in terms of just being I said
I think that's
don't
perfectly
think it's
fair,
his favorite,
yeah.
but I think it's his best.
Oh, this was clearly his best. I don't like it as much as I like the other one.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Just in terms of how well it's constructed and how deliberately, obviously everything he does is deliberate, but this is him making a movie, to be a movie as opposed to being an experience that gets all over your clothes as as the rest of his movies generally are.
Got some Tarantino on you there.
But mainly it's just like the reason I put it out there is just I think that this is a movie that doesn't deserve to be forgotten or be like, oh, that's that time Quentin Tarantino fucked up. It's like, no, it's actually
It's not that.
It's not that at all. It's a movie that I think people, especially people who like Tarantino and people in general who love movies, just deserve to have in their life.
Would benefit from seeing.
Yeah.
It's oddly enough that we started off. You mentioned Teague mentioned Jersey Girl.
No.
Jersey Girl is absolutely my favorite Kevin Smith movie. I don't really like any of the others that I've ever seen. Jersey Girl was like, oh, he can do it.
Uh-huh.
He can make a movie.
Right.
He just normally doesn't.
I recall liking Jersey Girl a lot.
I'm gonna have to check out Jersey Girl.
But
then.
that doesn't apply here because I actually do like flashy, crazy Tarantino
Yeah.
a little bit more than I like, at least here. But again, I would like this movie. I'm not saying QT don't ever try and make a normal movie again because clearly he's quite capable, and I actually would like to see another one.
Yeah. This has been What Do You Do in a Movie? You can always find more episodes at friendsinyourhead.com. Go to the forum, involve yourself in the conversation. You can download every new episode every single week. There's an iTunes thingy. Subscribe. Rate us on iTunes. We need new ones. And also, like us on Facebook because, seriously, why not? Facebook.com/friendsinyourhead, Twitter.com/friendsinyourhead, and friendsinyourhead@gmail.com. Holden Hill, design and maintain the website. And until next time, my name is Steve Christie.
Anthony Alba.
Mike Scott.
Or Dill.
This has been What Do You Do in a Movie? Thank you much for listening. Good night, good night. Long, unbroken shot of us sitting here staring at you
Yeah.
over a great, funk track.
Talking about French New Wave films.
Yeah.
No, man. Stylistically, what they would do in the long take, you understand?
You know what they call Sabaro in a French film? La
Rob-
fin.
Robinson's May.
That was an awesome sound effect.
Thank you. That's my bong sound effect. I went to college. There's a phone number for Max Cherry. Should we dial it? It's a 555
The interesting thing is there are other numbers in here that are not 555 numbers. And it's like,
See, anytime they do that, you got to assume they're doing it on purpose.
no.
This is Odell. What do you want?
Hi, chat room people. Sorry about the weirdness at the beginning of this. Lag and
That
stuff.
was me.
I think we're done with that lag.
We had lag.
There was lag in the first 10 minutes of the broadcast.
I think there may be other examples that I just don't remember, but I think today is easily the weirdest double feature we've ever done. I was talking to someone. I said, "Oh yeah, we're doing 2 movies on a podcast tomorrow." She said, "What movies?" I said, "Jackie Brown and Noah." And she was like, "Whoa." I know. It made sense at the time. It still makes a kind of sense, but it is.
Yeah.
I still can't find my keys, so I just took my car key off of your hearing.
Okay.
Theoretically, you'll probably be home when I want to get in.
Yeah. Still can't find your keys.
No.
Did you check the couch?
We'll check the couch.
Ew. Couch dust.
We don't check the couch.
Couch dust.
It never ends well when we check the couch.
I found a pen.
If your keys get in the couch, forget it, man, because they're gone. No one's going in after those keys.
Don't look at my butt.
You can find them, but they don't work because, it's sticky.
Yeah. Covered with couch juice.
Yes. Hey.
Hello. How are you?
Was he in the bathroom the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's Diet Coke.
They're in there. I'm going to have a second one, in fact.
Here come the jesters. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. All right. And we bring up that one. What?
Get one of those Facebook updates. Andrew Pignon got married with Melanie Baker. Oh, that's nice for them. Okay. I knew that was happening at some point. Apparently it happened yesterday. Thank you, Facebook, for that information.
I'm gonna go play video games.
Ryan Mickey.
Yeah.
Okay.
What game?
I- that's
Child
Ruby.
of Light?
With Ryan and Kitty?
No, random.
It was so weird because that sentence was sounded perfectly normal to me. If this was the 80s, I'm going to go and play video games. They don't even have places like that anymore. Oh, you went to someone's house? That's where we do it now. Okay.
She's gonna go to the
I was like,
7-Eleven
there's an
and
arcade?
Finished my homework, so
Yeah.
I'm
You have
gonna
enough
go.
quarter? You have enough
so,
quarters?
So I got my quarters for the week, and I'm gonna go play video games.
I'm
have a
gonna
Slurpee.
I'm going to go play video games. It's a
And I'm
perfectly
gonna
logical
get a hot
sentence.
dog, and
It was a perfectly normal sentence that I haven't heard in 30 years, and so I was like,
glad I could just throw you back there.
I'm gonna go ride my bike to the store.
Yeah. Come back before the streetlights go on. Yeah. Woo! Whoa, child. All right. Mental gear shifts. I'm grinding.
Grind your gears.
Pretty hard, right?
All right, let's go from Jackie Brown. No one. No, 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 no. And I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. When you hold me in your arms so tight, me know everything's alright. And I'm hooked on a feeling, burn, burn, I am believing. Yeah. In the chat room, Herc's like, quote, Noah received generally positive reviews, quote. I guess I'll stick around then. I take that as you haven't seen it. Lips as sweet as candy, honey's on my mind. Paramount logo, you guys. Girl, you got me thirsty for another cup of wine. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do.
Do you have a favorite Tarantino movie too?
Probably Kill Bill. Maybe Django. No. Probably Kill Bill.
Mine's easily Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, but Pulp Fiction is like the one where it's like, in my heart I want to say Pulp Fiction, but I think I actually like watching Kill Bill more. But I don't think he can make Kill Bill unless everyone said Pulp Fiction was fine. It's okay for you to make movies like that. So.
In fact, we only want you to do that.
Yes. Same here. I'll chapter search Pulp Fiction, but I'll kind of actually watch Kill Bill.
Did you think there was too much music in Guardians of the Galaxy?
There was a lot, but I dug it.
That's where most of the budget
if
went.
That movie had somehow managed
Really?
to be as, if that movie could have maintained the sheer awesomeness of the opening title sequence all the way through, it truly would have been the greatest movie of all time. That opening title sequence, but it never got as good again after that. It came close, but that opening title sequence was the best thing. I was like, oh my god, this could be a work of fucking genius, this movie. I love it so far. It was like doing 18 unexpected things all at the same time and nailing them all. It was fantastic.
The music and the title.
The whole thing. It's like, you know, it's like, I was like, oh my god, this movie's doing everything that I wish movies did and none of them ever do. In fact, it gives a cold opening, a guy's using technology without telling us what it's for, but we go, I totally get what that technology is for, and then a completely inappropriate song. And when he grabbed that shrew and uses a microphone and went back in his face, I was like, this is the greatest movie of all time. And just the whole thing, I was like, I don't even know what's happening, and I love it. It was, you know, that was great. Then it just couldn't.
Whoa,
maintain that
child,
level of
things
awesome.
are gonna get easier.
It was like, wow.
Oh, little bit brighter.
New sheriff in town. Nobody makes movies like this that I'm
Whoa, child.
But it didn't quite hit that level of Star Wars for you.
Well, like I said, then it developed.
Star Wars makes
Then
sense.
they began to
Star Wars
layer
makes-
on the heinous chains of canon about whatever the fuck Guardians of the Galaxy is supposed to be about. And when they got to the 8th villain, and they were like, and
Well, that's how I've been judging these movies since Jump. Is I'm not going to try to understand. If I still understand it, good, you succeeded. But like since Avengers, I've been like, you know what? I'm not even gonna try. If there's an emotional through line, I'm happy to watch people be fun. I'm not gonna try to keep up with your glowing bullshit.
Thanos that apparently has been in like 4 of these movies now, and every time he shows up, I'm like, who the fuck is this now? I don't. It's like I don't care that he was in another movie.
Whoa,
What's the point of this
child,
movie?
things
So,
gonna be
I totally
easy.
forgot that scene, and, you know.
Boom, bop, boom, boom.
So they're sisters, but they're not sisters because their dad's not their dad. The other guy's their dad, but they're both close to their dad. But they hate each other more. So they're gonna have a fight because they hate each other. Except no one's gonna win because she has to be back for another movie. So that whole plot was pointless. We shouldn't even have bothered. So it was just lumping with so much other stuff that they, so much pipe that they had to lay. It was like everyone wants the glowy thing and make them chase the glowy thing. That's a perfectly fine movie. Don't tell me the rest of that bullshit because I'm getting confused. But so was that, and I didn't like the raccoon. And
Really?
I'm an animation supervisor, and his eye line fucking made me insane. And I don't like Bradley Cooper as a bad voice choice, but I know I'm in the minority on that one.
Wow, man.
He's great on the page, and the words he said were hilarious. But I wish he'd been animated differently, and someone else had done the voice. But I'm willing to be in the minority on that one.
So his eye line was just completely all over the place, or what?
It just I'd have to watch the movie again and frame it to figure out why I was being bugged by his animation. But it's probably a character design issue as well.
I thought that his being not being an animation expert, he looked the best out of everything else in that movie.
No, Groot was the best for me because I never doubted Groot for a second. Groot was like totally there.
Boom,
But
boom,
I
boom,
never
boom.
forgot for
Hey,
a
guys.
second that Groot was
Hello.
animation. For me,
Hello.
the
Duck, duck, duck.
raccoon looked like a real raccoon.
I never I was like, this is a
Why am I so quiet all of a sudden? There it is.
really rendered
Duck, duck,
animation
duck,
that I'm
duck,
not quite buying, but like I said, I'm talking extremely fine shades of animation, and I can't put my finger on why I wasn't liking it. Anyway, but there was just something. He was uncanny valleying me. It was like, well, he should be a really good animated character, and why isn't
You're in the uncanny valley of the uncanny valley.
Exactly. I was in the animation uncanny valley. I know, and that's just me. There's
Right.
probably not many of me, but that was making me crazy. But it was that and the fact that it was just like way
Le Bible.
too much plot
My Bible.
that didn't actually matter because all that was for some other movie they'll make someday. So that I thought just as Whedon did, I thought Gunn did a fine job with all of the baggage they threw at him and said, make sure this is in there for some strange reason. And I thought he did as well as could be done.
Be right back.
That kind of
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to What Are You Doing Movie. You can always Fucking shit. Damn.
Nice.
Whoa!
My
You
playback
can always.
With the outro.
My playback is all weird. Sorry. Hey, welcome to Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to What Are You Doing Movie. Our movie this week is Noah. Go ahead and pop in your DVD or Blu-ray, press play, press pause when the Paramount logo just clicks off. The first frame you perceive of all black, press pause, and in a second I'll say 3, 2, 1, unpause, at which point I'll press play. You'll press play, and we'll watch the movie together in perfect sync. It'll be like any other commentary except with 4 friends in your head. Those friends this week are myself as always, T. Christie, my friend Anthony Alba,
Hello.
Michael Dorkman Scott.
Hello.
And Trey the Amazing Stokes.
Hello.
And it came to pass, where men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them of wives, of which they all chose. And then, sorry, I actually printed out, just because we don't want to get this one wrong. It's
Was
important.
that Bible?
It's biblical shit.
This
I
is based
actually-
on a book, right?
I haven't read the original book, but the movie is
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
actually has.
I
but
actually,
they all hear it's very
I printed
good.
out the whole. It's Genesis. What is it? 6 through 8,
6 through 8,
and I
yeah.
have the King James version, the New International Version, and the New American Standard Bible, which
Is
this,
Noah in
it's just all
Genesis?
short words.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's
Comes that
Genesis
early in the saga.
Yeah,
does it?
6 through 8. It's early.
Wow.
And it's a fascinating thing to read, and we're going to talk about it, I guess, at some point because it's a long movie.
Just kind of glaze over history.
The the movie before us, I knew this was coming way before because it was one of those movies where I ended up with the script for it a long time before it got made, and the script is
Very
slightly different.
Oh, it's quite different.
Yeah.
At least the one I read.
Yeah, and I kind of like the script version more.
Oh, I wound up liking the movie more.
But another thing, I was a little bit surprised because the people who were going to ever be okay with this movie at all, people who weren't going to get like mad at it for existing, basically, all seemed to really, really like it. And I was underwhelmed by it. I remember being blown away by the script and then underwhelmed by the movie. And I think I was underwhelmed just because I had already read the script and it was like, oh, this movie gets really dark and no one else was expecting it to get that dark. I think it's fine. I also, the more I watch it, the less I understand why it needs to exist. This is a Why Did You Tell Me That Story movie for me. But there's a lot to like in it. I like the Big Rock Angels. I like that B-52 song in general. And
Rock Angels.
yeah,
down,
burn, burn, dun, dun,
down.
dun, 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 we're dead. And yeah, otherwise, I'm not. I'm going to figure out how I feel about this movie over the course of this episode. Is basically what's going to happen. Generally, I don't quite understand why he made it, but it seems to be well made, and that's good. I mean, basically, it's weird. This movie confuses me because in my head, I thought, like last night or whenever I watched it just to prepare for this, I thought it was funny that maybe what's supposed to happen here is what happened is God was going to forgive everyone anyway, and then he's like, fuck it, they screwed some shit up, but I'm going to make a forest out of the desert, and it'll be fine now. And then Noah starts cutting down the forest God made, so God's like, fuck you, rain time. And it's Noah actually caused the death of everyone, not saved them. That's what I'm saying, you guys. Anyway.
It's a gritty reboot.
I know
of
that
the
I'm
Bible.
in the minority on this one, though, because I think everyone else here fucking love this movie. Anthony, how are you on Noah?
I did love this movie. About halfway through the film, I was getting scared because I was like, "Oh my god, please don't fuck this up. This is so good.
Don't
please,
blow the dismount.
please." And it ended well for me, and I walked out elated.
Is it not what you expected?
I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest. I got excited at the idea of Noah. I got excited at the idea of Aronofsky making a Noah movie. I'm like, that has to be interesting, no matter what it is. And everything about it just, I don't know, it touched me on many levels.
Got you good.
Yes.
Darkman, did it get you good?
Yeah, I think it's a really powerfully done version of the story, and we'll talk about it. I mean, you're saying why did you tell me that story? It's like, well, first of all, we're already telling this story all the time. Yeah. Everybody is learning this, or Christian kids or kids who grew up at Christian churches, not necessarily the same thing.
Even non-Christians.
Even non-Christians are aware of this story. This is a story that's in the zeitgeist. And the thing is, one of the things that excites me about this movie, and as it does so well, this is a Sunday school story. They sing songs about Noah and his ark. God told Noah to build him an arky, that thing. And it's fucking...
I was waiting for that song the whole time.
And Aronofsky comes in and he goes, we tell this story to children, and that is insane. Like, this is a story about God murdering everyone in the world and a family being forced to watch. That's what happened in this movie. That's what happens in this story, and we tell this story to children like it's fun. And he's like, I want to tell the verse. It's the same thing that I think, kind of compelled Mel Gibson to do the Passion of the Christ, which is, people talk about people in Christian churches, they talk about, oh, Jesus sacrificed for our sins, and isn't that wonderful, and all that stuff. And
Spielbergy in their
right,
head.
and from Mel Gibson's perspective, he's like, no, I want to make sure you understand what we're talking about him doing. If we're going to accept that that really happened, and that's why he made that story, to be like, okay, no, this is what Jesus went through, and so that's what kind of the Noah story is like. This is that story. This is what happened in that story, and everyone's like, this is the story I learned in Sunday school. He's like, I know,
because they were lying to you.
Yeah, you were told a crazy story. If this really happened, this is how it went down, more likely, and it's crazy that you don't know that. And I think this version of the story deserves to be told, and he's talking about Noah as a character. I think he's fascinated by Noah as a character. Interestingly enough, he chooses not to go the route, because some people go the version of it, which is not in the Bible, it's extra biblical, but the idea that Noah was kind of perceived as a crazy person, because it takes him like 70 years to build the ark. So everyone's like, there he is tinkering with his boat again, whatever. And then the rains come. They're like, oh, I guess it's good we didn't stop him. We just let him do that, and they all get in the boat. That's not in the story necessarily, but that's a version people have done. And Aronofsky being so interested in the idea of obsession, so many of his movies are about obsession of some kind or another. It's interesting that he opted not to necessarily go in that direction with it, and he went more the idea of sacrifice and redemption and all of that stuff. But I thought it was great. I think it was great that he took this story that everyone thinks they know and did something else with it, but did something completely appropriate with it. And he says in behind the scenes stuff, he's always been fascinated by the character of Noah and by the story of Noah, and he did a version of the story that has never been really properly told before, but I think should have been, and I'm excited to talk about it.
Trey?
Well, this was another movie that Mike certainly kept saying, Noah, check out Noah. Of all the movies ever in human history that I would not be inclined to check out, this would be this would be one of them, because it's like, I come from the biblical epic was still a thing that was being made in my lifetime. I had to, when I was like 8 or whatever, it's like, we have to go see the Bible. That's literally what the movie's called. And it's a feature that tries to do the whole Bible. So it's Adam and Eve, and then Noah, and then the Joshua or whatever. And it's like, and it's, every Hollywood star is in it, and everyone's, and every British star is in it, and it's exactly what you think. It's exactly what those movies always are. And Ben-Hur or, 10 Commandments is on every Easter, and you watch that. And, that whole Cecil B. DeMille, this is how we do a Bible story.
Pomp and circumstance
is the only kind of Bible movie that we get in America, and it's like, and I was indoctrinated that that's the only kind of Bible movie there could be. So I'm like, why do I want to watch anyone do a movie about Noah? I was like, I don't, Aronofsky, okay, but whatever. I mean, it just can't be. So it wasn't just for the show, it was, for doing this podcast. It was when Noah came up for rental a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, or however long it was. I was like, all right, I've heard just enough about this movie. I'll give it a shot. And I started watching it. I was like, this is awesome. I was so indoctrinated as what a Bible movie has to be. It's like, no, Aronofsky just cleared the deck and said, how about like this? And I was like, this is fantastic. And I loved it. I loved it so hard, just for the existence of it. And the it's like, again, as a very adamant non-Christian, hi everybody, how you doing? The fact that I was like, this is how you make a Bible movie palatable, is you treat it like any other mythology. Like, if you're going, when they do Perseus and fighting the Medusa, they don't get all reverent and glowy-eyed, and everyone's all, they do it. It's a sword and sorcery story.
This is Noah as 300.
Just do it. So, you're going to tell a story about a guy who was obsessed, and, a great sky being said, I have chosen you and your family to preserve all life on earth, and I'm going to kill everybody else. I mean,
I think the reason it works is, instead of it doesn't approach it as a biblical epic. It approaches it as a fantasy epic.
Yeah, a fantasy / semi-period epic. It's Conan the Barbarian as a Bible story, or vice versa. It's like you said. It's like, no, seriously, without all the cleaned up bullshit, Sunday school, everything is perfect version. If this shit went down in a Bronze Age culture, what would that really, really, really look like? And how do you make a compelling story out of that? And I thought that's great. And my analogy is like, Noah, especially as presented here, Noah is Lord of the Rings if you were telling it from Sauron's point of view. I'm an evil sky god, and I want to destroy all of mankind. Oh, I'd like to help with that. All right, let's get that started, shall we? And happy ending, they do. So, there were no hobbits to get in the way. But, so yeah, it's like, this is just a huge, crazy mythology about here's how humans began. There was only the one family because they were the only good ones. And just to take it and take it out of that reverent, oh, it's all so important and perfect and wonderful and clean, and just it's a Bronze Age mythology. And here's the version. Here's how that looks when you just put it on its feet and show you what it really is. And that's a perfectly entertaining film, just as much as I enjoy Lord of the Rings or 300 or anything else. So okay, Aronofsky, make the Battle of Jericho is going to be awesome. Make that one next. I can't wait to see it. So I was stunned at how much I love this movie and how it even changed my entire way of thinking about what a Bible movie could be. So bravo, Aronofsky.
You get the point where the Paramount, I think, Pictures, whatever the studio logo was, just click to black like we are here. Put your finger on the button. 3, 2, 1 on pause.
Yeah, I remember when I came out, I was
Now
not
we're seeing
only
our Regency. Sorry.
yeah it's fine. I was like, not only is that how like you should tell a Bible story, but I'm like, that's how The Hobbit should be. Like that's the kind of movie that Hobbit should be, not whatever this crap is. The Hobbit has turned into a biblical epic that's overly.
That's right,
reverent and all
exactly.
that
It's like
crap now.
everything is all glowing and wonderful, and you know exactly how it's going to end. It's
No.
like, no, this is like a whole messed up.
I know
thing.
I know you didn't like the music as much as I did, but like right from the beginning.
Actually, rewatching it, I like the music a lot.
Like the music hits, and I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be so fucking cool. Like the music grabbed me right away.
Maybe
the
my thing is
opening.
Right at the
I don't know what
beginning-
you guys are responding to. Like I don't think I have the same context you guys had for biblical movies, because this is
I
exactly
went
like
to
to a
Catholic
T what I would have imagined this movie to be.
Yeah.
When someone says Aronofsky's doing Noah, this is like
Well, right now
No-
it feels super Aronofsky. I will say that.
Yeah.
Like the
yeah,
intro
it's-
mainly.
But see, what
big
I love
old
about it,
300 fountain Noah. That's
just because it's so not doing the usual tropes,
Yeah.
especially when
Right here,
the rock angels
the-
show up. I'm
the
like, all
Watcher.
right, this is not your dad's Bible movie
Yeah.
for sure.
Right.
But the way it's set up is like, this is exactly, again, it's like as if you never heard of the Bible. This is just a mythology. This is a story. It's like if you're telling people the story of Conan or Lord of the Rings. It's like, Kate Blanchett could have done this. Like, in the beginning there was one ring, and the apple and the sin, and people were without sin, but the orcs who lived on Mount Doom were there. It's exactly that. It's establishing, okay, this is the crazy, insane fantasy world this happens in, and we just are so indoctrinated that we go, but it's not a fantasy world. It totally is the same as any other fantasy world, and should be in. Here's the rules. There's a sky god who is way more involved in people's shit than he should be, but that's how he rolls,
Right.
and just roll with this story. Here we go.
Earlier, you were asking why
And
he
he's
ma-
crazy.
why
Yeah,
he
and
made
he's
the movie
obviously
at all.
very crazy.
You were-
Yeah.
You never heard the story why he decided to make it.
no.
It had to
No,
do with
in
his
fact.
it had to do with his 6th grade teacher, I believe. And
Seventh.
'cause- or
And as a
grade
matter
teacher.
of fact, she has a cameo in this. I will point her
Oh,
out.
wow.
Wait,
the rock
she
angel.
basically told the class to sit and write a story about hope, I guess.
Something, yeah.
Some-
I think
and
it's
he, for whatever reason, he chose Noah.
the story of Noah.
And
yeah.
what happened was she liked the story so much that she submitted it to some kind of contest, and he ended up winning the contest, and it kind of changed the direction of his life completely.
yeah, that's when he was like, oh, maybe I'm actually okay at writing. Maybe I should
Right.
pursue
Wow.
that.
And so this is something that's like very close to his heart that he'd been wanting to make for a really long time, and it's like not until recently that he had the, power to do so.
Huh.
So
Weird.
Which, by the way,
Is the point that this is a movie
is
about hope? 'Cause
kind of. Oh yeah, it's a hope about.
Yeah.
It's a movie about hope and redemption and love and sacrifice, and there's a lot of great thematic stuff going on. But I forget what I was just about to say, so never mind.
No.
But
I mean,
Writing a story.
oh
and-
no, the fact that based on his kind of track record, it's like I'm glad. But I'm baffled that somebody went, yes, I will give you $100 million to make
Yeah.
this movie.
It's kind of interesting. Well, I got Russell Crowe. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that is part of it.
Last time
Passion of the
Russell-
Christ made made millions and millions
Yeah.
of dollars,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Bible movies make money.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but this
but
one
Cer-
pissed everyone off. Didn't
well,
it?
part of
this one
here's
didn't
the
make as
thing.
much money
did.
as you would think. And
That's
I'm
the
sure
weird
it's.
thing.
Here's the thing.
Well, I'm sure it's because it's it didn't give the people
Yeah.
what they wanted.
The people who wanted it to be, the people who take the Bible as a gospel, were mad because he changed it. The people who
But they're the ones who watched it.
the people who don't care, well, yeah, they watched it and then they told everybody, "Oh, it shits all over it," and so their friends didn't go. Unlike Passion of the Christ, everyone's like, "Oh my God, I
you
was
have
so
seen it a
moved," and
billion
they had to,
times.
yeah, and.
And then the people who aren't inclined to see Bible movies like me will go, well, why would I see that?
Yeah,
Why would I go
exactly.
to see that?
So it hit kind of a very middle ground of just people who were willing to kind of check it out and had to tell the rest, no, you guys, it's
actually kinda cool.
Everybody I came
Yeah.
across, I was telling you have to watch Noah.
exactly. But there and part of it, yeah, we should probably address it, and it's something that's coming up with the next Bible epic. People talking about, well, you know, it's if you're doing a Bible epic, does it really have to be all white people? It's like,
That's right.
shouldn't it be Middle
it's
Eastern?
way
Shouldn't
white.
it be black
and,
people?
and I will say the least successful aspect, and it's no one's fault other than just, is I'm sorry, Hermione. Anyone else I would
Yeah.
rather have seen.
But
than this
I
movie.
think this could have been great with a black cast. Denzel Washington could have been a great Noah. Yeah, I'm sure you could have found.
Well, see,
a
but here's the
great
thing: if
Middle
you
Eastern
buy the
cast.
Bible, these have to be white people, because it's like there was no those other people
I think
came
it's
later.
I think that's his way of kind of reeling you in, though. It's like you kind of think that this is going to be.
Well, I mean, ultimately, what it is the studio going, we need white people because that's how you sell movies. That's the unfortunate reality. I wish it weren't like that.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be like that.
You
I
can
hope
make
that
a
changes.
Bible movie, but it's got to be a white
Yeah,
Bible movie.
Right.
I hope that changes,
Bible.
and I totally understand why people are angry about it. I think Exodus is more of a problem because not only is it white people, but they made sure to keep at least they still cast black people as the slaves and thieves. So
Yeah.
that's a problem. That's an even bigger
But
problem.
I'm from the South,
But-
and I've never seen a Noah story that wasn't white people, so it's not like this is new,
Right.
Right.
Well,
Look at
there's
the
so
stars.
much other new stuff going on. They could have done that. I took this as a little, by the way the flower thing. It's like, it's like a callback to the fountain. He would do that a couple of times in the fountain. I actually checked the fountain. It's not the same like flower, so it's a different thing. But yeah, well, the idea is this is a younger world, a younger universe, so everything is just kind of closer together. And I think they were on film.
No, they
For-
used both cameras, didn't they?
They may have for the rain battle, which I mean I'll look that up right now, but they may have for the rain battle because that was shot at night. That was shot in very low light, so
Right.
they would have had to.
Well, I
possibly
noticed it. I
cheat
noticed
like
it on
that.
the theater more because it's like a giant fucking.
Yeah, I didn't
screen.
actually notice it when I rewatched the movie.
But
the other
like,
day.
at home you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, because you can't see it. I don't like the look of this movie at all. I'll just say it.
Really?
I think it looks like shit constantly, and I don't think the effects ever work. Sorry. I said it.
Wow.
It's over. The sentence is out. I think the animation on the angels is really cool and inspired, and I think where they were going with it was awesome. I don't think they got there. It looks like varying shades of cartoon to me. And it's
what
just
look would you-
crazy fucking dark, the whole movie.
What look would you have want? Well,
This is going in the same direction. It's
that's almost the point.
my
I
thing
think.
with the CG is they just didn't have enough time, I guess, or versions. They just didn't get there for me. But the actual the look and the like dropping a textured picture of paper over set to overlay mode shots of like the snake going through the grass and shit like that. It just looks very cheesy and History Channel to me.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's clearly going for the stylized. Like, look, this is all mythology. This is the legend. This is the whatever. It's
right. It's
playing
harkening
with
back
that
to
look sometimes.
It's harkening back to what you're familiar with. I think.
Again, I'm not
but
familiar with any of these Bible movies. Like, I don't know what the context you guys are bringing to it is. Like, this is exactly the movie I expected
It's the
it to be.
it's the kind of see. Sometimes it's photoreal and sometimes it's very stylized because
It's all over the place.
Keeps coming back to this motif of this is our creation myth of this society,
Right.
of this society, and that's one of the things that I think is so great. That I didn't think of until I saw it, and as soon as I saw this movie, I was like, oh, of course, it's just take away all the reverence and just go, okay,
Right.
we're handing you. This is the creation myth of the Trobriand Islanders. Make this into a compelling movie. You know,
Right.
just go, okay, so I get it. There's a whole thing, and it's all about this original sin, and they're all hung up on this original sin concept. So we'll make that our central motif. And it's
Right.
all about, well, now humans are too sinful, and okay, but this guy is got to be the one who's going to decide what lives and what dies because he's being told by their sky creator. And okay, well, that's got to mess with your head, right? Okay, great. So we'll make it about that. So the idea of taking all that. So some of it is stylized, and some of it is maybe just not good visual effects. I mean, I was okay with the visual effects.
Like-
It's even more the
That Bible-
grade.
You're
It's,
right.
more, it's more the grade than even the VFX,
Yeah.
though. It's very
Okay, well, that's
color
fair.
correction
Yeah.
gradients added in post sort of look to it that just
They-
looks cheap to me.
They did shoot part of this. I don't know what part, but probably the ones you're talking about on Alexa And
Yeah.
and now that you mention it, like I said, I didn't notice it the other night, but now that you mention it, I do remember noticing it in the theater.
You know.
A good bit.
You don't like that shot, Teague? That's beautiful.
That's Aronofsky.
Yeah,
That's
it's just-
occasionally
That's a shot that
Aronofsky-
could have been in the fountain.
And
Will
it's just
show up.
this side of stylized.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind
No,
of
this
real, but
is-
not quite. But
Yeah.
that's it's
I'll
not
allow this
going for that
because this looks like a very specific idea done well, and it's a weird idea, but it's done well. A lot of the time, this movie looks like a very generic idea done poorly.
Wow.
It's just
I don't agree
It's
with that,
ugly.
Bob.
It's just an ugly movie.
It's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be.
yeah, I
pretty.
wasn't bothered by
Yeah,
that. I
but
think it's-
Gladiator's not supposed to be
this
pretty
is
either,
mostly
and I
a-
like the way Gladiator looks. There's just a lot of weird lensing
fair.
in this.
You
There's
said
a
it
lot of
look-
like really wide-angle lenses.
You said it looks dark?
Well,
There are
not at
some-
the
it's
moment,
dark a lot.
but there are parts of this
Yeah.
movie where like I
When
can't
that-
make
when
my
they're-
TV
the
bright enough
inside
to
of
see
the
'em.
the inside of the arc is pretty dark. I will
Yeah.
grant you that.
Yeah, no, it's just I mean like this is fine. It comes and goes, but like this is about what I expect. It's a little generic, but whatever. But then sometimes it gets really like hyper stylized in the lighting, and then hyper stylized in the color correction on the lighting, and everything gets flattened together with like this weird overlaid grit thing, and it just looks kind of. It looks a little thrown together.
For
to
the
me
most,
sometimes.
well, for the most part, it's not stylized. For the most part, they shot on location with no lights, and they got what they got.
and
they were
just
shooting-
push the color correction like
They
hell
were
and after.
and they were shooting in Iceland to
Right, they were
to get
having
this.
weather. They were having weather issues.
Yeah,
like crazy.
constant weather issues.
Yeah, whenever basically here's what it is. Basically, yeah, we just switched. It was fine for me then. Now it's not. It's basically whenever they try to do atmospherics. When
That's
it's
all
when-
digital,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
and
Essentially,
especially
yeah.
I mean, probably the front of it is probably. In any case, it's when they're shooting real shit. I like that look. It's when they basically they're fake skies. Screw me the whole time. I get this weird fake non-image zone in my head, and I can't ever shake it.
Well, I
Uh,
guess
it just
have you,
gets
seen,
all,
have you watched the behind the scenes
Like
at all?
artificially blurred and stuff.
Because
no, I haven't.
they were wrestling with the sky a lot, and so it had to be artificial. It's
Well,
like-
no, I don't doubt that. It's just
no, the lighting was
it's a-
troublesome, but the
it's-
sky was being replaced.
That's
You
a bad
see it.
comp. That sky is too dark. That's a bad comp. Is my problem with it. Like
Maybe
that
it's
should
too
be blown
dark.
out. I don't think the VFX artists made that call. I think Aronofsky wanted this look. It's just a look that doesn't look real to me at all, and it's just constantly kind of, poking me. Like, see how not real this looks all the time with the dark skies. But even though it's so bright that it looks like daytime, but the skies are so dark that it
Nothing
doesn't.
I don't think
Nothing like that
it's-
jumped out at me
No,
at
it's
all.
it's
I-
perfectly fine.
I have to say,
skies.
I wasn't bothered by that.
They're overcast. They're overcast skies. You could easily
Right.
Eh.
get both.
and also the fact that again, to me, it went back to the.
I
that's-
think it's fine.
that's,
It's subjective, but
Yeah.
Like I said,
Oh.
I hate Rocket Raccoon, but
Super
I'm the 1 in
subjective.
2 million people that does
Mhm.
because I'm
Yeah.
a little too close to it. But the
That I can buy into a little bit more than the sky being a problem for the film.
Well,
though.
if he doesn't like the
spent
sky,
the last 10 years being paid to do VFX, and I think the sky looks like shit.
yeah, really, it's like you would go.
I think the sky
you
looks
would,
like they just tried to
it's
they
fair.
dropped
It's
an
like,
image
just
of
as,
clouds
just as
on
with me
it,
and Rocket
multiply.
Raccoon. When the director finaled the shot of Rocket Raccoon that made it into the movie, had I been there, I would have gone, "No, this is not done yet.
Yeah,
You don't
exactly.
final this.
It just looks.
this doesn't work yet."
The sky looks took pictures of clouds, set
I
them
know
to
you think
multiply
it works,
over the
but it
sky.
doesn't.
To me, it just doesn't work.
That's-
It's a
most of
brightness
the
thing.
most of the clouds are probably real. It's the stars that they added.
Yeah, the stars
right.
and the
Nah.
galaxies up there and all that.
I mean, maybe definitely. Obviously, the stars are fake. I think the clouds are fake. a lot
But
of
right
the time,
around
too.
here, for me, just first time experiencing it, I was like,
No, that looks perfectly like
that was
something
fine.
you could
That
shoot.
shot was fine.
yeah, that looked
That
like
looked-
a natural
well,
sky.
anyway.
Okay, we've established that.
Yeah.
We have issues.
Yeah,
with that.
it's right around here is where I was going. I think I might love this movie.
Yeah.
because it was like it was like this is holy shit. They took the story of Noah and they made a movie out of it somehow. This is amazing.
Well, it answers the question right away because it's like a lot of people were asking, how do you do a 2-hour movie about Noah? I mean, he just gets on the boat, right?
Yeah, he builds the boat and God sends the animals and then they fly and then they land. Like, well, yeah, that's the thing. Most movies, that's what they do, and that's why those movies suck.
That shot looked fake to me.
Yeah,
That-
these.
yeah,
well,
this-
this is not so good.
That
dark.
See what I'm saying?
Zone
was once a
paradise
The stuff you're, the stuff you're seeing right now that looks like shit,
Yeah.
and you're like, that looks like the whole movie looks like that. You just don't notice it in some shots. I don't know why.
Okay.
No, we were reacting to kind of the blasted lands. Those were a little
Yeah,
too
there was
dark,
a,
but
there
these
was
are
a
fine now.
Rocky
you know.
comp
Right.
there. Some of these landscape shots, hey, they're not perfect comps. Sometimes, yeah.
It's just a thing where the sky is always too dark.
Right.
No, we
Rock
weren't reacting
monster
to the sky.
down.
The
I love the Watchers. I love first of all, people like, oh, there's that's not in the Bible. It's like, well, there were
How
angels
do you
and
know
stuff
it's
like
not in
that.
the Bible? There's some weird shit in the
No,
Bible.
actually, no one. What's his name? Aronofsky defends that. He goes, "There's actually mentions of giants
Yeah.
in the Bible."
Yeah.
So they happen to take it in a strange direction, but that's like the third. No, don't. You're looking way too far down. It's right near the top.
Oh yeah, the whole about you with giants. Yeah, the and as soon as I saw this,
Whoa! There
Yeah.
were giants in the earth those days, and
Yeah.
also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men.
yeah,
Yeah.
Tell me more about the giants.
first one says giants. The other two say Nephilim, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
King James says there were giants in the earth in those
Yeah.
days. New International says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days,
Yeah.
and also afterward. And then the American one says, "Holy shit, there's giants!"
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why again, as soon as this started happening, 'cause I was like, okay, wow, did not
Yeah.
see that coming. That's interesting. And then I was like, when they, the next plot point reveals, I was like, holy shit, they've actually. I really love the way the movie actually addresses all of the things that we all go, the story of Noah doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah.
And this movie actually says, no, here's. It all happened because the Sky God wanted it to happen. This is all the Sky God just playing with his action figures in the sand and going, I'm going to make them do crazy shit and let's see if they'll do it for me. That's what the story is. But that also justifies as like, I'm the Sky God. Okay, here's where you need someone to help you build the giant ark. So I'll have my giant rock transformers will do it for you, and I'll make water come out. And now here's the trees, and I'll send the animals to you, and then you put them to sleep. I was like, that's genius. So again, the idea of taking the Bible story that we all love to poke holes in because it doesn't make any sense, and kind of saying, well, if you had the Sky God on your side and he wanted you to do this thing,
How would you pull it off?
he would systematically go, look, I need you to do the heavy lifting for me, but okay, I'll take care of the animals. I got your back on that, and I'm gonna show you how to make them go to sleep, and I'll send you my rock transformers to help you build the really giant ark.
Did you guys see the Colbert Report when they showed montages of Fox News and all the Republican news channels of how people were against this movie, and they're like, well, I remember the pretty pictures and how nice it was. What's this new Noah? What?
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
understand.
Well, that's what I was saying at the beginning, and Aronofsky's going, yeah, that version is insane. You can't. How have we gotten away with telling that version to children, and not addressing because it glosses over the fact that he is deliberate. The whole point of this is to murder all the humans.
Yeah.
Right.
That is the point of the story. That's not like collateral damage.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
And that's my point. Is like that's also the plot of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
and we spend the entire movie trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah.
In this movie, the bad guy wins because
Yeah.
the bad guy's telling this story, so
Yeah.
he's a good guy.
Well, this film also shows you just how far gone the human population is,
Yeah.
and how dark it is. Because the other versions of Noah don't seem to be that way.
They were having sex. Usually, is what the other ones.
Yeah.
They have sex over there. Well, Noah's got kids. Where'd they come from?
Yeah.
How'd that
Well,
happen?
that's where the
Whereas
next-
in this movie, it's Ray Winston.
that's-
It's like, oh God,
that's
kill
what-
him!
that's-
Fuck, that guy is so scary.
That's where the Nephilim come in. The big problem is they were having sex with fallen angels, and that's when God was like, "Nope, we're done here. It's clearly past the beyond the pale."
that is right out.
Yeah. So they don't really get into that. In fact, the Watchers, the Nephilim, are kind of recast as being, they're fallen, but because they wanted to help, and so they're able to redeem themselves by joining in with the plan to kind of rescue creation. They valued humans more than creation, and so that was their loss. And then when they learned to revalue creation, so it's an interestingly environmental movie.
Yes.
Certainly, it's like
Yes.
because it certainly had that mess, and obviously Fox News and them latched onto it as well, and it's definitely right out there where it's like, okay, even if we take away the Sky God, we've still got the bit where if we destroy the world, it will come back and destroy us. Like, we should think about that. We should maybe not do that. We should maybe respect the fact that we need the world to behave properly, so we should behave properly towards it, or else we will be destroyed.
My favorite shot in the movie, which is obviously not going to come up for a while.
But
was
this is my favorite, the birth of the
Yeah, this is my
Watcher.
favorite shot in the movie
They
too.
actually used ballet dancers to sort out the mocap for
Yeah.
this stuff. You knew that, right?
Well, they tested with some of them. Yeah, they were doing that.
Like that right there. They show you side by side in the behind the scenes that it was a ballet dancer doing all that
Yeah.
that motion right there. Because Aronofsky was super specific about what he wanted, as he always is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not
but
surprised.
that was beautiful stuff.
But my favorite shot was when they back out during the whole storm.
It's a
Oh,
live
sure.
action movie.
Yeah.
And you see the Earth, and it's just all the
Yeah.
fucking eyes of the
Yeah.
storm
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's
I'm
very
like,
nice.
that's so fucking cool.
Oh, I like this. But this
Oh, yeah,
is,
the
this
sword
is-
coming down.
That's straight up Last Airbender. Some fire and stuff. You know.
Now tell me this isn't Lord of the Rings. I'm
Yeah.
like, of course, that's how you do it. You do a Lord of the Rings Bible.
Yeah. Well, bam! Oh
Yeah.
man, the
Now-
blasted lands.
Now, how do
great
they do
fire.
that? Is that digital?
Oh
Is
yeah.
Yeah.
Fully digital fire.
I
They're
love
good
it,
at
too.
it
That
now,
happened.
right?
That happened. That happened. But that happened so fast. It took me a second to realize how cool it was.
Yeah.
Because it just kind of blows by. Any other movie, it's going to be slow motion or something, or be emphasized more. But
Yeah.
he just,
He
just
just
goes right
slams
by
it in, and
Yeah.
that's what happened. He did that, and this landscape is the result.
Yeah.
Like that's how that happened.
So that's these guys like, yeah, and then your granddad came along and went, boom, that was done. He took care of that shit. Sorted that right out. Yeah, this is not the
Now
best
here's
green screen.
here's an interesting thing, is
I was thinking
his,
that too.
His line here, he says, yeah, talking about Adam, he says, "The man I knew, the man I came to help." I distinctly remember, in the theater, that line was "the man I came to love." So it's interesting that they changed it. I think help actually makes more sense thematically for
Love
for the
opens a creepy door. That what is he
that's,
saying?
That's probably it. It's like what
Wait,
no.
what are you saying, Aronofsky? We hate you already.
Yeah. Wait a second. You're saying biblical characters love? Get out of
Yeah.
here.
Wait, that's a man rock monster.
Yeah.
We can't love Adam.
Yeah, if it were a woman rock monster.
There is
it'd be
there's
okay.
one line that Jennifer Connelly has toward the end that made me kind of go woo. That with kind of again glossing over one of the.
Oh yeah. With the babies.
You know, yes, you know
Yeah.
exactly.
Whoa, whoa,
yes.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Well,
Yes, I'm so glad you caught it too.
Yeah. Well, because there's a whole thing,
Like-
is yeah.
Okay, so
Hammond-
they're the only ones who survived, right? So,
Yeah.
what exactly is the plan here?
and Ham has been saying, he's like, I need a wife. You got to get me a girl to go on the boat with me. And Noah specifically says, God sends, or the Creator. They say God a couple times, but it's mainly they say the Creator. The Creator has sent us everything that we need. And so they get on the ship. There are two boys with no wives or anything to repopulate the earth, and then there are two girls born, and Nameh
Connelly.
says, "The Creator has sent us what we need,"
and I'm like,
and
ooh.
that's what she means.
Yeah, she totally
that is
means
what
it too.
she means. So, yeah, and they gloss over, and as the Bible does, it's like that.
And
if they're the only,
then, 50 years later,
yeah.
the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, and it's always been the same thing with even the story of Adam and Eve. It's like Adam and Eve, the first man and woman.
And Cain knew his wife.
Yeah,
Wait,
and-
hold up,
yeah.
back up. What happened there?
Yeah, and then through Seth and his wife, and it's like, excuse me,
Yeah.
hang on, what?
Sorry, what?
Where'd that woman come from?
Yeah,
The Creator
How do you guys feel about Anthony Hopkins in this film?
It's kind of like inevitable. It's like,
No,
it's
just
kind of-
like
who else
I-
would it have been?
It's always like it's Anthony Hopkins in Noah. It's Anthony Hopkins.
yeah.
in
No, but
everything.
I love the way he's doing Methuselah here. I love the fact that he's coming up and he's not doing that. And as
He's being like Empire Yoda.
yeah,
He's totally
exactly.
in the Yoda
as
role.
written in the script, he was much more the kind of Obi-Wan. He's like, welcome, yes, this Creator has sent you. Have
Yeah.
the tea for
Chris,
the
this
But now
is
he's
like,
yeah,
Yeah.
but now
Help
he's
you, I will. Yes.
he's he is 900 years old. He is the Yoda, literally in
Yeah.
this mythology, and he's just a funny old grandpa who occasionally does scary things like this. As he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you should sleep now." Bang. Yeah. I guess we should have some kids. Bang.
And again, it's like if you
he's a wizard. It's awesome.
I know. And again with this kind of stuff, I was like, God, the sheer
and they don't explain it.
yeah.
It's-
Well,
he
that's the
just
thing.
has-
The sheer simple genius of just going, look. It's like any other sword and sandal story. It's like
Yeah.
it's a Conan movie. Just think of it as a Conan movie. We're going to go up the mountain. We're going to see the old guy. Of course, he can put you to sleep with a touch. Of course, he knows things because they always do. And
Right.
suddenly it's like the Bible makes sense to me for the first time. You finally framed it in a format that I can understand.
Right.
It's like a Conan movie, except Conan has to save all the animals. I get it. This is fantastic.
What was interesting about watching the behind the scenes was how little time Aronofsky got to have with his actors and how good it came out still despite that. Because if you watch him talking to the other crew members, it's like he spends all this time and all this money prepping this film for years, and he gets 10 minutes to spend with the
Right.
actor.
But that's just movies.
that's just
that's
that is
exactly
just,
how
that
it
is
is,
just
yeah.
movies.
They
but
didn't
it's
workshop
like,
it,
No,
like rehearsals or anything.
That's
they might have a
sometimes
little bit.
you do,
but,
sometimes you don't. It
But it's
depends.
sometimes it's
It's weird if it's like pet project.
Well, no, but it's it's the kind of thing where when we were doing the I got my first look at like real the way they really do these recording sessions when we did RVD2 and we did the soundtrack and we got to do it with like a pro orchestra, and it's like and I got to go through the process, and they're like, no, we don't send them the music ahead of time. That's
Yeah,
insulting
they
if
just
you
sight
do
read it.
that. They show up and they sight read it, and that's why you get those guys.
Yeah.
Because they can show up and do it. So you prep for like 3 months because you can only afford those 3 hours in the studio. So you get the guys who can nail it in 3 hours seeing it for the first time. And that's kind of what, a big movie like this is. It's like, that's why you got Anthony Hopkins to play that role, because he could show up and just do it.
Anthony Hopkins isn't like practicing his lines in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
At home.
Exactly.
Actually, he is. He's known for that.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, it's well. Yeah,
I just needed a joke
this,
person.
This is
No,
the
but
fun
yeah.
of this is the fun of being a director. Is I've got this guy who likes to improvise, and I've got this guy who isn't good until take 20, and I've got this guy who only can be sober for 2 takes, and I've got a big scene with the 3 of them. Well,
Yeah.
welcome to the world of being a director of big budget movies. And it's so different. I mean, not all, some directors really, really, really love rehearsal, and some actors really, really love rehearsal, and some directors don't do any rehearsal at all, and some actors don't want to rehearse because they'll lose the freshness. And again, you just got to figure all that out. Soderbergh doesn't rehearse, for
Yeah.
example. Soderbergh, his prep with actors is he tries to get everybody together the night before they start shooting and have a big dinner and drink lots of wine, so everyone just gets comfortable with one another. That's his prep with the
Oh, that's a good
what
idea.
was the movie I recall? It might have been Silence of the Lambs, but I recall it being and I think it was Anthony Hopkins that this story was about. I recall it being a movie that you would think a big actor like that would be like, whatever, I'm just doing that for the weekend or whatever.
Yeah.
But he takes everything seriously, and I remember there was the story from the director, like Hopkins was calling him constantly, being like, "Hey, so this scene, like, what's going on in this scene?" And even the director was like, "You are taking this movie way too seriously."
And that's
like,
what I've
stop.
heard about Hopkins too. Is Hopkins
I feel
does
like that, I've heard that anecdote about the director was Hitchcock.
It might have been. But
So it wouldn't have been.
Hopkins,
So
everyone
it wouldn't have
Hopkins.
been.
Anthony
So it wouldn't have been
Hopkins,
Anthony Hopkins. But I've heard
somebody else.
I've heard an anecdote where Hitchcock was like that about an actor.
No.
Well-
Kubrick was like that about The Shining.
Kubrick.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking of.
Kubrick was like that
Kubrick
about
would
The
call
Shining.
King and go, "What do you think about this?" And King
Yeah.
would go, "I have no idea. I
Yeah.
didn't even think about that." And it was like Kubrick go, "Well, okay."
Yeah.
Okay, I'll write it.
But I know Hopkins was playing some project in some, like, you would think some pulpy film, but he took it like he was doing Shakespeare, and he'd be like, "What's the motivation in this scene? Is it this?" And they'd be like, "Tony, relax."
That's what I was
It's
getting at.
like-
Is that's what Hopkins is known for. Is
Yeah.
that Hopkins will sit there with this. When he's not on, he's sitting on the corner with the script, just grinding through it, just because he just has to have the script down, and he's
the script supervisor.
He's,
Actually,
yeah, exactly.
He's keeping continuity.
He's
for you.
done his own prep, regardless of what you want him to do or how you want to deal with him. Anthony Hopkins specifically, supposedly, comes to the set having exhaustively committed to the text and prepped, and so even if you didn't give him any direction at all, he probably would do okay because he's kind of capable of that. So again, it's back to the greater point. It's like it's totally up in the. I mean, how Russell Crowe likes to do it, I don't know. How Russell Crowe likes to do it. I mean, he probably has a way he likes to do it, and Jennifer Connelly has the way she likes to do it. And,
He'll just throw his phone at you.
Yeah, exactly. He'll throw a phone. It's like, Russell, I thought you might stand over there. Or here's good. Put the phone down.
Right.
Here's good.
I
Maybe you
liked
can
him in
miss
this. I liked him in this a lot more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
What
What I love is where this
He's totally
went,
bringing it.
because it I love that Aronofsky addressed something that's always kind of bothered me about the story, which is that, and we were talking about this a little beforehand. It's like, as the story is told in the Bible, God comes in and he goes, "Men are wicked. There's nothing you can do about them being wicked. I just got to wipe them out. But I'm going to save this one family to start over." And then when everything starts over, he goes, "Well, men are wicked, and I've just got to learn to live with that." And it's like, hey, wait, why didn't you?
Would have been better if you came up with that
Yeah,
yesterday.
before the genocide.
Right.
But the fact that
It's like if Hitler met a Jew after the Holocaust.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I like those guys.
I'm kind of sorry we actually did all that now.
I'm not going to kill anymore.
but the weird
I'll be in Argentina.
the weird idea of like this particular I'm gonna kill all the humans except this one family that's gonna start over. So why
And then
why do it at
Hermione
all?
convinces God that,
Right.
no, you know what though? People.
But then the idea of Noah taking it to the logical extreme, going, wait, why would he kill everyone and then want to start over? We're supposed to just stop. We're supposed to end with us. it was for the animals that they still needed us. He would have used robots if that were a thing, but there weren't. So he had to use us, and then we have to be the end of it. Like, you totally see where it's like, I see where Noah's coming from on this. That makes the most sense, frankly, given the information in front of him.
That's the thing. That goes to me to the greater picture of why people like the fairy tale Sunday school Noah story and don't like this one, because the fairy tale Noah story has built into it the assumption like we of course are here because we're the ones that God thought everyone, because we're descended from those few people that were like the nice ones. Boy, when people were wicked before, in those times, they were so wicked in a way that's always very diffuse and not defined. But it's kind of like, I remember my brief and minor Sunday school indoctrination, thinking like, those wicked people. I'm trying to picture in my mind like what were they doing that was so wicked, and I didn't have like any frame of reference as like a 7-year-old to be like what were they doing?
It's an entire world of people who cut in line at the bank.
Yeah, exactly, who have sex with donkeys daily, or what do they do over there that's so wicked? But there's that implication of just because we're here telling the story now means we're the good people, because obviously we weren't born from the wicked people. We all come from the good people.
But not that good, because Jesus.
Yeah.
So
we still need to be forgiven.
We still had some problems.
Well, I mean, I was going to wait till the end of the movie, but I guess if we can touch on it now, just to sort of... well, first of all, this is cool.
Yeah.
It's great.
Great sim.
I will say I love the also the animation of the Watchers. They did... First of all, the Watchers alone... We talk about, all these blockbusters are all the same. They don't make movies like they used to anymore. I'm like, this movie is completely off the wall, and
this
I love
movie
it.
is not like any movie that they ever made.
Yeah.
What were you going to say about waiting till the end
But
of the movie?
I was just going to say real quick that I like the way they deliberately kind of had a herky-jerky motion to the Watchers.
They feel like they were almost stop motion.
Yeah, and they actually went pretty much all the way stop motion and then went and dialed it back. I wish they'd stuck with fully stop motion. Like, make it a Harryhausen film. Just do it.
The idea that, and with other things, it's like, if you want to sort of say, welcome to this alternate reality, that, the Watchers are, they're not of this earth in any sense of the term, that, if you can find a way to make them be like, those things don't exist anymore. Whatever that is, they're not from here.
Yeah.
And they split the difference. And I'm sure I would imagine there were probably endless debates and like, well, there's this version where we animate them on twos, and there's this version where we turn off the motion blur entirely, and there's this version where we do this.
Right.
I mean, we even in Tibbet Studio we had things like that with when we do mechanical creatures and robotic creatures where we do.
Hey, wait, Aronofsky's going to show up for work. There he is.
I love
and this.
I love this version of a time lapse to show, because the next time we come back, it's been 10 years and they've been building the Ark. So
it's amazing, and he does
brilliant.
it again to show the entire evolution of life.
Yeah,
and then skips. I like that he throws a bone to the creationists where he skips the part where the monkey turns into humans, so you can leave. Take what you want from that part.
Yeah.
But this is. Again, as I saw this, I was like, holy shit. It's like in a way that no Sunday school teacher ever did. You've made this understandably plausible how this all happened. It's like the idea of, leaving out specifically what did the sky god do to make Noah able to do this? He did the following things, And it's like, oh, okay. So, there's the eternal spring, and and it spreads, and that grows the forest, and he can build the thing, and there's the rock monsters that are helping. It's like, my God, the story of Noah makes sense for the first time ever.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, well, I was just going to say, they were a lot of people were stunned by the Watchers, because, sensibly, the trailers give you no clue that they're in it, much less in like 80% of the first half.
Yeah, they're a thing where you need to have the context of the rock monsters.
Yeah, you can't just show that in the trailer.
We know how this looks.
What the hell?
We know how this looks.
Yeah.
Okay, calm down.
This is their enterprise shot, by the way.
This is an example, just like we were talking about Guardians of the Galaxy earlier, just like other examples we can talk about. This is why you shouldn't be slavish to canon.
Yeah.
Because it's like you have to let go of canon a little bit to make your movie work.
You were going to say when you first saw this something.
Oh, no, that's just the stream that you were talking about earlier, the water going down. I was like, why is this shot going on for so long? What is the point of this shot? And then he shows you the birds, and I'm like, oh, my God, I'm an idiot. Like, he totally knew where he... Every time I questioned him, he showed me...
Do not question Aronofsky.
Yeah, he showed me he
knows.
knew what he was doing. He had a point. Like, everything that happens in the movie has a point.
Yeah.
Like, even this, it's like every single thing that pops up where I had a question, he answered it. Except the only one that he didn't answer was the snake skin. Like,
no, he did actually. I rewatching it. It's a little weird because the serpent is so tied in the mythology, especially if you're kind of soaked in it. The serpent is tied in.
At one point in the animation Eden-y parts, you see the snake come out of his old
Yes,
skin.
that's the whole thing. It's like the idea of the relationship of serpents with the betrayal makes the snake skin weird, but what they're trying to do there is that's the choice. Like there's the old skin, there's the nice green skin, and then the snake leaves that behind
right.
and becomes temptation. And so Adam picks up the old skin as a symbol of he stayed on the side of not falling for temptation, even though he did. That's the story, but whatever. And Eve followed.
Right.
He stayed with that snake. He stayed with the skin, the memory and the hope of better, and she was led into temptation.
No, right. I got that from extra research outside
Right.
of the film, not from what the film was saying to me.
Right. It's not clear the first time. I was confused the first time. I think it is in there, but it could be clearer.
Right.
Certainly.
What were you going to say for the end of the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a cool sim.
Oh yeah.
What I was going to say is the following. I don't buy the last third of the movie in terms of the emotional interplay and the stakes, because God is real.
Yes.
In this movie, you can make this exact same movie. Well, you'd make a different movie, but you could tell this story in a way where it's ambiguous if God is real. Maybe Noah's just this weird guy who had a dream and he started building a boat and everyone's like, okay, Noah, what the fuck?
Right. Well,
okay,
that's
man.
the,
Well,
that's
but
the
they-
obsession version.
But then,
Right.
this
Right.
movie obviously says, no, this is real.
Right.
So, go ahead.
So, if this is real, nobody should be surprised at all by Noah's actions at the end of this movie. That he's going to kill the babies is like, if God didn't exist, that's psychotic behavior, dude. You're taking this way too far. Everyone knows that God is real, and what God is doing is getting all the humans off the earth. Why are you surprised that that's what he's committed to? He spent the last 10 years making this boat with you.
I think there's the logic of that, and it's the logic of the,
That they're all mad at him. Where he's like,
the
you're going to kill the
Bible
babies.
anyway,
Like,
like-
fucking, why'd you have the
No.
babies?
the
We all
movie,
know what we're
the
doing
movie
here.
seems to give two outs for that. One is, again, only Noah. It's only Noah's word that this is what I think he wants us to do. Obviously, God wants to grow trees, and he wants animals to sleep in a wooden box, and he wants to kill a lot of people. But it's like, but he's God. He could have said, "Fuck it, I'm just going to do that." He could have done it in a thousand ways. Why is he doing it like this? Why are we the ones to be alive when everyone else is dead? And Noah is the one who's saying, "I think I know. I think I'm I'm hip to his
Well,
his
yeah,
thing."
And also
they have
the-
to go with
and-
him on
but
that because
no.
he clearly is right.
No, but again,
No,
he's not because
he's only guessing.
the very fact that she was barren, and by a miracle, the same miracle that let them build the boat and told them this was coming, she is allowed to have children. It's like, why would he do this? Why would he give me the power to have children if they're
Methuselah
not
did.
supposed to keep going? But
Because
Methuselah,
Methuselah doesn't want people to die either.
no, Methuselah
Exactly.
is
And nobody in this movie wants to die.
No, Methuselah is
but none of it is nobody.
Methuselah is powered by God.
Yeah, and even if he's not,
That's where he's
again, it's
drawing
like
the power.
anything God doesn't want to happen shouldn't happen. But you have to ask the questions like, why did God not just? God could have made a box. God made trees grow, and he made rock. He could just make the box appear. He could have just levitated the animals above the flood and put them back down again.
Yeah.
What is our involvement here? And
Yeah.
and that's the part that's ambiguous. Is
It's ambiguous when you try and pretend these are real stories
Yeah.
too. But yeah.
Dad thinks he's getting words from so it's like I love that. I kind of think it's kind of funny that the idea of, yes, in a world where miracles happen right before your eyes and therefore there is a sky creator,
Predictively. He predicted the miracles and then they happen.
but there's still room for interpretation. It's
Not
like,
exactly.
yeah, but Dad's, we all saw the trees grow, but you're the only one who thinks God's talking to you.
Yeah.
And how do even that? There's still ambiguity there. Not to mention the
And he
very-
says himself, a lot of times he's like, I have a vision. It's like, what does the creator want? I don't know.
Yeah.
I got to go talk to Methuselah. And Methuselah's like, what does he want? And it's like, I don't know. I
don't
came to
know.
talk to you. He's like, well,
If he wanted us to really know, he would say, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And there's that, and the idea of played against the very natural human reaction of a woman to go, but please don't knife the babies.
Yeah.
That's bad.
no, what I'm saying is it's totally irresponsible and retarded behavior on her part at that moment. But bigger than that, having the babies.
Having the babies alone is a
pretending
miracle.
like it's Noah's fault that now Noah's going to kill the babies when you know what we're trying to do here.
But having
why'd you get pregnant?
No,
you
she
idiot?
didn't. No, they didn't, because it's not until they're already on the boat or nearly on the boat that Noah decides, because he spent 10 years saying we have been charged with starting over.
Yes,
only
this group of people that exists right now.
Yes, well, you got to have babies to continue from there, and then suddenly he makes a turn. He's like, no, actually, we're the end. We all have to die, and there are gonna be no more babies. And they were already he decided that after they'd already had their miracle and got on the boat. They had no idea. So it's like they're on the boat and they're like, I wasn't supposed to be able to have babies. I literally thought that I could not have babies. I thought Methuselah just made it so my scar didn't hurt anymore, and so I could get some. I didn't think it was actually going to go anywhere. And the fact that they have baby, I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, to go, like you said, if he didn't want this, he could have stopped it. There's got to be something to the fact that we just had 2 babies into this world, and I'm not supposed to be able to have any. And again, the natural reaction of, okay, now you're being a little crazy. You don't know that he said this. You haven't had a vision. You haven't done any of that. Yeah. You're just kind of
You're just guessing at this point.
You're just guessing. You're just mad. You're just freaked out by what you saw in the camp, Because he does. He doesn't say, God has shown me or anything like that. He goes into the camp, which, by the way, I think is brilliant. Aronofsky made a zombie movie and snuck it into Noah. And then
he did an episode of Cosmos and snuck that in, too. So he's having all of it.
And then Noah comes back and he goes, oh, he does have a little bit of a vision. He sees himself as one of the people in the thing. But did God send that vision? Was that just him kind of understanding? And he decides, you know what? We're completely wicked, and what makes more sense is for us to just be completely wiped out. But at that point, that's an interpretation question, and he turns out to be wrong. As it turns out, what God is saying is, I'm leaving that. God basically says, I'm leaving that one up to you. I'm completely goes either way. You're the one who can decide. Is there still goodness or is there not? And Noah ultimately
decides, which is very much in keeping
with
what little I know of a lot of Christian theology. I mean, isn't there also a story of Abraham where it's like God goes, I want you to kill your son, but I don't want to kill my son. Hey, I'm God, and that's the deal. All right, I'll do it. I was psych. I just wanted to see if you would.
I just wanted to see if you'd do it.
Wow, dude. Okay, that was great though. But you're very faithful, and I admire that. But
you skipped over the worst part of that story. He waited 50 years to have that kid.
Yeah,
and then God's like, okay, now you have to kill him.
Okay, finally, I've been waiting for this day. So, but see,
but here's the interesting thing: the people who were upset about Noah, they were like, Noah was going to kill babies. I'm like, first of all, that's part of your story. Yeah. You were so proud of the one guy who was totally prepared to kill babies for God.
All the babies on the planet died, and that's the good part of the story.
And then, and people will come and they'll go, well, the thing about Abraham was God ultimately came in and stopped him, and he never asked Abraham to actually kill his son. There's an even more fucked up version. There's an even more fucked up story later in the Bible with a character named Jephthah, Jephthah, not Japheth. That's this kid. That's the kid, but Jephthah, who has gone to war, and he prays to God, and he basically says, if you will deliver, this city into my hands, if you give us a triumph, when I go home, I will sacrifice the first living thing I see. And
yes. I know.
He goes home,
and
his daughter is so excited to see him, she runs out of the house to greet him, and he has to sacrifice her, and God doesn't stop it.
So he does?
He does it.
That's fucked up.
So anybody,
Susie.
That's right. Tell that one to your Sunday school class. It's weird that they don't tell that one very often.
I seem to recall that we generally tell those kinds of stories, not biblical, but when we tell those kinds of stories, we pretend that character is the devil that made them do that. And yet...
exactly. You made a Faustian bargain with God.
Yeah.
God goes,
I never heard that story.
Of course you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Then there's the one about...
Bible?
Then there's the one about some other famous...
It's in Judges, I believe.
Yeah, some other Bible character where it's like they want to rape some girls, but I'm not going to send out some girls. Or
it's in
angels.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, the guy is housing the angels, and the mob wants to send out those angels because they want to have sex with them, and he goes, "Well, I got to protect the angels, but you can have my daughters instead." And Bible.
Yeah,
rock on, Bible.
And and recall that Lot was he.
Yeah,
he was the righteous man.
That's Lot. That's Lot. That's the story of Lot.
That.
Yeah, and that's before they left Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that happened.
and the other thing, the thing about I think it was Sodom and Gomorrah, and a point that they make in this in the behind the scenes for this movie, in terms of the Noah story, is that by comparison to I believe it was Abraham, God and Abraham are like bros, like they hang out and talk a lot, and God comes and he goes, Sodom and Gomorrah friggin' pissing me off, I'm gonna destroy them, and Abraham talks him down. He goes, Abraham goes, hey, wait, check this out. If there and he goes, if there were 50 good people in that city, would you still destroy the city? And God goes, no, I guess not. I guess that'd be fucked up. And
How
he
about
goes,
40?
How about 40? And talks him down. And he goes, if I can find one decent guy in that city, will you spare the city? And God says yes. And it's like he negotiates and succeeds. And
With the creator of the universe.
yeah, and he's very careful to kind of play to his ego, and he goes for your glory, to show your mercy and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and just plays with it that way. But they make the point.
That's like Wormtongue talking to Sauron.
Yeah.
Like, my lord, perhaps
Yeah.
if you would show them some mercy, they would love you all the more.
Yeah, exactly. But they make the point in the behind the scenes. So like, you read the story in Noah, he didn't even try. He was just
Yeah.
like, okay, I'll go build the boat.
Everybody's dead. Got it?
Yeah.
Check.
Got it. Everyone's dead. Got to save the animals. Cool. How many animals? That's confusing. You told me two different things, but I'm going to go do that.
So my take when they added that element to this, which I'm not, other than the fairy tale five pages of cartoon drawings, I don't know any more about the story of Noah than and then the rainbow and the end and happy ending. So I was like, maybe that is part of the story if you really dig deep down into the full text or whatever it is. But I certainly understood and thought it was great. Like, oh, okay, so this is a thing that God does.
Yeah.
Is like, okay, I'm going to give you a heinous. You thought building the ark was tough, but by the way, also it's a suicide mission, FYI. So how do you love me now?
Yeah.
Let me see if you do that. And the idea of, and this movie I think kind of touches on that, is that the Bible and all these happy stories about how much God loves us are all told in the past tense. As if it's like, well, it was always a given the Patriots were going to win the Super Bowl. It's like, not until they won it.
Yeah.
Until that point, it was up for grabs. So this is like the real-time version. Again, it's like taking all that gloss of, and it's a wonderful story, and we all know that going in, and going, when you're in the thick of it, going, I hope we're doing what God wants, because, wow, this is messed up.
We're swinging for the fences here.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Shit.
Like, so, because, okay, I mean, and the idea that, as I talk about here, certainly an idea that I haven't heard expressed. You expressed it earlier, though, and I thought, well, that certainly puts a spin on the Bible that I think is more interesting, is not less of the idea of God saying, I hate you and you're bad, and so fuck all y'all and fuck these things too and get rid of that, and I'm going to kill everybody, but you're okay. The idea that God is, someone years ago once referred to a Christian, back when I was in junior high, like when we had the Jesus freaks who would accost you outside of school.
Out in the street.
Here are
Yeah.
animal
And
shops,
tickets I
by the
forgot.
way.
Yeah, exactly. And I asked a question of them. I said, well, how come, if the Bible's literally true, how come, where are the miracles now? And then, they didn't have, even then I was a dick. And
No.
so they, and
That's true, though.
Although I still think it's a fair question.
Yes.
But he didn't have an answer, so we moved
We
on.
are the miracles.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at the trees.
Because he was trying to tell me about how God is active, and I said,
rainbow all the way
I
across
kind
the
of subscribe to
sky.
the theory that if there still is a God or ever was, that clearly we're like a terrarium to him. That he's outside the glass and he doesn't interfere. He just wants to know what's going to happen. So the idea of this, this movie kind of gets into that. It's like God's kind of like, all right, let's see what they do.
No.
I don't have a plan either way. I can create anything I want. I'm the freaking creator of the universe.
They
I'm
call me the creator.
Let's
Yeah.
see what these things do. I like the ones that with the two legs. They amuse me. Okay, here's the idea. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just take these here and these over here, and I'm going to make it really wet, and let's see what happens.
He's pouring Gatorade into his ant farm.
Exactly. It's God's pouring Gatorade in the ant farm and seeing what happens. And yeah, how do you as one of the ants decide what the Gatorade kid wants? We're kind of guessing here. We're kind of fumbling our way through this.
Is it
All
me
I
and- is it me
know
and-
is when we do this, It's almost like a video game. All I know is when we
Yeah,
do this,
exactly.
we seem to pass some kind of checkpoint,
Exactly.
and another thing shows up.
But if you go over here and raise your left hand, you die every time. So
Yeah.
let's not do that anymore.
This is Ray Winston, right? That's his name.
Yeah.
yeah,
I thought he did such a fantastic job.
he's great.
He's good and creepy.
And it's fun to watch him.
He's been playing a piece of shit a lot lately. Have
It's
you noticed
fun.
that?
It's
Yeah.
fun to watch him in the behind the scenes because he basically says, and we've talked about this on the show. Your villain should have a point, and he basically says, I think given the information that he has in front of him, he's making a perfectly logical argument.
And again, we just drop any sense of moral anything. Tubal Cain is the Aragorn of this story.
Right.
He's the
trying
one
to save his people.
He's the one who's like, you are not wiping mankind off the face of the earth. Fuck that. I'm not letting that happen. Not on my watch, my friend. So,
Princess Leia.
He's got exactly. Exactly.
But in the Bible, like Tubal Cain,
He doesn't exist.
he doesn't exist. He's
No,
not part
that's
of the,
an element of the story. that
Anthony,
has
he's
to be
not
added.
canon.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no.
That's an element to the story that
there
was
was
added
the
to-
in the New 52 Bible. I was
Noah's
actually,
a woman.
I was actually
It was very
I
controversial.
was actually at a comic. I'm not a comic book person at all. I was actually at a comic store last week. There's one right up the street from me. I had to go buy something. I was looking for something specific, and I went there, and I just have no frame of reference for the comic culture at all. And I felt really bad because I walked in, and the very attractive young lady behind the counter was like, "Oh, so what do you normally read?" And I was like, Nothing of any kind that you have in here. Although I did say actually I read more books, but they had a book section, and then she was very knowledgeable about the book. So, good job. She was quite something. But I'm just flipping through. I'm doing that thing that I've only seen happen in movies, where there are bins of comics, and you flip through them and look at the covers of them. I'd never had that experience before. I was like, wow, this is like something people do in movies, and so it was all in sections, and one of the sections was. I think I assume it was Marvel. Must have been Marvel. Apparently, at some point in history, maybe they still have it. Maybe it was 30 years ago. There was a Marvel series called What If, or something like that, where it's like, okay, look, whatever crazy ass idea that has nothing to do with canon, for one issue, we'll just do that. And so every cover was like, just some of it was like hilariously funny. But I don't think intentionally so. And because one of them that I saw was, what if the Avengers beat everybody? That was one of them. And it was a picture of all the Avengers at the time, whatever constitutes the group, sort of standing in the middle of the street, kind of looking around like, well. So nobody? We're done? We're over?
You didn't pick this up? You didn't buy it?
I would. Why would I? Well, because first of all, it cost money because it was old or something like that. So, but just the what if was my favorite because every comic felt like that. It's like what if? It literally
This is an
some of it was
important setup, by the way.
insane.
Setting
But the
up the
idea
bear
of
trap.
that this is like playing it with the Bible. It's
Yeah.
like well, but there had to have been if there were people to drown, there had to have been other people.
Yeah.
And they probably had a king of some kind, and he probably was not pleased about being drowned, and so it's a natural progression to say, well, what if Noah kind of had to square off against somebody who said, hey, we'd like to get on your boat, please.
Right.
That seems like a logical story point that the Bible doesn't seem to get into,
Right.
but must have been there.
Did you notice that the little demon creature that runs by here looks just like Russell Crowe?
a lot of them do.
Are you being serious?
Yeah. I didn't notice that the first time I saw the movie.
Well, at the very beginning, or at the very end of the scene, yeah, when it runs up and then it looks up at
Yeah.
him and it's his face. That's the point.
It's
that's
like the-
that's
it's
the
like
way.
the
I
ca- it's like
understand I got that's the
Yeah.
point. I just didn't realize
Oh, okay.
that was his face.
Yes.
Until
No, he was doing like an Empire cave scene thing.
Yeah,
Fucking
and
Darth
he was.
Vader's
And
face.
that's why he has this turn when he goes back and he says, "We all have to die because we've all." There's nothing
Oh,
special
I didn't
about
follow
us.
that at all. Is that what that's supposed to
Yeah,
do?
it's supposed to be the evil that's in them. He realizes it's in me, it's in you, it's in the kids. Humans are evil. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to be extinguished, including us.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking through the paper, through the text, as it were. I printed it in red, the text.
Oh,
so
then it's all
Wow.
coming from Jesus. He's
yeah, I know.
just telling it right
No,
to
it's
you.
more because I ran out of black ink. But yeah, Jesus. So, and I'm trying to figure out.
Zombie movie right here.
Yeah.
This is literally the way you shoot a zombie movie. is the scene
Yeah.
going on, including the thing getting torn to shreds right here.
Yeah,
Just,
nasty.
ugh. Yeah, so here's the little creature that looks up and it's him, and then it's a demon. Yep. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, see, I couldn't. For some reason, I didn't realize that was him the first time I saw it. I thought it was the guy who tries to take the ring from Frodo at the end.
Yeah. The precious.
What's his name? Sean Bean.
Oh,
Yeah. How is Sean Bean not in this movie?
but yeah, it's
Westeros is doomed.
it's interesting. I actually look at this as kind of, and this is totally something Aronofsky would
See,
do.
they keep
is-
showing
is
that rock again.
Yeah.
But, no,
well,
I mean,
the rock is
That's
is
the-
the
representative.
sin.
It's representative of war and everything.
Of war
like
and
that,
violence
and
and sin.
selfishness.
Yeah.
I love that. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, I
Well,
thought you were
and
complaining.
specifically, Abel Cain slaying Abel.
Right.
Because that's really
it's spoon feeding.
those are the people. Those are the because those humans, the ones he was looking at, those are the descendants of Cain.
Right.
You know, so
Oh,
that is
okay.
Hence
that is
Tubal Cain.
Tubal Cain.
Yeah.
So they are the
And
descendants
like
of
Dean Cain.
they're the descendants of Cain, and so for a while, in his mind, what he was saying, the reason he was separating himself out was those are the descendants of Cain. They have to be wiped out. We're the descendants of Seth. We're okay. And then he realized what he's realizing right here is no, we're not okay because this goes back before that.
Yeah.
This goes back to the
This is
apple.
original sin.
This
we
is
all,
everybody.
We all have the original. We all bear
Right.
original sin.
And then there's the scene of it burning, and it's like the world is burning, and God is going to send the water to put it out. Basically, is kind of why that, because it's not the place isn't actually on fire. That was kind of a little vision of his again. So
I didn't gather any of that, but that clears it up.
yeah,
Either way,
Yeah, this is-
still,
yeah.
it still communicates its point.
see,
pretty
because he
clearly.
went into town to get daughters,
women,
for his,
yeah.
to get women for his boys, so they could continue the species. But he just saw like
He's like, oh, they're skanks.
he
Yo,
got
no.
he got a big face full of like, no, mankind is irredeemable, and that means us too.
Yeah.
That's the part I wasn't getting before.
Yeah.
Is we're not supposed to reproduce any longer.
Yeah.
We're just the caretakers of the pure things and the animals.
Yeah.
But once that's done, we get phased out as well.
But that's
I'm
his
going back to my.
interpreta-
I'm going
that's
back
his
to my opening.
interpretation of
I'm going
that.
back to my opening interpretation from the beginning of the podcast, which is God was like, man, I don't know about these humans, but then he gave him
Man,
a
I
forest
just
because
don't
he's a
know.
nice guy. Because God's a mensch, you guys. God's a mensch.
Man,
He built
colon, I
a
just don't
forest,
know.
and then Noah just cut the goddamn miracle forest down and made a boat. At which point God's like, oh fuck these people. It's Noah's fault.
yes,
It's not a boat.
Daddy,
actually,
it's a ship.
Actually, no. They've
You're
they
right,
very-
darling.
They very specifically talk about in all the behind the scenes stuff, and at first I was like,
Do you know,
but
do you know
then
what the distinction is between a boat and an ark?
I thought it was brilliant. Well, the ark is just a box.
It's just supposed to float.
Ark literally means like box or crate or something. I think. But the word.
Trey, you made a show called Ark. Do you know what the
I
distinction
did,
is?
but I tried to get the title changed from day
Yeah.
one.
I think
No.
it means just container. And so
Yeah,
when they
Ark of the Covenant,
Yeah.
per se.
Exactly. And so when they went to build the ark, they were like, you see the image, the Sunday school image of the boat
Yeah.
with the little house and the
It's got that
giraffes.
Viking prow on it
Yeah.
for some reason.
And the giraffes sticking their heads out. And then they look at the Bible and they tried to go with the measurements, and they went, well, it doesn't say anything about a shape. It just says how far
Yeah.
it is, and it just
it
gives,
literally gives you like cubic
yeah.
dimensions.
And they are cubic.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell, it's just a box.
It's a big rectangle.
It's just, and they thought about it. They're like, it doesn't need to navigate because they don't expect to go
Yeah,
anywhere.
There's nowhere to go.
So they just made it as this box that's meant to just float and withstand the storm. And I think that was ultimately
yeah,
a brilliant choice.
God basically gave him like an IKEA manual.
Yeah,
For it.
Yeah.
And there's a great. It's like 300 cubits long.
I got it. It's
by
15 cubits upward. Did waters prevail? Oh, that's the next one.
Yeah, that's how high the water went.
How big is a cubit?
They figured it out, but it's like 300 cubits long, 10 wide, and 30 high, or something like that. But when I first saw it, it's jarring because you go, that's not the ark, and then when you see it and when you hear them explain it, you're like, that's genius, and it's such a perfect, iconic thing to look at and go, that is the ark. This
Yeah.
is what we're doing. That's what the ark would be.
All right, here we go. Make thee an ark. And this is Genesis 14
Yeah.
or 6:14. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch.
Yeah, that's what you saw them doing.
It's
the
tautology, God.
the black tar.
And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30
Oh,
cubits.
50, sorry.
A window
Yeah, 10
shalt
would be
thou
done.
make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. So he's basically saying either Put an air hole in it.
Yeah,
Dumbass.
gotta have a skylight.
And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, and wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die.
Yeah.
How crazy would it have been if Jared Leto played Noah? Because you got Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah.
You know,
A cubit is 45.72 centimeters. That seems a little small.
Yeah, it seems like a very small arc, but then
300 times 45 centimeters.
yeah, that doesn't sound.
Whatever it is, the
That doesn't sound right.
apparently their arc
What's a
is
lower
designed
meter?
to be to those.
At least
specs.
well, it's got the proportions.
Yeah.
At least same proportions as the monolith in 2001.
Not only designed to those specs, but it's actually designed so that
Oh, I see. A cubit
They
is
work-
elbow to fingertip.
ah
So it is 47. So
Yeah.
This is a
That's
smaller
not.
arc.
Yeah,
That's a small arc.
There's a problem of scale here.
they worked out the there were giants in those days.
Nephilim.
Nephilim.
They worked out the thing so that the arc that they built, and by the way, much
So it's
of
like 400 feet
much
long.
of the front of the arc, everything they're interacting with and stuff, they built that. So as opposed to, it's an extension behind, anything beyond that, like the cube of the front of the arc, but the front, everything they're standing on and everything in like the cubic dimensions around it, they actually built physically and shot.
No, they did the same for Evan Almighty. Not really.
That's right.
Not really.
So
Well, actually,
the-
I think they did, but whatever.
So this scene here, it's kind of.
There we go. Thank you. 450 feet. It's 450 feet long by 75 feet wide by 45 feet tall.
Well, they're trying to build one in Kentucky now.
Yeah. Oh, good.
With
Are they
taxpayer
really?
dollars.
Yep. Yahoo.
what? Why?
Because they're creationists
Because
there.
Christianity.
Yeah.
See God speaking to them, and we can't prove otherwise. So this scene kind of puzzled me because it's like, okay, they've been here for 10 years. They've been building the ark, and only now do they, they go up. Hey, let's see. I wonder how Grandpa's doing up in his cave. Has he not come down to dinner once in 10 years? It's like, did you bring me berries? Oh, right, we forgot. You really 10 years? You left me up here. Berries. The one thing I said, berries, and nothing. You didn't bring no berries. So I think there in that scene and in the following scene, we'll have to watch it more closely as it transpires here. But that sense of Methuselah going, well, look, I'm 900 years old and I don't know what the guy in the sky wants all the
Yeah.
time. So I just kind of
And he-
get through the day. Am I right?
He even said it's being the wisdom coming from him was he's leaving it up to Noah.
Yeah.
Basically, if Noah thinks that's what's going on, then there it is.
Yeah.
And I can try and interfere, and he means by making
And he
her fertile.
does. Ultimately, he goes, I'll roll my dice.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
And but he says, and as it does, he goes, I can do that, but it's still going to come back to
Yeah.
what Noah decides to do.
In the chat room, Herc says, I do like the fact that it's just a floating box. Like, they just took God literally. They did not spare no expense.
Yeah.
They're just like, a box. Got it, arc.
That's a hell of an engineering project all by itself,
It just
much
oc-
less trying to make it
just occurred to me.
steerable.
The mythology of this is basically like the Cain people. Everyone descended from Cain. It's Slytherin. They're just
Yeah.
Slytherin.
Basically.
They all suck. They're mostly awful.
They designed the ark. The production actually designed the ark with like ballast and stuff, so that they reasoned out how exactly would this float? How can we make it these dimensions and not just turn over and
yeah.
do all this stuff? And so I guess you can see they built it where there's like little rocks like kind of holding it up, and that's the ballast underneath it. And when they built it digitally and did the simulations, it worked. They were like, sweet.
Hey! So we're good to go in case it ever happens.
Wouldn't have seen that coming.
I'm sorry, Miss Rose, I didn't build you a stronger arc.
She's made of wood, sir. I assure you.
She's not going anywhere else.
She's made of cypress and pitch.
She's full of livestock, sir. I
Go for
assure
wood,
you.
sir.
She is sinkable.
Yeah, that's one of the changes over the versions.
Oh.
Is in the King James version, he says it's made out of
Gopher wood. That's what
gopher
you read.
wood, and then in the other ones, it's cypress, which I guess cypress is gopher wood. You guys, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bible teaching you shit.
Cypress is gopher wood. Bats are birds.
And
Tip your waiters.
It's another one of the funny things where this is. I was talking to Mike about this earlier. Apparently, and I'm not a biblical scholar. I don't know much about the Bible, but apparently there's multiple sort of source texts that got collated into being the Bible, you know,
Yes.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Especially like the first,
Yeah.
the
Like
And
Genesis
then,
shit.
Which and also there's a point where it got translated into English, where all kinds of shenanigans got worked in there.
And there's this whole thing where, you know, often the same story happened in a couple of the different texts, and they would kind of, you know, synthesize a version of that story, put it in the Bible. Well, with the Noah thing, they didn't. They just put basically the full unaltered text of both versions of the story in the Bible, and that's why you end up with shit like, all right, we're going to need 2 of every kind of animal, and we're going to need 7 of every kind of animal, and then 2 if there's an unclean pair, and birds and things that slither, not fish, but fish too. And it's just like and you read it and it reads like it's psychotic.
Yeah.
And the answer is it's because instead of someone like doing an edit on it and like curating, all right, guys, let's take the salient points of the story and make it one story.
Yeah.
They just put all the details from both stories into the same story.
Well, that's why you have 2 creation myths.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what-
you know,
and
Genesis-
four gospels
Yeah.
in the New Testament that don't agree with each other.
Yeah.
have
And
no
Gen-
other gods before me. No, literally. No, don't use the other gods. Use this
Yeah.
god.
Me first, and
Yeah.
and
Then
then
the other
them if
gods.
you
And
feel
the
like
other
it.
gods. I'm sorry, what was that about? Where are the other gods coming from?
Yeah.
There were giants in the earth at the time.
Yeah, there's you know, Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, and of course they do all kinds of backflipping apologetics to be like, no, it's actually the same story. It's not,
Yeah.
you know, they're touching elephants and whatever. But it's because there were 5 different stories that they put into one book without paying too much attention sometimes.
Yeah.
You didn't like Hermione?
She took me right out. I mean, it's nothing against her, and she's just too clean and too British and too Hermione, and you know, I couldn't suspend my disbelief.
It's tough. It's
Her
tough to get away from.
general acting style is glowering. You know, it's a word I don't think I've ever said out loud. It kind of sucks to say out loud. Glower is a good word to read, but it's a crappy word to say. But that's kind of what she does in every shot. She just sort of glowers, just looks at things, and she looks kind of pissed, but not really. And she's going to be stiff up her lip about it. It's kind of the shot of her ever.
Yeah.
Always that shot.
And
She's Kristen Stewart with eyebrows.
I
that
was
move.
going to say she's like Kristen Stewart with more range, but not a lot more range.
She's lovely.
She does sob
I
better.
have nothing
really
against
well.
her. But
Grandpa just boob grazed me, and it was weird. But now I feel horny.
Poop grazed.
Yeah, you just go, woohoo. But I love the fact that she's like, I am so turned on right now. I've got to find my boyfriend.
She's suddenly in heat, and that's why he's like, yeah, go.
Yeah,
no,
go.
no. Get out of here.
Don't look at me. Go. No. I'm 900 over here. I'm not what you're looking for.
I wonder if this was the scene that kind of put the Christians over the edge.
No. No, the scene that put the Christians over the edge were all the
I
other
assume
ones.
the rock monsters would be the first. Like
number
what?
1, rock monsters. Number 2, all the other things.
There was a Christian, like you were talking about how in preparation for this, you looking at IMDb reviews and getting mad.
I was so mad.
And I kind of did the
because
same
they were
thing.
going, this is not the Bible.
No, and they would say dumb things. Oh, it was even worse when they were saying shit about it, like. And then there were like big old geysers of water. Where's that coming from? That's not in the Bible. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
He says he opens the fountains of the deep. The
Yeah.
fucking water comes out of the ground. He says it
again,
in the book.
I thought that too. It's like when it's going to rain. It's like, okay, Aronofsky, Mr. Movie Maker, show don't tell. How are you gonna we're gonna watch it rain for how long is it gonna while the water slowly? Oh, of course, that's genius. You know? I was like, oh, yeah. Again, creator of the universe can go. And now I'm just gonna do this now.
And now this.
Yeah. I was like,
Here's Aronofsky showing up for work
all
again.
of that made
all of a
perfect
sudden.
sense to me.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, one of the things that kind of threw me was like this Christian reviewer who wrote this really long article angry about this movie. And one of the moments that stood out to him was when Noah says, I'm not alone. Because Tubal goes, I've got men at my back. You how dare you refuse me?
Oh.
And he goes...
He says I'm not alone,
says,
and
"I'm
he
not
thought
alone,"
it should mean God, but it
Yeah.
meant the Watchers.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, it's like, I'm watching that again right now. I'm like, well, that is God, because the Watchers
Yeah.
are angels
Right.
from God. Like, what more do you want, dude? Like,
They're
back
serving
off.
God by helping Noah.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's why they're given their redemption.
well, it's all made
in the
up
end.
anyway. That doesn't happen in the story anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but
I'm
just
reading it repeatedly. It's not there.
Just thematically, they're angry that he wasn't relying on only God. He was relying on. But then those
Of
are
all things.
That's. I swear to God. I promise
Hey,
you
hey, hey.
that Christian.
We'll have none of that here.
I promise you that Christian reviewer is the same kind of person who will tell that story about the dude on the fucking raft, and at the end, God, why didn't you save me? I sent you a boat. I sent you a helicopter. I sent you fucking rock angels. What was I supposed to do?
Dun, 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 do, 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 do. Rock Angels.
It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like God God has his back by the Rock Angels having his back. That's a
Right.
stupid thing.
Rock
But
Angels is a
that's-
really bad band name. Let's do it.
Rock Angels.
Rock
That
Angels.
sounds like something you'd see at like one of the lesser casinos in Vegas. Like
Yeah.
it's the the
And
tribute
they do-
band Rock Angels.
They do like covers.
We
of,
are the Rock
Yeah,
Angels.
They do covers
Exactly.
of Rat songs.
Yeah, their big closer is an Aerosmith song. Now this one when Tubal Cain, like a Bronze Age culture, but he does have gunpowder weapons. I was like, well, okay,
No, it's the little magic thing.
Little
The-
magic.
okay, so he's
rocks.
got the magic rock power.
Yeah,
All right,
he
that's
collected.
right.
He
Is
collected
this
it from
before
Seth.
or after we
Okay,
just
fair enough, fair enough.
filled syphilitic people on a trebuchet and threw them over the walls? Because I want to
Yeah.
see them do that too.
But the idea of like, wow, so they sort of work in, he's because he's got kind of wizard powers too. He's got the fireball shooter, so which is kind of like a gun.
So here's something else that's interesting. Last night when I was reading this Noah story, which I'm obsessed with, I want to read. Actually, I'm sorry. I started a tangent that I'm going to now tangent off of. Did you guys see this Kickstarter for the guy who I think it's called Biblioteca or something like that, Bibleteca, where he basically reapproached the Bible, which is a public domain text,
Oh, I saw that.
and basically is relaying it out and like giving it a spine and covers and everything.
Oh,
to be,
doing like an
to-
illuminated manuscript type.
No, and more like a novel. Like,
Oh.
fuck these numbers, fuck the annotations down
Ah.
the center of the page. Let's make this a readable piece of. Let's make it like a Potter novel. I want to be able to read this.
I thought you were talking
that
about
is going to
something
be the
else.
worst novel ever.
Yeah.
I know,
It's-
but
it's
it's
terrible.
It's been done before.
Yeah.
Is, turning it into like
Anyway,
I th-
I'm gonna get one of those because it's
Isn't that the-
he's doing a really pretty job.
If
of
you-
finding-
the Good News Bible or the New American.
I thought you were
Standard
talking
something.
about the thing where it cites all the hypocrisies throughout the Bible.
Oh, no,
No,
but
that's
I have seen that
that's
too.
The Skeptic's Annotated Bible is fantastic.
Yeah,
That's-
but
that's
anyway,
the one I read.
was reading this Noah thing
That's
last
my
night.
Bible.
In the King James version of the Noah thing last night, and I noticed there's like I don't know what you'd call this.
Oh,
There's
by
a-
the way, I just want to this scene here with her foot. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but
Bear
with
trap.
her foot getting caught in the bear trap, which we saw them set up as
Yeah.
he's walking into town. They're
True.
setting up bear traps. It may not have been specifically this one, but that's a setup that they're doing that. The fact that she gets trampled,
Yeah,
is
I-
amazing.
I was like, okay, now you really have my attention.
she gets
movie.
she gets viciously trampled, and the interesting
and
thing
never
is,
comes back.
No.
she's done. She's
Yeah.
out of the movie.
And the amazing thing is that that's so affecting, and that's Aronofsky making you I think you have to think about it. I certainly did. You see that, and this is brutal, and then there's the flood, and it's like, oh, it's this big epic flood, and I think there's a little bit of him asking you, think about how you're more upset about that than everybody dying. That's more visceral.
Or if you thought
to
that was bad, that's about to happen to everyone.
Yeah.
the entire
Yeah.
planet. And he milks that
And
too.
he did that, yeah.
There's that scene later with the promontory. With
Oh
the
my
last
God,
people, and when
that-
the waves are crashing against
that
and people are
scene-
screaming.
Yeah.
That scene was where I was like, "Oh my
Yeah,
god,
that's
this
what,
movie."
that's when
That's
you
it.
really knew what kind of movie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
this
That's.
was.
I think more that I think that would be the thing that that Christians
Yeah.
would going to object to is like we don't like thinking about that part of it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, this is what your God did.
Yeah.
And it's supposedly a good thing.
Yeah,
So you got to embrace it. You got to go. Well,
That-
here's what it looks like.
That's the thing that made me actually love this movie as a telling of the story, was that specifically that scene where you go, no, it's not even going to be easy. They have to sit there and wrestle with the horror
Yeah.
of what they have done and continue to actively do it
Yeah.
for like a week until everybody finally drowns. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be easy enough for everyone to just drown. They have to decide not, this is like that whole, the trolley problem. It's like, he's not just stopping people from, not doing anything. He's actively pushing people in front of the trains.
Yes.
So-
So here's why you hire Russell Crowe, so you can have the fight scene.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was reading the story.
Yeah,
a bunch,
sorry, go ahead.
And I don't know what you'd call this, but there's a math typo in the Bible. Someone
There's
does
probably a
math wrong.
couple.
It's just rounding.
Well,
Is this the one you're talking
yeah,
about?
yeah, But it says here. I have the pages. That la 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 la. Where was it?
We're watching a battle scene and it's amazing, but we're going to talk about something else for a
again,
minute.
Lord of the Rings. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, I would have been so into the Bible if I was a kid. If this is the kind of movies they were showing us, I was like, show me the Bible movie again. That was awesome.
Well, I gotta kind of gloss over it and make it sound nice and not violent.
Yeah. Even though it's a super violent book.
Yeah,
So
wow.
messed up.
Have you read that thing? Whew.
I love the one.
That right there in the behind the scenes, they show Ray Winston actually going up on a
Yeah, he's up on a rig.
on a rig doing that for reals himself.
They shot this, by the way, They shot this night for day. They put up a bunch of huge lights and just drenched these. There's a lot of kind of production sort of records being broken on this movie. The shot of the animals walking into the Ark apparently was the most processor intensive thing that
Wouldn't be
that
surprised.
ILM has ever done. Because not only were there like 8,000 animals that all had to be rendered, they were using Massive for the first time. You know, the crowd program for the first time in heavy production.
Most amount of rain.
It wasn't rain in that one, but
a lot of rain.
but the fact that they had to have these kind of crowd behaviors, flocking behaviors. There were only 2 of each kind of animal specifically, so you could only recycle
Oh, wow.
your stuff so much.
Yeah.
The 2 animals.
There it is.
The-
I was trying to figure out
that's
why
nasty.
is the instancing so bad. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
do it more than once.
The 2 animals had to make sure the 2 animals stayed close to each other, so you could see that they were coming.
It's actually
in 2
really
by 2.
complicated behavior.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a whole list of separate
That's
things.
worse than average flocking.
Yeah, so they didn't realize, but they were like, yeah, that is the most processor-intensive work that ILM has ever done in its history. And apparently this
For a
scene-
Bible movie.
Yeah.
Respect, y'all.
One of these, within this shoot, they were rolling takes and stuff like that. And apparently the effects guy, the practical effects guy, was like, his smile was getting wider and wider as they went, and finally Aronofsky yells cut, and he's like, "What's up with you?" And he goes, "We broke the record for the most amount of water just poured into a scene in a single take."
Yeah.
I love
Someone's
this scene
watching a
of,
needle.
I believe his name is Og, just massacring everyone. I think the Watchers are falling a little too fast, just pacing wise around
Yeah.
him, because like pew pew pew.
Yeah, boom, boom, boom.
But like logically, they're falling a little too fast, but emotionally and
yeah.
for the shot, oh, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's great. It's like get that, launch that route, launch.
Yeah.
Gotta launch. We have to launch now.
How'd you feel about the moment when the Last Watcher opens up his own chest and launches himself? I thought that was cheating a little
I
bit.
think
It is
well,
a
you
little
don't go
bit
to heaven
cheating.
for suicide, right?
Yeah.
Well,
and
he
I
was-
thought, thanks,
right, that
dude.
was my thing. Like,
Yeah.
you don't go to heaven if you commit suicide. That's
Yeah,
not redeeming yourself.
I think he was doing like a almost the the holy suicide bomber thing, because he took out some people by doing that.
Yeah.
So he's like, all
He
right,
was down already.
Oh,
You just
so he
need-
martyred. He angel martyred.
yes, he angel
Yeah.
martyred basically.
and there were
Nothing-
Nephilim virgins waiting for him in
Nothing
heaven.
Yeah.
really martyrs.
That little action sequence right there bothered me a little bit on my initial watching. It's like it felt a little slow-ish the way it was moving around.
It's bamboo.
I think it's just because I'm so used to things cutting so quickly. I'm not used to watching
Yeah.
it
Just happen.
Just
Yeah.
happen.
Just
Go for
It's
wood.
probably the more realistic way it would go.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he's like, okay, thanks. Now go close the door again, because the flies will get
okay,
in.
it's gonna be bad out here.
are kidding.
By which I mean these people.
Wait, there's another fun note about that in the story that I didn't know this before, but depending on if you want to go with there's 1 pair or there are 7 pairs, whatever, after this whole thing ends, an indeterminate amount of time later, the first thing that Noah does is build an altar to the Lord
Yeah.
and sacrifice some animals. You're like,
That's
Yeah.
Here you
but
go,
that's
God.
that's why in that version of the story you can tell which version is which, because that version of the story is the one that says take 7 of each clean animal and 2 of each unclean animal, because you have an
You got-
odd number, because you gotta
Because you got to keep
Just
up the
one time.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because
You-
God don't.
Right.
Here's the
no
shot you
sacrifices.
like.
Fucking
Yeah.
beautiful
Oh,
shot.
this is
It's like,
I love
That's
that
so
idea
crazy.
for
Here's
map
the
painting
thing.
so
Yeah.
hard.
Here's the thing. It's like I look at that and I go, that's the like you have to do that shot in this movie.
Yeah.
And yet you
What a
see
great
it
shot.
and
You would never
go,
have thought of that shot. You would never have thought of that shot.
Yeah.
Like someone said, dude, the whole fucking earth would look like a hurricane paint. Put that shot in this movie.
And
Anyway.
it takes the global perspective several times. And again, it's like when they did that, I was so struck. It's like yeah, this is amazing. The idea of just take the reverence out of it, and this could be a really interesting story. Because it's like, well, in Dune, they go Dune, desert planet. You know, it's like just treat the Bible like it's a movie that has to be interesting and compelling, and quit all the Hosanna, Hosanna. This is also important and precious and wonderful, and just make a compelling story about how, yes, when our Earth was, when this alternate Earth was very primitive, and God was like very hands-on with all the shit. I'm going to make it rain everywhere. You can take a global perspective of that and go, well, that looked like that when that happened.
Is the berries representative of anything?
Not really. I don't think the berries are
That was just his obsession.
symbolic. He was just
Yeah.
like, somebody mentioned berries, and he was like, "Oh man, I want
I
berries."
want some berries.
And so, almost like the last little miracle from
Yeah,
God. That's the last thing he
you get to
finds.
have a berry,
He's
yeah.
like, "Here, you've been good. You can have a berry before I take you out."
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Heavy water work, of course.
Serious
Like,
waterwork.
Uh,
I was curious. After this scene, when they go back to the front porch there, and it's of course it's a dock with water. It's like, is that digital water? Did they build a set that was on? Did they build a water tank that went up to the set?
I actually don't know.
Because there's some serious water.
Yeah.
For the rest of this, on this thing. And I guess since they're doing all this dump tank anyway, probably they then built a trough of some kind and
Yeah.
filled it with water to do those scenes. Because there's one shot coming up when after the storm ends and they go out on the again, porch, for want of a better word. Where the camera is, the ark is rolling in the water and
Yeah.
it's rocking side to side, but the level of the water is also rocking. So I was like, okay, you're just tilting the camera. It would have been like 10% cooler and 500% harder to actually make
Yeah.
the thing move relative to the level of the water. But still respect for, because I think looks like they did, built a big tank around the base of that thing and filled it with actual water.
Yeah, they built the interior in a huge factory of the Ark.
Oh, here comes that Marvel tie-in part with the Tesseract.
Yeah.
Yes, that's one of the 7 crystals that will.
Mike,
open
fun
the
fact: I
gateway.
checked your work, and interesting thing about the unclean and the altar and the sacrifice and all that. Noah builded an altar unto the Lord and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl and offered burnt offerings.
Yeah.
So he's basically like he says, and that's in the same version of that one that was in.
Yeah.
He says bring 2 of everything, and then the next paragraph says 7 of everything, and also 1 pair of uncleaned that too.
Right.
So he's basically taking away from the good ones when he's doing the offering.
Well, no, it's not like he brought like 7 Saint Bernards and 2 of them were dirty. Like there's clean types of animals and dirty unclean types of animals. It's not
Where
like,
like cows would be clean, but pigs would be unclean.
precisely.
Okay.
How did you feel, Trey? How did you feel about the length when you first watched it?
Well, to be honest, the first time I watched it,
Broken up.
yes, to the point where I didn't finish it. I rented it off iTunes, got the 24-hour rental, and I sort of watched my way through the first half of it. Didn't even get to the point where the storm started. So, and I was like, this is far more interesting than I thought, but not enough to.
It's not stay watching.
Yeah,
it.
I like to keep watching.
Here's
it.
the promontory
Yeah,
scene.
this is like gnarly as
Yeah,
hell.
this is Aronofsky going, remember, we tell this story to children.
Yeah, this is everything's fine, right? Look at it.
Yeah.
Then the rental ran out, so I was like, oh, okay. Well, I know how the story ends, so I wasn't particularly compelled. But then it came up. I watched the back half of it for the first time last night, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's pretty cool. So I don't really feel the length of it because I'm not really aware of the
Right.
length of it.
Right.
It's either 2 episodes of 45 minutes with a 3-week break in between. Is that the length of it? Because that's the length of it I experienced.
Well, you said, Mike, that when you first watched it, you felt like it was a little long, but you had to pee the whole time.
Yeah, that was a big problem.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, that's
of all movies to have to go pee
Einstein
during.
said time is
oh, no,
relative.
it's much worse.
No, because
Yeah.
like for me, when I first watched it, I felt like everything was right. It didn't feel like anything was too long or lingered too long. I enjoyed anything that lingered.
that's good pacing.
It's got
you know.
it's got a good pace. It's a slow pace, but that's not a bad thing.
Right.
But
But I don't
you
even
know,
feel
this
like
is
it's a slow
this
pace.
is we just hit the midpoint though. I mean,
Right.
so
Oh,
much
God.
has gone on, and we've hit the
Hour 24.
Yeah, we've hit essentially the midpoint of the movie, maybe a little further. The midpoint is when the storm starts, and then there's the battle, and now we're here. But
This was fucking epic. This whole montage here.
this made me
Yeah, it's fun.
It's
well,
like a short of monkeys. This was like it was
This is my
amazing.
favorite part of the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like I watched this. I'm like, I can't believe he's doing it. He's showing
yeah,
all
no.
of it. I can't
As I
believe
was
it.
Cosmos.
watching,
Well,
what he's
no, this
doing
was the
is
part
he's-
that I was like, oh, they're gonna be so mad.
Well, what, no. But
They
what I like
shouldn't
about
be
this,
though. They shouldn't be because they're calling it days.
Exactly.
They're
No,
doing
exactly.
the-
What I like about this is that they're showing us Cosmos while he's reading the Bible.
Yeah.
Like he's basically what he's doing is he's saying this right here would satisfy both people.
This is what, well,
Yeah.
this will satisfy old Earth creationists, the people who are willing to say, yes, a day is just billions of years or whatever.
Well, see, but
a young Earth creationists would not.
Well, or
be
the
happy
flip
about
side.
this.
I mean, I could see flipping it the other way. Although
No, this isn't a time lapse. This is real time.
that's what I'm saying. Hardcore Christian creationists are not known
Ken
for
Ham.
are not known for their ability to be flexible in their thinking. But I thought you could go the other way with it. It's like, yes, all that thing that scientists, but it's God. He made it happen in a day.
Yeah.
It's like, and as many people have pointed out, it's like, well, if there was no people and there was no it was just God, who's to say how long a day is? It doesn't matter. It's totally an arbitrary concept. But the idea of God made all this happen, but He did it chronologically, and that's why it looks like it does now.
Yeah.
Because he made it all happen, but he did it in one of his own days, however he would define it at
Yeah.
that point. And that's
But that's-
all right. That's fine.
That's the old Earth creationism, and the young Earthers are the ones who are crazy. Like, no, it was 24 literal hours, and there was no. He pooped out
And
a
for some
lemur,
reason,
and that was it.
Yeah, and for some reason he put dinosaurs' bones underneath all of
Yeah.
it to fool us. But see, they
No,
skip.
Satan did that.
No,
They
you see.
skip.
Well,
they
there's two
skip.
versions.
See, I love they skip.
Yeah.
There's we get to primates and then we get to humans, but we don't see the primates turn into
Yeah.
humans
Yeah.
because
we
come
saw
on,
the lizards turn into primates.
We're not that stupid here
Yeah.
in Hollywood to try
Here
and
comes-
sell
here
to you
he
Bible
leaves his
people.
skin behind that will later be
Yeah.
wrapped around the guy's arm.
Yeah. So this is where,
Which I don't quite get the significance of that.
right there, you have the choice to follow the temptation of darkness or hold on to the blessing of the light. So the skin he left behind represents the blessing. Moving forward with the snake is following temptation.
Dr.
It is
Manhattan was blue in my day, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not canon.
It is a little
Manhattan's-
obtuse. So it's
See, that's not, by the way, that's not fucking fruit of wisdom or anything. That's just a fruit that has worms in it. It's gross.
Yeah.
Don't eat it.
That's a freaky
Don't eat
God
any
fruit.
pulsing fruit. Like ever.
Yeah, you'd think, but she didn't.
Well,
know
see,
that
but
was
they
bad.
didn't
She
know
hadn't
any
eaten
better
it. Yeah.
because they were.
By the way, this right
I
here,
love that.
this is so
so-
Aronofsky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
that's
yeah.
so fucking awesome.
I love the way I love how modern some of those flickers are too.
Yeah. It's like, wait,
really-
there's a Cossack in there.
Yeah.
Hold on.
there were some World War II guys in there. It
Yeah.
was like,
Yeah.
But this is like the nature speech right here.
Mhm.
oh yeah,
It's
this
fucking
is
beautiful.
the environmentalism. Like, this is why this is happening. And by the way, it will happen again, whether you believe in God or not. We'll probably get wiped out unless we change.
I think in the chat room, Herc is watching this for the first time, and it's funny because every now and then he'll just be like, "Holy crap, this sequence is amazing."
Yeah.
Aronofsky actually posted that to his Twitter page, that sequence. Like, I can't believe you just gave that.
Oh.
That's the coolest fucking
He
part of the
gave it
movie.
away.
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to get people to come to the movie. At that point, he's just
I would
advertising.
imagine so.
But
yeah.
I,
See, it's not just people in robes that are way too clean, looking at the sky, going, "Oh God."
Yeah.
Oh, it's Beardy says words again. I hate that guy.
Yeah.
The most frustrating thing was like when I would talk to people about it, they'd go, "No, I haven't seen Noah yet, but I was gonna at some point." I'm like, "No, watch it now. You're not gonna watch it, please."
Before the flood, you have to watch it. now.
Exactly.
It really hit you.
Now I like this. This.
Did you like The Fountain?
I love The Fountain.
So you just like Aronofsky in general, probably. Black Swan?
I haven't finished his first movie.
I hate
Pie?
Well, there's no end to pie.
I haven't finished this. I don't. I
You'll never get to
like.
the
I
end of
got
Pie.
about. I got
Don't
about-
start. Don't watch that when you gotta pee.
I got. I got about.
No,
I got-
Pie.
For sure.
I got 30 minutes in, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. But Rec Room for a Dream hooked me. And
I
then-
kind
Yeah,
of-
I got all the way to the end, and I said I can never do that again.
Yeah, right.
I'm never watching that one again.
I like The Fountain a lot. The Fountain at first I was like, I don't
The
understand.
Fountain takes some cracking. You
And
have
then-
our Fountain commentary is awesome because of Steve Reedy. You should go listen to that commentary. It's a good one.
But I was talking about The Fountain with a friend of mine, trying to explain it to him, like what I don't get.
Uh-huh.
And in explaining what I don't get,
You
I
went,
got it.
oh,
And I was
yeah.
like, oh my god, I got it!
Yeah,
I love this movie.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Just everyone.
Like I retrospectively loved it. It was weird.
Everything I've loved everything Aronofsky's done since Pie, which makes me go, I should probably check out Pie again. Maybe I was.
You missed
I didn't
something.
mind
Yeah.
Pie.
I don't know.
Pie is just kind of weird. And sorry,
Who doesn't
it's
like
kind of
Pie?
it's kind of irrational. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's not a joke. I'm serious. It's kind of, but it's weird. But it's a good piece of theme. When you want to compare like modern day filmmaker guys based off of their first weird
That's
movie,
not fair, though,
I go
yeah.
back and forth between The Following and Pie.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, those are both weird.
The Following's Chris Nolan.
Nolan.
Yeah, it's Nolan's
Which-
thing.
I
before
tried
Memento.
watching that for about 2 minutes.
Or Following,
Yeah.
not The Following.
It's
That's a
called
TV
just
show.
called Following.
Following,
I
yeah.
got about 2 minutes in, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No, it's too weird. I'm not happy with this.
Nope.
Following, the only reason to watch Following, and possibly the only reason to watch Pie, although Aronofsky has clearly not gotten to the echelons that Nolan has. He could have, but I don't think he wants to.
No, Aronofsky's more art house. He's psyched
Aronofsky-
about the metaphors.
What Aronofsky does, I've brought this up before. He's a genius because he does the Del Toro one for you, one for me thing, but he keeps hosing them on the one for them. because
I'm
he'll
going to
keep-
make a Bible movie.
Yeah.
What's more surefire than that?
No, what he'll come in and do is they'll go, hey, Aronofsky, you're a fascinating person. We like putting fascinating people in charge of like franchises and stuff. Come reboot Batman for us. Okay, I'll do that, but you got to fund my weirdo movie about like the Tree of Life or whatever. Yeah, fine, sure. His Batman movie falls apart, but you still said you give me the money
You
for the
still
other
owe
one.
me-
He's
you
like,
still owe me money.
I'll tell you what, I'll make you RoboCop if you give me the money to make this weirdo wrestling movie. Okay, cool. RoboCop doesn't happen with him. He gets to make the wrestler, and he keeps fucking pulling that trick on them. It's amazing.
Can you please come and we want to do like a Wolverine one-off movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but I get to do Noah, right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I get to know.
It's amazing, and he could if he stuck with it, he could be Christopher Nolan by now. But he just wants to do this and get them to
You
pay for
clever
it.
bastard. So
It's like Soderbergh, but
it
just
made us-
weirder.
Yeah.
But it made its money back, right? Noah made its money
Oh,
back.
Noah
well,
did
it did big. It did big business.
globally.
globally, it did.
Domestically, it didn't do great,
Which
but globally, it
which
did
is fine.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm actually surprised about that. I mean, if I can imagine globally, like a I don't know, let's see, Hindu movie doing well, Islam movie doing well. Christian is like feel like it's spottier.
Well, well,
it's
a lot of them approached it the same way we did when
Oh,
it's a weirdo
that's
fantasy
why
movie.
it did well globally.
Exactly. It doesn't have the you can only tell this story one way reference certainly in non-Christian countries, and certainly in countries that are not so fundamentalist Christian, which we totally are as a society in general. So the idea of like, okay, here's a way of telling a Bible story. Yes, we're not automatically going to hate it just because it's not the flavor we like to taste this food in.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have that prejudice against it. And many movies we think of as bombs in America, but that's just because they didn't do well in America, but they did perfectly well because they're things that Americans don't give a shit about. We have Troy, not great. Troy was a huge hit. Huge hit because the rest of the world gives a shit about world history. Just America doesn't. So, but everyone else is like, oh, Troy, that's important. We like that movie.
Is that the Alexander one, or is that a different movie?
Alexander was a different
Alexander was
movie.
also. I don't think Alexander necessarily did as well, but
was Troy based on?
Troy-
Troy was
Troy's
fictional.
the Iliad.
Troy is based
Well,
on.
Troy's
yeah.
as fictional as the Bible.
Yeah, Troy the city though existed.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
But
yeah,
the story of the
with
Iliad
Brad
and
Pitt
Odyssey.
and Achilles and all that stuff. They're semi-historical. I mean, it's been mythologized.
Yep.
But it's a
Trojan
story
horse
that
and
people
all
know.
that.
Yeah, Trojan horse and all that thing. Did he just like bite the head off a weasel
Yes, he
there?
did.
Is that what he did? He's
Or
doing?
something.
I think it was
Okay.
a lizard, but
A prehistoric.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Another species we've just lost.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tubal Cain.
that's what he's saying. He's
yeah.
like,
Yeah. Well, and again, like you said, he makes a good case. He's like, all right, look, if you take the creator out of the equation, and I don't believe that he cares. We're in charge. We take what we want. We do what we want. We're people. So come on, you a man or not? And contrasting that with
Ray Winston's argument is pussy.
yeah, don't be a pussy. And contrasting that with where they just came from, and this whole sort of having Ham turn against his father, which was where the creation montage that we saw is. Noah was still, the way it looks to me is Noah was still kind of like, well, yeah, I was on the track that we were supposed to repopulate and begin the new, restart the human race and all that kind of stuff. But here we are, and we can't. So clearly God doesn't want us to do that because he doesn't have the little bit of info like, oh, but actually she's pregnant. That's he doesn't know that part. So
nobody does yet.
exactly, even she doesn't know it yet. So he's like, okay, look, here's how I see it. So now we know what the scenario is. We're the last humans on Earth. Well, clearly, we're not going to repopulate because none of y'all sleeping with your mom. I'm not having that. So
And
forget
I'm
it.
not gonna do it.
Yeah, and I can't do it anymore because then so there you go. But so he tells the creation myth to sort of establish their place in the story. It's like, okay, so we're just here to restore what's good and pure, and clearly that's what the creator wants. And so he's working it out. He's going, okay, new deal. I thought it was one way, it's this way instead.
I'm going to cue off something.
But Tubal Cain says,
And Tubal-
what I got from that version of the story.
Here's how I see this playing.
How
out.
I see it is he made all of that, and he wasn't happy, and he needed us because we're awesome.
Yeah.
And so I do like the line, even though it's a little bit orange. They go, we only have 2 of each of those. And he's, you only have 1 of me.
Yeah.
Like,
In the chat, I'm going to cue off something Rob said. I'm just going to. He said it, and I started thinking about it, and I'm going to make it bigger than what he said. He said all of Aronofsky's movies, to some degree, are about suffering. And when I think about it specifically, we talk about like the basics of any sort of storytelling are give someone a desire and an obstacle, and they have to get over the obstacle, and that's fun to watch. Little engine that could you just give them obstacles. All of Aronofsky's movies, this Fountain, fucking Black Swan, Requiem, they're all someone. It's mostly the suffering part. It's all people suffering through what they want. He's compelled by the story of how achingly difficult it is to get what you want when you are Noah or a heroin addict or Hugh Jackman throughout time or a ballerina. Like it's
Or a
all, it's
wrestler.
all of his movies, or the wrestler. All of
Yeah.
his movies are about people like basically killing themselves to do
That's
what
what
they
I
want
say.
to do.
His movies are about obsession.
Yeah. Obsessed, the suffering of obsession.
Well, I would say
Yes.
all of them.
Chris Nolan's movies are about obsession.
Obsession and identity.
I would buy I would buy that. But Aronofsky focuses more on the pain of
Yeah,
the
think of how
result of
fucking awful it is to want something this hard. You idiot! Don't want this. The world will punish you for wanting this. I still want it, and just your life is awful as a result.
Yeah.
Aronofsky's about wrecking yourself with happiness.
Certainly no more than no better example than Requiem for a Dream. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, you see what you're going through just to get the drug,
Right.
and still it's worth it to you.
Still worth it to you, huh?
Still you're doing it.
It reminds
Okay.
me of I forget where I saw this. Someone said this. Maybe a comedian said, having an addiction to like heroin or being an alcoholic isn't like, the drug is stronger than I am or anything like that. It's just you found something that you like more than being alive.
Yeah.
That's all it
Wow.
is.
I like this more than anything else.
Yeah. And that's Aronofsky in a nutshell.
Yeah. That's true. And I could see that
I
applying.
believe more in the fact that I need to do this than the fact that it sucks to do this.
Yeah, I totally apply this where Noah's thing is like, look, Good
job, bro.
I've chosen to serve God, and He doesn't care if I enjoy that or not.
Right.
The
I'll
deal's
take it
the
upon
deal.
myself. I'll
Yeah.
fucking do this. I'll stab
And-
this baby.
Well, right here, that's the problem, and why he has his kind of breakdown here. He's like, I got through the horror of waiting, just waiting out everybody dying and having to know that we could help them,
And
but
the
we're not
shrieks
going
outside the
to.
boat
and the
and-
shrieks outside the boat. Oh my God, just him struggling with the horror of it. And finally, there's the scene where she goes,
This fucking idiot has a baby.
where she tells him, she tells him after that, she's like, it's over. You don't have to have that terrible, horrifying strength to let that happen.
It's not
and
your
then
fault.
and then he's coming,
It's not your
and so
fault.
he's finally able to kind of put it down. And he's sort of, he's come to the kind of the acceptance point when he's telling the story. It's like there's a melancholy to it of the story of creation, but he's still like, I'm just so relieved that there's only one way this can play out
Yeah,
anymore.
right.
I don't have to do anything. And now the horror of knowing, like, oh my God, if there is a choice in my hands again, there's something I have to do.
Sort of. But I don't think... I agree with what you were saying earlier when I was talking about how none of the emotional play works, because I agree with... You convinced me with the whole interpretation. Noah thinks it means this. Everyone else is like, I don't think it means that. Don't kill this baby, jackass. I'm with you on that.
Or even if it does mean that,
Right,
don't kill the
right,
baby.
right.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
but-
You know what? Fuck him.
But I don't think...
Let him do it.
I don't think Noah doesn't kill the babies because he's convinced. I think he's too weak to kill the babies.
No. That's the thing. That's why he.
Like,
that's
I
why
think Noah thinks he failed and
yes,
should have killed
yes,
the babies.
That's why he
Yeah.
goes and gets
becomes a drunk.
That's
becomes
the-
drunk.
yeah.
Because he was like,
He
I
failed.
I went through all that. We fucking killed everybody.
Fucking Hermione was crying in my
we
face.
killed
Yeah.
We killed everybody for no reason now.
And now we're just gonna let it happen for
because
no
of my
reason.
weakness, because I couldn't
Yeah.
pull the trigger, so to speak.
Whew.
It's all going to start
And
again.
you're telling me this guy's not a Jew?
Yeah, I know.
That is some guilt.
Yeah.
That'll mess you up.
But that's why he becomes a drunk, because he's like, I can't.
I cannot.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble being able to even. I fear I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
I fear I can't even.
I perhaps can't even. I'll tell you what'll mess you up worse, though. I love the little in the scene we just had where he's telling the creation myth, and he's talking about, and it all adds up to we're all doomed. We get this last little coda
Oh,
of
yeah,
humanity.
the poor kid.
And the whole thing is like, and you will bury him, and they will bury you, and you will bury us, and you'll be the last one. And then there's a cut to the kid going, "Great, thank you, Dad.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, lay that one on me. That's nice."
That's horrifying, but at the
But
same
I'm
time,
a creep.
that also makes me think, at some point in the history of our world, there will be a last person,
Yeah.
and that's fucking.
And they will probably turn out the light.
That's fucking crazy.
Well,
to think about.
there was for Neanderthals, for example. They found some sort of like clearly there was something they found recently where there
The
was
last
like,
pocket of them.
yeah, and it was, or at least the last a pocket somewhere where it's kind of like, we can tell over the centuries they would have contact with other groups, and then they stopped having contact with other groups, and we sort of like these last ones don't seem to be buried properly, and it's like these literally are of this group, like, well, we're it, and we can't find anybody else, and good night.
Pop.
And
Yeah.
that's
Well,
got to be
there was a shower
quite
thought,
something.
There was a shower thought on Reddit the other day.
That's
which
got
was,
to be intense.
You will be the last
Living
person
that
to
life.
die in your lifetime. Which like,
true.
oh, dude, and then
That's what The Last of Us is kind of about.
light up another joint.
Oh yeah.
Here comes
Well,
Hermione.
I know that title. I have no knowledge.
It's a
of
video
it.
game. It kind of touches on the same concepts as this of leave it alone. Like, just let the animals roam free, and we don't need humans anymore.
Oh, okay. Like the voluntary extinction project kind
Yeah.
of concept. Okay.
Can you imagine how fucking much that boat would stink? Like boats stink anyway.
Yeah.
Animals
Well,
stink anyway.
The pitch kind of gets in your nostrils, and you can't smell anything else anyway.
Honestly, at
It's
that point,
supposed to smell like tar. is
the
all it
pitch,
smell
the
like.
pitch might actually be a blessing.
thank
And
God for the
it's like,
pitch.
at least
Probably
we
why
have
he
some-
told him to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least we have something to smell.
Yeah. Do it on the inside too, but we're not going to just trust me. Put it on the inside.
Thank
Why?
God
I don't
those
get it.
animals are
You
asleep.
know what? I'm God. Just trust.
Yeah, just no.
It's like-
Shouldn't I put it on the outside? Wouldn't that waterproof it better? It's like,
yeah. Why do you want me to use smelling salts as mortar?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
trust me.
This whole arc thing
Have
is
some
symbolic.
faith.
I'm God. You're gonna
I'm
float.
testing your faith,
Yeah.
bitch. Let's do this.
Yeah. You want to throw down? You saw me grow trees. You saw that there's
Yeah.
rock monsters.
Our makeup's a little.
Make-
That is
Make
the
paste
one.
of ipecac and fucking let's do this.
Yeah.
That is the one thing I have to say, and they say it a couple of times, and
What?
it's the thing you say in movies, but it wasn't quite thought through here. Is something will happen? Ham is coming through, and he's like, the animals have woken up. They're eating each other. And what Noah says as he's walking through is he goes, "That's not possible." I'm like, excuse me, pardon me. You're not allowed to ever say that again. You're not
At
allowed.
this point.
There's several characters after this in the second half of the movie who go that when she's pregnant, she goes, "That's not possible. How
Yeah.
dare you?"
That's like the least weird
Rock
thing that's
angels
happened all day.
Rock
Yeah.
angels exploded into the sky,
Yeah.
Well,
and were replaced by a torrent of water.
The animals awaking and eating each other is supposed to be not possible because God made them
right,
asleep.
but he's
Yeah.
a
But it's just
fuck-arounder.
it's just
I don't know.
yeah. It's like
Can you name something that isn't
it's a
possible? in
poor
this
choice of
universe?
words.
Yeah.
I will agree that it's a poor
Yeah.
choice of words. Now, one of the things that cracked me up.
It super is.
Nah,
It's
but
just
that's-
not
yeah.
likely.
That's just
you
ham
know.
going ham,
It
though.
communicates the point. Like,
Yeah.
how else would you communicate that?
I'm just saying.
You know.
It's-
Yeah.
No,
you
what,
think
no,
by
no, what
now.
Noah should. Mike's contention is what Noah should say is, "No way,
Yeah, or more like, what now?
You're a
Like,
liar.
This makes no
bitch,
sense.
please."
I tweeted about this
The
because I just
fuck
thought it was
you
amusing.
say?
It's like I one of the great it makes perfect sense. That the Ark has an escape pod.
Yeah.
And I just hope they don't say in the movie, but in my mind it's called the Narcissus. I think that's and someone I posted that on Twitter, and someone I think it was Herc responded by, so the Ark itself is the Noah Stromo, and I was like, you win everything. You win everything. Well played.
Herc said I shouldn't have felt bad about my irrational pun about pie.
That was good. I was proud of, I tried to watch Pi, but I could never get to the end of it. It was, also I thought very good. I was proud
I
of
think
myself.
I got
That
to
was
the
good.
end of it. I can't be sure.
That's right. I think I got to
good.
the end of it. Did you?
But I just keep
See,
discovering
there's the
more of
joke.
it.
Have you ever seen Pi all the way to the end? Well, I don't think so.
Yeah. Eventually, I just stopped.
Yeah. I just stopped. I realized it was going to just keep going.
But when you actually line it all up, all those little pieces of information, it becomes a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a different movie. So here's where the wife is going. Well, what if I'm just saying, what if
fuck this shit?
Yeah, what if maybe God has a different plan than you think he does?
I wish that I had got why Noah changes his mind more clearly. Because this
when
movie is
when he doesn't kill the babies.
when he decides it's not kill everyone but us, it's kill everyone including us.
Ah,
Because I didn't get that, and the whole end of the movie
Really?
plays better when you have that.
yeah. But that's kind of kind
Yeah.
of important.
That's kind of a good character turning point.
And when does that happen? It happens when he sees his face on
It
the animal?
happens after. It happens when he walks into the village and he goes, "Oh my God, these people are so fucked up."
Right,
And
but
then he
those
goes-
people, that's still not
Yeah,
him.
but then he
he
realizes-
went there to get women to breed with his
Yeah.
sons, and he goes, "No, this is humans are just doomed."
And then
humans are no good.
he had a flash to go, "Oh no, this isn't from," because he's always, "These are the people of Cain. We're not like them." And he goes, "Oh no, but Cain's not what started this." Adam and Eve are what started this. All of us are tainted.
Is that ever made explicit, or is
No.
this all covered in symbolism?
That's more symbolism.
Well, but
Yeah.
I mean, the plot is there, and the fact that he comes back, and Ham says, "Hey, so did you bring me a chick or what?" And he goes, "You were not. That's not happening. That's off. That's not going on anymore." And Ham.
Yeah, but that's
So
not,
Ham.
but that's
so
not
Ham
the same
goes-
as killing babies.
Well, but no, but then Ham goes to get one of his own, and Noah says, "No, nope, leave that here.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't need that. Going back
then-
to the ark."
But still, that's not the same as when people that he thinks are fine, like Hermione and his son, who are
No,
both
he
in,
came back- no,
have
he
a baby
came-
together.
he-
He decides to kill those babies.
He came back and said it. He had a conversation with his wife where he said, "We're not going to do this. We all have to die." And she goes, "What? No, we're good. No, we're not." He's covetous. He wants to kill animals and eat them with his face. You're jealous of you want mascara. I want to get and like
No,
he
what
just
he was like, is there anything good or bad you would not do to
oh yeah
protect your
he
children?
said
Yeah,
wouldn't
exactly.
wouldn't you do anything to protect them, good or bad, good or evil? And she goes, yes. She's like,
Rest my
like,
case.
QED.
Yeah.
I'm Noah.
He's like,
Dig my beard.
he's like, I know, me too. I'm about to kill a whole fuck ton
Yeah.
of people to save us. And that's fucked up.
Because I've always been more religious than you, I
It's,
guess.
it's, it's pretty spoon fed.
All right, I
Yeah.
got you now.
So but then I like the idea that he sort of puts a spin on it where he's like, okay, so let's recap.
Yeah.
here's how we got here. So God made everything wonderful, and then humans messed it up. So God's doing a do-over, and we're gonna be not part of the new version. Okay, everyone clear? So that's the end of that conversion.
Yeah.
Him going, now everyone got the plan? Great. And then 8 seconds later, it's like, actually, we thought we'd have some babies. No, that's not what we're doing anymore. I said we're not doing that.
I said we're not doing that. I thought it was clear by the inability to do that.
Yeah, I thought God was pretty safe that no fertile women are left on the planet. He seemed to be pretty clear about how he wanted that to play out.
All right, proposition. New topic. Willem Dafoe is clearly scary regardless of the role he's playing because of his face.
Except when he
My
played
contention
Jesus.
is Ray Winston is scary
He did
mostly
play
because of
Jesus.
his accent. Something about
Yeah.
his affect and cadence and accent makes him 50% scary regardless, or at least shifty.
He sounds like he wants to eat everything.
Yeah,
He does. He sounds like he's hungry and
even in
wants to
like
eat.
Crystal Skull.
Yeah, I think he. I feel,
Jonesy.
I feel
Oh,
like
fuck you.
I feel like he
Creepy
cuts
ghost.
the throats of animals, even not for movies. That
Yeah.
he just
Did you watch?
He didn't even know they were filming when he ate
yeah,
that lizard.
exactly. He just cut that oryx's throat.
Did you watch William Dafoe?
He's
play
like Charles
Jesus?
Dance. He does it all the time. on his
No,
own.
I haven't
Just-
seen that. Last
for reals.
Last
Last
Temptation.
Temptation of Jesus Christ. It
Haven't
was a
seen it.
Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Talk about
movies
about
that
a
pissed him off.
controversial movie, yeah.
By the way,
very controversial at the time.
do you think it's intentional that like?
And
you-
because
Did
actually,
you watch Last Temptation yet?
I haven't yet.
and I think as I remember,
it speaks to what you were saying about
Oh.
The falsehood of Apostle Paul, like that. The whole third act of the movie is basically about that.
Yeah, that's why they were super pissed about it.
yeah, and as I didn't see it myself, as I remember one of the big it was the same kind of controversy. It was like, this is not the cleaned up, sanitized Jesus happy picture that we want to see. This
Yeah.
is thinking, the idea was much more straightforward, much more sort of, well, I mean, really, it's
Yeah.
again, we're talking in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. It's going to be kind of muddy and nasty and gross and I guess the idea was that Jesus was sort of played more as a human, like, I hope I'm doing the right thing because this is crazy.
No.
And wow, this really hurts. Maybe I didn't do the right thing.
Oops.
Yeah, that's right.
Real big oops.
Hope I was right about that one.
Man.
And the people didn't respond very well to that.
You could read it any number of ways, I feel. Dude, I want to see Albert Brooks make Defending Your Life where it's Noah.
There you go. Defending your ark.
Just like, it's like, all right, I don't know how you got the wires crossed, Noah, but you seem to have killed 1 billion people. He's like, dude, I was trying to do what you asked me to do. Like,
yeah.
okay, we got a wire, something
Yeah,
that,
okay, let's recap.
there's a line of logic here. All right.
Where did I say
Yeah.
that was the plan?
I said it was going to rain, Noah.
Yeah.
It was going to rain.
Would it have been a billion people? It wouldn't have.
No, back then it was
Not
like
that many.
less than a
a
billion.
few
right?
thousand.
A few
A few thousand.
Literally, probably.
It's like it's 10 generations.
Yeah. it
So a
wasn't
few
lot of
thousand people, maybe? Maybe 10,000. Not many.
That's where again the Bible is iffy on the numbers. Like, 10 generations after Adam and Eve is still that's doesn't seem like enough to that's still like your village.
Aronofsky mentioned in an interview that one of the shots he couldn't get because money ran out was a shot under the ocean, showing the
Ooh.
animals and what was going on with them
Oh.
underwater.
This movie, by the way, still dodges the hard questions. What about fish, Noah?
That's
Well,
what I'm
that's
saying.
The fish are taken care of. Although,
Oh, I thought you were talking about like cows that were drowning.
No.
No. Like
It was harsher in my head.
whales
The
and
fish is
shit.
not
well, you
that
do see
interesting.
you see whales when they find land. Later, you see the whales go by. But again, it's like this movie just goes, no, a wizard did it, y'all, and it all makes sense. I mean, because all of your skeptical questions about, well, how's that supposed to work? It's like, oh, okay, because Sauron was always giving them what they needed whenever they needed it. You know, the Sauron will open up the crack in the ground to swallow the other army when you need it. Okay, I get it. Now that explains everything, including the fact that, like, well, wait. If now the water is it salt water? In which
Yeah.
case, what's happening
Don't-
with the freshwater fish? And if it's fresh, then what's going on with the whales? A wizard did it. You know, Sauron's got your back on all of that. He's got it all worked out. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
In the chat, I missed it until just now. Sorry for the delay, but Herc was like, "Yeah, he's effectively the good guy in Sexy Beast, and he's still scary."
Yeah,
Ray Winston, he's the good guy.
I always
Still
remember
scary.
him from The Departed. He's
Oh yeah,
Nicholson's right hand man.
I
That's
loved
right.
him when he was played by Tom Hanks in Cloud Atlas.
Yes.
What? Oh.
There's a character in Cloud
Right,
Atlas
right.
that's
No,
his
but
basically
he
the same
was,
accent.
he was
as-
good in The Departed. I liked him in The Departed.
Yeah. Just like you just don't want to cross that guy.
Yeah,
Right.
just scary as shit. Just and same with Willem Dafoe. Like I'm sure Willem Dafoe's fine, and I'm sure he's a good performer. I'm just saying he doesn't have to perform. I still think he's scary.
I do not want to get in a knife fight with Ray Winstone under any circumstances, biblical or otherwise.
Whenever I hear Willem Dafoe, I think of two things. I think of Spider-Man,
Yeah.
and I think of Boondock Saints.
Hmm.
Like
I think of Speed 2. Yeah.
I think of Streets of Fire.
I think
Speed 2?
of
I
Antichrist.
He's the villain.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
I never saw Speed 2.
Yeah.
I had anything better to do all the
It's-
time
yeah.
since then.
Don't. It's fine.
Oh, good. Just checking.
It's a boat movie. Also,
Skip all the way to the
that
end.
That should have been
Skip
our,
all the way to the last scene and just go, wow, they figured out how to spend a lot of money on something.
Yeah.
Because they crash an entire ocean liner into an entire city.
It's like when
For
you're at-
real.
Yeah, for real.
You're at Thanksgiving with your parents or something like. So how much do movies cost? Oh, you can spend as much money as you want on them.
Yeah.
that movie shows you that Keanu Reeves is not
How much you
stupid.
got?
Keanu Reeves is very smart.
Yeah.
Stayed away
Smarter
from
than
it.
we thought, yeah. I'm not doing it. I'm going to go do this kung fu movie thing.
Will Smith just passed on it.
You want to do Speed 2?
No. I don't know Speed 2.
He's supposed to do another Bill and Ted, by the way.
Yeah, well.
They ran out of adjectives.
Bill and Ted cash out.
Yeah.
Bill and Ted's superfluous third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Bill and Ted's unnecessary sequel. Anyway, so
Yeah,
Noah's,
they'll be filming that along the same time as Ghostbusters 3 and
Yeah,
fucking
God.
Beetlejuice 2.
so Noah's granddaughter's having little Slytherins.
So
Yeah.
do you think they made the other son, this kid, him?
So
do
here-
you think,
This is the one
here-
performance that I'm like, dial it down a notch, bro.
He's a little clean, but here's
Well, no, he's
Like,
just being the crazy eyes.
He's
Like,
auditioning for Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing perfect.
do you think it's intentional that they cast
I don't
Jesus?
know. I'd kind of lose my shit and be that kind of crazy if if my dad was going to
I
kill my
guess that
daughters.
might-
I'm like,
maybe.
I'd be freaking out because it's like Noah is the ultimate fucking guy who kills
He just
bad
becomes
guys.
Jason Voorhees.
It's like he's got all the experience on him.
The script was way apeshit, by the way, compared to this. Is like it was much clearer that God wanted those babies dead.
Yeah.
actually, in the script.
Oh, that must be what I'm.
Yeah, because
That's why I'm confused by
because
this.
in the script it was like the animals had Noah's back. Like he
Right.
went to war with his family, and the animals were helping. And
like crocodiles and
they,
shit.
Yeah, they
Oh,
tried
wow.
to get away in the Narcissus, and fucking orcas showed up and destroyed that shit. Like
Nope,
yeah,
not happening.
There was no fun. And in this, it's much more ambiguous that Noah is the one going, "This is how it is going to be." And so, yeah, there is definitely a
is that
difference.
what you were talking about?
I must. That must
Yeah.
be how I got there. Because if it's clear in this movie, I don't know why I'd be confused by it.
Yeah,
But yeah, like I said, I read the script first.
Yeah.
My
but
first impression of this movie was that script.
But you can, I mean, just reading that, I can see where, even having never been in that position myself, like there's a producer part of my brain that turned on and went, "Whoa, nah,
Yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
have to
yeah.
dial this way back."
we don't want your logic games here. He's
No.
not going to stab the baby in the face.
Well, no, just the bit where it's like we cannot afford that much going on with the animals.
Yeah.
They sleep
The
whole
animals are
time.
asleep, and there it's it.
Yeah,
Okay, you can cut the throat of one of them and bite the head off another one, but that's it. That's all we got.
We-
It's like
we're
a little
in
rock symbolism again there. Did you see it?
oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, totally.
He was gonna bring the rock on down.
That's how it works.
There's a good joke in the chat. I missed that one too. Sorry, Snail. He says gravity is speed 3.
Ah,
Hadn't heard that joke before. That's a good joke.
I don't get it.
Just in the trilogy of speed movies, Gravity is part 3.
It's actually an acceleration.
Okay, it's
Yeah!
Okay, so oh, you felt
Somebody got that
Booyah!
and laughed real hard.
so it's Vector. It's Vector part 1.
Yeah, I like it.
All right.
Speedy. Yeah, he makes an excellent point.
All right, so it's not Speed 3. It's Vector 1.
It's acceleration.
I just like how excited you were because, like, well, I didn't really get to play with the math jokes on Pi. I
Yeah.
got one anyway.
I got one
but I'm
in.
in this game, in this one to win it.
I was so sad there was no
I just like how when you
reaction. I was
yelled,
like,
my headphones like snapped. They're like click.
yeah,
I
I'm
heard
sorry. You're going to have to knock that one down. I don't normally do that.
No,
but
it's okay. No, I'm just saying, like, I actually heard feedback in my headphones where it's like, ow. Mike was really psyched about that pun.
Yeah. I never do any. I got one in.
Russell Crowe's really good in this, man.
He's
Yeah.
good in,
Russell Crowe,
good in almost everything.
Yeah, he comes to play, and people had a problem with him in Les Mis. I didn't.
I had a problem with his singing.
I had a problem with all of Les Mis, so
And
it wasn't
that.
Russell
Oh yeah,
Crowe's
and,
fault.
like,
Here's the line. Here's the line.
I-
First she lies, but then is she already said it? She hasn't already said it, right?
she's doing everything she can to keep
She's gonna say, but the
alive.
line where she goes, "We have everything we
Oh,
need."
that's up. That's up.
That was before.
We already
That
had
was,
it. We already had.
That
it?
was when the baby was. Or no, yeah. I think this might.
I
be
think it's
it.
where she says it right here, where
Yeah.
she's like, "Look, it's 2 girls. We can totally
Yeah.
have sex with." We're like, "Wait, what are you saying exactly?"
Well, what's
'Cause I-
funny is she's
I'm
literally
confused.
living out the thing she said she would do, which is she'll do anything
Yeah.
to keep her family alive. She's like,
Yeah.
she's lying about it. She's
Yeah.
saying like, how about incest? Is incest okay? How about that? She's doing anything she can.
Yeah, there we go. He sent us what we need.
Yeah.
It's like-
see, so look at it that way, right?
Isn't it crazy that he's the guy from Virtuosity?
Yes, I think about
Very
that a
crazy.
lot. We should do that movie sometime.
L.A.
It's fun.
Confidential, sir.
Yeah.
Virtuosity is a fun flick. This kills me. The like
What?
when she says, "I know I can't stop you, but don't let them die crying."
Yeah,
It's
that was like,
oh god.
That was a good move. I like that. I want to see the movie where Noah stabs 2 infants in the head and actually does it. Like, here you go, Christianity. Here's your Bible movie. How about that?
That's
Hey,
fucked.
there's your loving guy.
Aronofsky's Abraham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo.
Right, that's what this is, clearly. He's...
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
it's
doing
playing
an
off that.
Abraham.
He's like, well, if the God did the one thing, he, would conceivably do the other.
So the
thing.
answer to the question, Darren, why did you make this movie? Is because the Bible's harsh, bro.
Basically,
Yeah, that's
He's
that's a rough
he's-
book.
Because of 7th grade.
Hey, just anytime you make a movie based on like a book or something, and you're not just trying to
This-
cash in. Yeah, it's like this is fascinating. I want to explore this character.
Yeah. This part right here freaks me out as I was watching it. It's like,
Oh, I forget.
it's because not for own personal reasons. You may have stuff for him, but when Russell Crowe has this beard and this hair, he is the spitting image of Phil Tippett.
He
wow,
is.
you're right.
He becomes. I was like, literally, going, Phil? Like, how,
No,
why,
I was-
why do they keep
I don't
cutting
know.
to Phil Tippett?
Who's Phil Tippett?
I was thinking he's the stop motion like
He had one
go
job.
motion, yeah.
Okay, so what?
super guru.
You were thinking what?
You were mentioning this. I forgot to point her out. If you rewatch this movie, the 7th grade teacher in question, when Noah walks into the Tubal Cain village and the old lady comes up and goes, "You," and like follows him around, that's her.
Nice.
Yeah.
I wonder how she felt about the movie.
She just thought it was neat that like.
She was just enchanted to have been
yeah.
on the screen.
Little
She
Darren
didn't
turned
know
out
who
okay.
he was.
Yeah.
She had no idea who he was.
Well, no, she talks about that in the behind the scenes. She was like, "Listen, I've taught like 2,000 kids. Like,
Trade
I'm
money?
glad he remembers me."
Now that you mention it, you were telling us a story about when a psychotic, blood-faced Phil was trying to stab a baby in the eyes.
Yeah, that was a thing of his. Yeah. It was-
Species, right?
Yeah. No, it wasn't Species. It was.
There's some time Phil was doing that. You said he was doing that.
Yeah, yeah.
Where
No.
he had the,
No, you
he had-
can't stop him
He had
when
the
he gets-
insane eyes and the blood
when
on
he
his face.
gets into it, yeah.
And he was going to
It's-
stab babies in the face.
Yeah.
I remember this.
All the time.
Oh,
All
hey.
the time.
Now I see why you're so.
Everyone's like, oh,
I
Phil
see why
has
it's so
blood face.
alarming because it's
Yeah.
It's like
See,
you've
most
seen that-
people don't know he's
yeah.
capable of that.
I know,
That's
I know.
what makes it
and
so
it's just
hard.
reminding you. It's harsh.
Yeah.
It's a trigger warning. If you have seen Phil Tippett stab a baby in the face, this movie will scare you.
Yeah,
and remind you
they
of that
really should
awful
put
night,
that label on that because if you've seen Phil Tippett stab a baby in the face,
as he's
it's-
wont to do.
So
It's not something you
even
shake
in this
off.
moment, you're not buying into her. Troy?
What? I never bought into her because it's Hermione, from that other movie.
Is it a performance thing or it's Hermione thing?
It's she's just too much Hermione. She was Hermione 8 seconds before she showed up to be this movie. She looks like Hermione. She has exactly the same face, exactly the same hair. She's exactly the same age. She isn't anything but Hermione at this point. So
She doesn't age. She's got the magic juice.
Well, so does Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, well, Jennifer Connelly's
Slowly but
finally
surely.
starting
She's
to show
aging
her
at like
age.
half speed, if
Yeah.
anything.
So anyway, but
And doing it well.
We
but
just
yeah,
watched
but
her in The
but I
Rocketeer,
just
which is
like,
20 years old.
I can't, it's just I
true.
can't get past it. Like, yeah, we have to stop Voldemort. Don't stab my babies in the face. It's it's the same emotional thing. This I thought suddenly the film became so unartful, where it's like, dun, 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 like this needed like the Superman theme to be
Yeah.
playing.
Dun-da-da-da,
But the fact that it just,
dun-da-da-da-da.
I get that this is where it's supposed to happen, and it's that's all fine. But it was so handled so just. And the close-up was
Yeah.
like, God, Aronofsky, you were like Kubricky and clever until now, and
You were doing some high art shit, man.
That's like the shot that every biblical epic would do.
Yeah.
And then he came with the thing, which is I have to say,
He
this
ran out
last
he ran out of money.
yeah, no, it could
Probably.
be. We're in the last like 10 minutes ish, or however much longer there is of the movie.
Berries.
Perry's, see, it's a running thing. This last part,
Grapes, actually, to make his wine.
yeah, this last part gets both rushed and confused that
up.
in a
Yeah.
way that the rest of the movie wasn't, which really kind of disappointed me. I was like, and it was about the time going, oh, we never did have the scene of drunken Noah having to be covered. Like, oh, that happens here, I guess. I get it. And then at the very end, I was like, oh, fuck, of course, the rainbow. I mean, Jesus, they finally got the rainbow in there. This last part doesn't seem to quite flow like the rest of the movie did. It feels a little choppier and doesn't quite. It feels like we're like, okay, wait, what do we forget? Oh, we didn't do Drunken Noah. We got to get the rainbow in there somehow.
Well, I thought the drunkenness was a result of all the shit he
It
went
is.
through.
it is, but I'm saying I know that Drunken Noah is part of the story,
Right.
and I was like, wait, we're on land already. When does Drunken Noah happen?
It
in
is
the
after.
story?
It is after. It wasn't
Okay,
on the
so
arc.
I didn't realize that. So
Yeah.
so I was like, all right, fine.
and that's why they thought it was so important because they were like, because it's not explained in the Bible. It's like, yeah, and then Noah went and got drunk a lot, and they were like,
Where does
what?
it say that? It doesn't say that on my papers.
Yeah, here, give me. I'll find it. Go about your business.
Yeah.
So I wasn't clear on this
The
last
rainbow,
part,
the
you know.
rainbow, and everything. I thought that was just supposed to be a symbol of hope, the hope for humanity.
Well, no,
really.
I know what the rainbow symbolizes. I'm just saying again, it was like at the very end,
This
2
was a
seconds
movie
before
about
the
people
credits
on a
roll,
boat.
like rainbow in the sky, as
Yeah.
opposed to making a thing out of it. You would think that the summation would be more like Noah going, okay, so I got drunk and I was kind of messed up there for a while, but now I realize this is what it was actually all about.
Yeah,
Funny
actually-
as
and
right
here-
until you said
and-
no,
and-
it could have been. You could have been talking about Matrix
the
Revolutions.
one place to like be sort of, and now I know what this means, and that is his symbol that we have, blah. But the fact that it just sort of at the end they were like, oh, and people expect that there's a rainbow in this story, so put a rainbow in the sky at the very end without even connecting that dot. I was like, well, all right. Even I would have connected that dot, and I'm, virulently anti-Christian. But it's like, if you're gonna make a point out of anything, just go. And there is the symbol that ever since.
Here you go. It's not on here because you have the flood and the ark, but this is the aftermath, so it's in chapter 9.
I cut Act 3.
Yeah. So
Turns out there's a whole cleansing of the scouring of the Shire that most people don't even know happened.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
a footnote.
Here we go. So God basically says, so everything's cool. I changed my mind. I'm not going to kill everybody again, even if you fuck up. So it's cool.
Yeah, I got that part.
You're all you can eat the animals too, even though they were super important, but you can eat them. And then, so that's the covenant with Noah. And then after that, and Noah began to be an husbandman. This is the KGV. And he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. So it sounds like he just had nothing else to do. He opened a vineyard. He's like Francis Ford Coppola. Got super drunk one night.
That was in the part that I read last night, and then right after this, doesn't one of his sons come back and be like, "Ah, shit, Dad's naked, hide."
Yep.
Right?
All this
They
shit.
just did that.
That's what happened.
And then one of them gets like cursed forever,
That was
forever,
Ham.
like holes.
Ham,
for
Ham-
looking.
What happened was Ham comes into his tent. Here he's just out in the open. Ham comes into his tent, and he goes, "Oh shit, Dad's naked." He runs to his brothers and goes, "Hey, Dad's naked." And they're like, "Well, fucking cover him up, asshole." And they walk in. They're like, "We're not going to look at his wiener." And they cover him up. And he's like, "You saw me naked and you didn't cover me up. You're an asshole. You're cursed forever." Which, by the way, is that was one of many ways that people have used the Bible to justify racism, because they said the curse of Ham gave him dark
Yeah.
skin, and that's where black people came from. That's where that people
Is that what
have
it means
used-
when you're going ham?
No, but that's how people have used it.
That's-
Which, if they were smart,
not a thing.
If they were smart, when the filmmakers were defending against people going, "Why is the cast whitewashed? Why didn't you have like an ethnic cast, like a proper, everybody kind of came from that?" What they should have done was say something like, "Well, historically people have used the whole Ham thing and the curse of Ham to be racist and use it as a tool of oppression against black people. We didn't want to play into that, so we just wanted to avoid that." That's what they should have done. What they said instead was, well, white people are just like the baseline. That's just normal people as white people, is what they basically said. And it was like, fuck, that is the worst. That is exactly the wrong response to have given to that to that objection.
He's got Bruce Valanche hair now.
But yes, the Curse of Cain, likewise, the descendants of Cain, they were like, the Curse of Cain, he had a mark. The mark of Cain was dark skin, so black people are evil, they're descendants of Cain. So that's...
And I think
these are
Jehovah's Witnesses, aren't they the ones that say that the Cain came to the New World and became the Native Americans?
Probably, yeah.
I think that's
so,
Jehovah's
yeah.
Witness version of it.
And all those Cain people.
That's a kind of thing that's used a lot to justify the oppression of Native peoples.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bible,
yeah,
for making that so clean for us and easy to understand in a few simple words.
yeah. So here he's explaining. He's like, yeah, I failed, killed all those people.
You
for
see, if I
nothing.
had destroyed the Elder One, I couldn't because Dumbledore told me that originally it wasn't actually passed
No.
into his possession by a true change. It makes sense.
They're
Harry.
doing-
But what do we do now, Harry?
I'll have you know, they did a better job. They do a better job of explaining what happened in this movie than they did at the end.
That's actually true.
Last Harry
I
Potter
will
movie.
grant you that. I will totally grant you that.
And I'm still furious.
So yeah, I mean, I'm okay with I just think this last part here is just kind of
Definitely rushed.
rushed and kind of choppy, and as opposed to everything else that was really cool.
I think there was definitely a part where it's like, we just spent 2 hours on that whole thing. We need to get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
wrap it up.
So drunk Noah, Rainbow,
Yeah.
just go. But as far as Noah's arc, pardon the expression,
It
I
had to be done.
think that in itself,
No, it had to be done. Leave it.
that's fairly solid. I mean, for me,
Yeah.
it's like it works. It's like, and he comes to the realization where he's like, and in the end, I never knew what God wanted, but maybe that's how it works. Like maybe
You killed everyone. Yep.
Maybe you just do the best you can.
Yeah, maybe it's all about just don't kill the babies as much, even if you think God wants you to.
Yeah. So I killed everyone at, interpretation,
Yeah.
right? Everyone
So-
makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. I'm Noah.
Sort of the things is like, let's leave the
Noah out.
Let's leave the killing to God because clearly he is real good at it. So let's just let him do that.
And Ham, again, I think Ham is getting...
So
first
yeah,
of
this
all,
whole thing's like, okay, so we're all square now, Noah. Now get over there and help your wife with the river.
Yeah.
She's digging a river up there. You have to help her. We've got a whole world to recreate here.
I think Ham just overall was given, like, the kid playing Ham, I think about it, I'm like, he's pretty good in this, but he's just not given a whole lot to do.
No.
I think Ham is he's certainly they certainly try to, the film tries to justify him a little bit more, and where he's coming from, because he's like, listen, I tried to get a wife and you wouldn't let me do that. I'm not gonna fuck a baby.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I'm just gonna go. Maybe I'll fuck a bear or something.
Yeah.
I'll figure something out, but I'm just leaving. I'm getting out of here.
I'm going to go
they-
fuck myself. How about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. How about I go and fuck myself? That's what I'll do. I'm gonna go walk the earth like
Yeah.
Kwai Chang Caine. That's what I'm gonna do.
And then somehow later he had children because
Because
they
God
pop
gives-
out of the ground
Yeah.
apparently when God needs them to.
God goes, oh here, this is for you. A little something. Don't eat this all at once.
The Hermione character, is she in the Bible?
Yep.
Actually,
Yeah. Sons and wives.
actually, as a matter of fact, that extra drama has been added in because all three of the sons had wives in
Yeah.
the biblical story.
Yep.
So,
That's right.
so it actually wasn't as complicated as this, and they didn't have to go all like Twilight imprinting on babies and do any of that. It was just like, we got wives, we'll have kids, and they will interbreed, and that's not a problem for some reason.
Yes.
And
And we're all
until-
cool with that.
Yeah, and we're all cool with that.
And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee I have seen righteous before me in this generation. And they had wives,
Yeah.
and so on.
So all of his sons, and they were
There it is.
clearly
In self-same day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wives, and the three wives of his sons with them into
Yeah.
the ark.
So obviously Japheth was not a 12-year-old, and or maybe he was. It was.
You don't know, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a player.
Yeah.
Young,
Oh, Japheth,
sure, but a
Japheth got around.
By the way, it doesn't say one per either. To be fair, so
Mm.
Oh yeah, this could have been like it could have been an arc of like trophy wives.
yeah. Yeah, bring 7 of the clean ones and 2 dirty ones.
Yeah, especially the dirty ones. Those are the ones we want. Wow.
So yeah, and he's finally kind of claiming his birthright. He's like, okay, I was going to destroy everyone, but I guess we're going to continue this lineage thing.
Yeah.
instead.
So we have to do the ritual now. So.
Although none of you shall ever mention this again. I'll
Yeah.
be embarrassed about it for a long time.
we're just not going to talk about.
Thou shalt
that
never
time.
talk about that time I killed everybody.
Yeah. Just don't bring it up.
I'm more upset that it was just kind of a really ugly boat. I think it could have done better. I think it could have finished it a bit more. Didn't have time. I got lazy around year 3.
Yeah.
I mean, but
You know,
Pitch.
I tell you, we only had 7 rock
did,
monsters.
Did any of you hear any comparisons to Transformers with those rock
fucking
monsters?
constantly,
Oh, yeah.
and I don't really.
And I don't get
see
that.
It. I don't see it. I mean,
It's
other
because
than they're
they're-
big.
Only the most
No,
superficial.
I would get
No,
into
it's
heated arguments with people.
It's a very
about it.
superficial thing, and that's the that's the problem. I felt like getting into arguments with people because they would make that comparison, and I was like, you're only making that because you have nothing but the superficial to say about this movie.
Yeah.
Why don't you go see it and then we'll discuss it?
Well, I can see why they're comparing it to the Transformers, though, because they're both big pieces of walking homunculus guy thing,
Yeah.
where all the individual component constituent pieces of the figure, you can't tell them apart or see what's connected to what or anything.
I guess kind of.
He's
yeah.
just a big rock guy vaguely all the way, all the time, and the other ones are just a big metal guy vaguely
I like
all
what
the way all the
I
time.
like what they did with the rainbow here.
I think it's a
as
great
well.
look. I just
Yeah.
think it's sort of like, and you know, we all know the rainbow part, right? You know, the idea of like, well, geez, you know,
I actually thought because it happens right at the end. I'm like, is he gonna forget the rainbow?
I
How's he
know.
gonna
It's
do
like,
that?
how does he not do the rainbow part?
Oh, okay.
So,
Yay.
Okay. So, yeah, Noah,
How do you feel about it now, Teague?
it's vaguely, it's the same.
The color's better now, right?
No.
yeah.
But yeah, it's fine. I'm never gonna watch it again. Hey, Mary Parent, cool.
Yeah.
Probably never gonna watch it again. I'll watch The Fountain because at least in The Fountain he's not beholden to the sort of strokes of a story that he doesn't get to articulate if he needs to. You know, he took liberties with this.
He
but
took some
still,
pretty good liberties,
It's still like, yeah, okay. That's not. I'm just not very compelled by the story itself, and I'm not very compelled by the interpretation because I don't know how else. Like as soon as someone said Aronofsky is doing Noah, this is exactly what showed up in my head.
Why is that bad though?
It's not. It's just that everyone else seems to be blown away by the fact that this isn't the Noah movie they were expecting, and it was exactly the Noah movie I was expecting. So I don't have any of the
I didn't
extra...
know what the story was going to be. I was really thrilled with what he did with that, personally. But again, you read the script.
Well, when
before I
Aronofsky
did.
says I'm going to make a Noah movie, I don't go, I'll bet you it's going to be really sweet and light.
No,
It's like he's going to do
sure.
something fucked up with it. What are you going to do? And, the specifics of it I didn't have in mind. But this is generally sort of what I thought it would be. And still is. And
I still
Thumbs
don't
up.
see why that's.
But
bad.
why is that a negative?
it's not a negative. It's neutral. But a lot of everyone else's positives are based on that thing, which I don't have. Like, if this was exactly the movie you thought it was, then it's just cool, thumbs up. No,
It's
no surprises there, high five.
It's exactly the movie I thought it was stylistically. Yeah, in fact, or if not, it may be a little downplayed. It's like he doesn't go full Aronofsky for most of it. There are little moments
It's
where I'm
the
like,
whole
there
tree-
you are.
yeah,
But-
exactly. It's like Tree of Life and the
Yeah.
guy killing the other guy shots and stuff like that. But no, I mean, it's fine. But didn't hit me that hard. Yeah. Anthony, you loved it. I'm the outlier on this one.
I'm just gonna end up repeating myself,
Mhm.
but I don't know, everything, like the acting, the way it was shot, the liberties he took with it, everything appealed to me. The music was great. The font was pretty.
The font is the best
Like
part.
from start to finish, for me, there wasn't a moment wasted. It's like even after you find out she's pregnant and he decides what he has to do, they jump forward 9 months to them trying to leave and then Noah stopping them. It's like I don't feel like any part of this film took too long to just be.
Young Tubal-Cain was played by Finn Whitrock. That's a made-up name. Or the most British person since Benedict Cumberbatch. Finn Whitrock?
Finn Whitrock.
I don't think so.
Anyway,
As you were.
as I walked out, I instantly knew that this was one of my favorite all-time favorite movies. Definitely one of my 4 favorite this year, but it goes in my collection.
Cool.
So certainly.
Mike?
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. I'm glad just in general that the Aronofsky average is still good. I'm glad that it's I was afraid to be like one on, one off. I'm like, I didn't like that one, but I like this one, but I don't like the next one. But he's good. He's doing good.
He's hanging in.
Yeah, I think it's a great, like you said, like if you're gonna tell Bible stories like this, tell them all day. Sure,
Yeah.
keep going back to that well all you want. I loved the yeah, just treating it like, okay, if the Bible were just a fantasy novel with an anthology really, and I'm gonna select one of these stories and do a thing with it. Let's strip away the Sunday school version of this. What is the story here? And just doing a fantastic job with that and really struggling with it and showing the characters struggle with it. Like I was saying, they're on the arc by the midpoint and they do that and I go, now what? Now I don't know where the movie's going because we've done all the parts that I'm aware of until this is over and they're off the boat. And so the human drama going on there and the struggle with the horror of what they've done and what they have to do, the horror that the version of the story that you're told in Sunday school completely skips over,
Right.
Yeah.
was fantastic to me, and I think it's great, and I think it's definitely something that I will recommend. I'm not sure how often I will watch it after this, but I will definitely recommend it to people and return to it occasionally.
Not just that, though. Also the environmental aspects of it, what it's trying to say to people about people, and the peace message.
Yeah, I think it's telling a good story. The reason you tell stories, it's like, why did you tell me that story? Well, because it had something to say to us now, outside of the religious context of you're bad and love Jesus. It's like, no, listen, this is an allegory for
Right.
what we are doing to ourselves.
Right.
It is important to tell this story now, and it's important you listen.
Like
So-
the movie touches on so many levels. It's
Yeah.
like, how can you not like it as much as me?
I am.
You need to see it more.
It occurs to me that Anthony, did you grow up in Sunday school?
I went to Catholic school.
Oh, there it is. That's the answer to the question. The answer to the question is Teague doesn't care because Teague never thinks about Noah and never conceived of it any other way than exactly what this movie was. And everyone else is reacting to the version that was hammered into them. And like, see, this is so much darker. I'm over here like,
But there's no way
yeah,
you
it's
could
been
have
like,
there's
like
no
I'm
way
over
you-
here eating peanuts. Like, yeah, it's been that way the whole fucking time.
There's no way you could have anticipated the whole thing in the middle with showing the evolution of man and
Oh no, that was artful. Like I said, that was my favorite scene of the movie.
the peace messages he's sending home, or the environmental messages he's sending home.
Well, what?
There's-
What? I mean, that be nice to each other and save the planet.
The Save the Planet message is huge, and it's in there strong.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, but like,
But what other movies?
well, I don't
right-
begrudge you this movie. I'm not mad that you like it.
But what I guess what I'm getting at is taking into context with everything else coming out right now. What other films can you really say does as much as this film does? Nothing.
Well, what does
Nothing.
it? Oh,
Nothing.
okay.
Nothing, damn you.
Nothing. I have been stirred by movies recently. This wasn't one of them. This struck me as a lot of platitudes, to be honest with you. It got dark. It was fun, but generally, it was exactly what I thought it was going to be. And high five.
Okay.
Aronofsky. Bear in mind, I'm not saying it's exactly what I thought anyone would have made. It's like when I find out Aronofsky is making Noah, I go, oh, it's going to be a fucked up dark Bible movie. Let's do this. And that's exactly what it was. I walked in and it got exactly what I expected. That's all.
You keep saying that like it's a bad thing somehow, though.
I'm not.
The way, yeah,
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just.
Well,
It's neutral.
I'm surprised by how blown away by you guys are.
Well, and
'cause it seems kind of obvious
trade-off
to
is
me.
like, yeah, it's a fucked up dark Bible movie, the first one that's ever been made.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And again, that's the sort of context thing where I haven't
Yeah.
watched other Bible movies, so I don't have. I'm not. I'm
Perhaps
not
the
coming at
second,
this from anything else.
perhaps the second Last Temptation of Christ, if I'm getting the right name, or not
Yeah,
the Passion
yeah.
of the Christ, the Last Temptation of
Temptation,
Christ,
yeah.
Scorsese's.
Yeah.
That was sort of that, and took heat for like, wait, that's not the cleaned up, pretty story. It makes it seem like real people were having that experience, and we don't like that. This movie's like that as well. Again, having been, I wasn't raised particularly religious, other than the fact that it was in the water supply,
Yeah.
in Nashville, Tennessee,
It's
in
the
the
South
60s.
in the
that,
60s.
It's like you went to Sunday school because it was weird if you didn't, and and you go to church on the important days that you needed to be seen in church, and things like that.
Christmas,
But-
Easter.
exactly. And but you get to hunt the eggs, and there's food involved, so I was okay with it. But we were never. I don't come from a religious family. None of us are religious, other than the vaguely like, well, everyone's religious because you just are. But I started questioning all this stuff at a very early age, and that got me into all kinds of heaps of trouble. But fortunately, it didn't really cost me anything to pretty much be an atheist by the time I was 15 and go, none of that makes any sense to me. And there was no penalty for that, which is great. For me, it's like, but I have, as I said at the opening, it's like I wasn't able to break out of the box, you might say, mentally, that there could be any other kind of Bible movie that other than all the Bible movies I'd ever seen. And I was like, as I said at the outset, and I maintain, it's like, if this was what Bible movies were like, bring on the Bible movies. I mean, just keep on coming. And I absolutely advocate that this, although there's going to be, it's a rare school that'll do it, but this is the movie they should show you in Sunday school and go, hey, okay, if we're going to talk about being moral people, let's really look at morality, shall we? As opposed to the cleaned up thing. It was Julia Sweeney talking about how she became an atheist, talking about you have to look at this stuff and think about it, because if it isn't something you've thought about, if your morality is based on the rules someone gave you, it's not morality.
Yeah.
You're following rules.
Right.
It's like morality comes from thinking about it and going, I understand why this choice is better than that choice.
Yeah, morality is impelled.
Yeah, as opposed to, well,
Compelled.
I'll get in trouble if I do that one. It's like, it's the difference between, okay, well, if you're afraid of going to jail for murder, I guess that stops you from murdering. But it's better if you understand why you shouldn't murder. That would be better. That would be preferable. So one is just fear of punishment, and the other is a morality. So again, there's like, I'm okay with Christianity if you can go through this ringer here and go, oh, okay, I get why. Yeah, that Noah story, that's an important story, and there's important lessons to take from that story, and it does address what it means. When we say evil, what do we mean? Doesn't seem to. Weirdly, it doesn't seem to be sex. Sex seems to be kind of an important part of this story. So what's that about exactly? I don't know. Maybe we should talk about that further. But I'm just really impressed that Aronofsky was able to take the lamest story, the oldest story, the story that we all know, and make anything remotely like a compelling movie out of it, which is just spectacular.
And again,
achievement.
like we talked about before, it's even removing yourself from that context and going, we got some folktale from this tribe.
Yeah,
but we've never heard this folktale before.
That you could look at it that way.
It's a perfectly great fantasy story or fairy tale, folktale, however you want to think about it, that still says something that resonates to us. And, like you said, Aronofsky making a fantasy movie. He hasn't done that. I want to see what that looks like.
Well,
I kind of got a
third
thought.
of The Fountain was that way.
Yeah.
I guess that's true. I kind of got a thought because of The Fountain, but I'm like, I'd be happy to see that. And I did. And lo, it was so.
It just happened to be based on a fantasy that we don't tend to use that word.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. And when you approach that way, it's like now if someone's, we'd like you to do a Bible movie, I would go, I will consider that.
Yeah.
Can I Aronofsky it?
Mm.
Can I go, look, let's really do this story and not just the Sunday school, everyone's all clean version, and let's do this for real?
How are you not convinced?
I was won over. I'm surprised at how much I was won over by this
Trey
movie.
grew up being force-fed a bunch of glossy Barbara Walters filter Bible movies, and you guys both went to Catholic school.
Yeah.
I don't have any of those things. In my head, the entire time, Noah's been exactly like this.
As a good counterpoint to this, if you haven't seen it, I think it's in the special called Straight Outta England.
Like, this is the most obvious version of this movie as far as I'm concerned. It's fine. It's good. He didn't screw it up.
Maybe
but it's
Teague
also
is
not very interesting.
Maybe Teague is the one who needs it the most. Ricky Gervais, I think it's in Straight Outta England, which is one of his HBO stand-up specials, if you can find it. He does a lengthy routine where he actually has retained his Sunday school Noah picture book that he was taught from, and he goes through the entire book page by page, because he won this when he was like 7 years old for an essay contest or whatever, and he goes through this page by page of exactly and explicitly how fucked up the Sunday school Noah story is, and it's hilarious. So I think the special it's in is called Straight Outta England.
Actually, I think that would be the more interesting movie for me.
Yeah, and if you could find
I would be more intrigued by the Noah story that is sarcastically that, where it's like glossing over it in a way where you're forced to deal with the horrifying, as opposed to putting horrifying in front of you, saying, like, leaving by association the context that, and we all just sort of pack up the boat, and there's shrieks outside, but we're just like being, and like the kids playing with a lamb and
there's
shit.
not even shrieks
but you're
in
hearing,
the Sunday school version. It's just like, and then everyone drowned.
It's just like the context of it would be,
I think you also have to appreciate the social context of this, of taking a big chance on a biblical story and subverting your expectations
Didn't.
of what's going to happen. No, not for you,
Oh.
Yeah.
but for
normal people.
For normal people, for Christians who are going to go watch this. It's like that's you're.
Talk about
Well,
it.
didn't
have to
Passion of the Christ
expect-
do that? They
No.
beat the shit
No.
out of Jesus for like
No,
45
Passion of
minutes.
the Christ
or
was
No,
something.
it's
exactly what
served.
Christians
Because that's
wanted.
part of the
It's-
story.
It served the Christians.
Part of the
Hardcore Christians orgasm over that movie,
Yes.
which is scary but true. They think that's awesome.
No, because
Okay.
there's nothing subversive about that. That's part
Yeah.
of the story. It's just like
That is
he got
the story.
he got the shit beat out of him for 2 days, and you just kind of gloss over it, and they're like, no, we're gonna watch him get the shit beat out of him for
Right.
2 days.
And that goes to it. It's like no, the idea is like no, you're supposed to recognize his suffering because
Yeah.
that's the story. It's like look what he did. But the Noah story is always like it's about animals and happiness
bypasses
and
the suffering.
wonderfulness
Yeah.
and rainbows.
I think that's the thing. I think that's the difference between me and you guys.
Yeah.
Is that in your head this whole time you've always had a sneaky suspicion that the Noah story was real fucked up.
Not even
but,
us.
But it's
Take-
never
take us out of the
I know.
context. I'm
but,
talking
but
about
that's,
other
in your
people.
head, it's always been that way where it's like I
Right.
feel like this is fucked up, but we never talk about it. This is the movie that's like, yep, boom.
yeah.
Right, but I think that's why
In my head, it's always just been yeah, fucked up, totally fucked up the whole time,
But
horrifyingly
outs-
fucked up the
outside
whole
of-
time.
Outside of yourself, I think it's important to appreciate that no one has done that and put it in front of Christians that way.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, you're right. I wouldn't have thought of that. I don't know. I don't know Bible movies. I don't have any
Yeah.
context for those.
Go watch Son of God.
There's lots of them, and you wouldn't like any of them
Yeah.
because
I'm
they're
sure.
all terrible.
I'm sure. But if he has that context and made this decision, that's brave.
No,
I don't have that
think it's-
context, so I can't appreciate it.
We can wrap it up. We kind of just been going in this circle at
Yeah.
this point.
I mean, I don't feel.
It's just, the rain's going to start any second.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with it. It's just Noah. High five, Noah. Boom.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah.
okay.
Anthony doesn't understand me at all.
No.
This has been What Are You Doing Movie. You can always find more episodes at friendsinyourhead.com. Go to the forum, get involved. It's a wonderful group of people, and it's growing every single week. Twitter.com/friendsinyourhead, Facebook Friends in Your Head, and friendsinyourhead@gmail.com. Buy our shirts, give us money. Holden Hill Design and maintain the website. And until next time, my name is Teague Christie.
Anthony Elba.
Hi, Scott.
Jennifer Connelly.
And this has been What Are You Doing every time.
We have everything we need, Teague.
Ow, no, I'm not fucking a baby. And good night, good night.
And when you say you'll never fuck a baby, I mean, come on.
Trey, it's not morality unless I've decided that for myself.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying this.
You
there's-
can't tell me.
If you tell me not to
there's
fuck
some
a baby,
gray
it doesn't
area.
mean anything when I don't.
Somewhere in there's some gray area where I bet you would fuck a baby.
Good outro. Good outro.
Cannot believe this conversation.
That's the best one yet. Our best outro. Now we'll just see if Teague actually leaves it in. Yeah, I decided to cut the fucking baby part. Really? Censorship.
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech.
Baby fucker.
You should just cut there before even the good night. Good night. Just I will not fuck a baby. Just cut.
Someone's forcing my head. No, I don't want to. Hi, chat room people. Wow.
What I said was, it's okay if the baby goes down on me. I said that was fine. That I'm cool with.
If the baby, it decides.
Yeah, no, if the baby sucks on whatever you put in front of it, then I think our
Man.
path is clear.
We did 2 movies. We started at 11 and it's 5. Damn.
5?
And I'm out.
Jesus, really?
Yeah, 4:51.
God.
Long ass movies.
I did not realize that Noah was that long.
We'll just short ones next time.
Yeah. Maybe some intermissions.
All right, guys.
5 intermissions.
That's all she wrote. Thus concludes our broadcast day. Thank you for hanging out with us. And I don't know if we're going to go again next weekend or not. We'll find out. And until then, peace.